And we're probably live. We're going to double check this. Let's see. Waiting to see confirmation. Yes, we're live. Here's, for some reason, the Sunday show intro. That didn't make you something special for New Year's. Jimmy Snow presents an exercise in narcissism. But we will take calls, probably about whatever. Yeah. Amazing guests, wonderful conversations. You can barely read amazing guests. Has it always been that bad? I feel like something changed. Welcome. Welcome everybody to a very, very special New Year's episode of Not the Sunday Show, except for that at some point it'll become the Sunday Show, and then to make everything confusing, Matt and I will return tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central for the Sunday Show.
As long as we're sober.
I have no choice but sobriety. So myself and a potentially slurring Matt will return at 3 for a special. Man, you know what I should have done instead of undouble green screening you is I should have put some cool wavy effect behind and had it look like some sort of awesome digital chessboard. I think that would have been great. This is the New Year's
Story
show.
of a girl.
Oh, I was going to do it. You beat me to it.
Look down the river and drown the whole world. We were talking about me and my family. Well, all right, let me do the quick version. We're having a Sunday, or not a Sunday. This is a New Year's Eve. We're going to count down to midnight at all of the midnights is my plan. We're going to we'll do a midnight for the New Year's, then Central, where 3 of us are. Ben, where are you? Are you in Mountain?
I'm currently Mountain Time.
Mountain Time.
I thought you said, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's weird because I'm in a state that doesn't do daylight savings, so I'm on Mountain Time for half the year, and I'm on Pacific Time for the other half the year. So instead of just following everybody else's confusing times, we just have our own confusing time that makes it easier on nobody.
Yeah.
But now nobody does daylight savings time.
Do you mean during this time of the year, or is some news broken? Wait, did we actually get rid of it?
Last year. I think the law passed last year, didn't it? I
feel like it would have been huge news if it was for sure a done deal. News. How did I miss it? Actually, anything I miss, I'm now proud of. I used to miss nothing. There was no news update that got past me. This is just a sign that I'm doing better at not living chronically online. I broke an addiction, and I'm proud of it.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it doesn't start till sometime later.
I feel like the House passed something, but it got stuck in the Senate because the Senate isn't willing to do anything. I feel like that's what I had remembered.
That's totally possible.
And now everybody in the chat knows where I am, which is great.
Well, good luck finding you in Arizona.
I mean, they knew. I've already said it live on several shows, so it's not anything new for anybody. But
March 15th. The U.S. Senate approved a bill to make daylight savings time permanent.
The U.S. Senate did?
Oh, the House has a committee to hear. All right, maybe it hasn't passed. It was a Senate thing.
Well,
all right, well, fuck it.
You got my hopes all up.
It is whatever time it is.
I feel like somebody just told me I got a PlayStation 5 and then I opened it and it was socks. And now I have to sustain 5 hours and 4 countdowns to midnight on socks.
Somebody in chat says it passed, but it starts next year.
J-Bass, who said, is Jimmy finally wrong? You don't watch enough, my friend. I'm wrong plenty. And by the way, I will acknowledge, since I keep getting comments about it, I was wrong about boiling water. Well, okay. I wasn't wrong that I had read something. Basically, the way I presented it when I was on with Beat the Cold, I said, I think there was an article, and basically they proved why cold water boils faster than warm water and that it had something to do with something. And it turns out I had the pieces right, the conclusion wrong. So water going from 40 degrees, say, to 200, we'll just say 140 degrees, does heat up from there to there faster than what the remaining standing... Wait, I'm trying to remember how it works. It's fixed. Anyway, It is true. The colder it is, the faster the rate. However, once they both reach, if you started with the warm pot and the cold pot, once they both reach 78 degrees or whatever you want to go with, from that point forward, it's the same rate. It doesn't matter what your starting point was. So there was stuff. I got it wrong. I don't remember. I was trying to recall something I thought I had read. And I
Welcome
think
to the
I said,
line where no expense is spared to do hard research for you.
I said like 12 times during the thing too. Like like maybe this is completely wrong. I think I even proposed what turned out to be true to be what it actually might have been, but I don't know. Anyway, it was an in the moment flub. There is no real plan or structure to tonight's show. I was thinking it'd be fun to talk about New Year's resolutions. People can call in with their New Year's resolutions. If somebody wants to call in and argue about something, I'm still fucking down to argue. I feel like a good argument would get my my energy raised, because I've not slept great this week, and I've spent the daylight hours being pretty active. Like I'm pretty bouncing off the walls, and then the sun goes down. We went to dinner last night, and after dinner I suggested, hey, do you all want to go on a walk and talk? And I was berated. No, I'm kidding. They perfectly politely declined going on a walk and talk. I was like, let's go find a park and just walk and chat, have a little good time, but no such luck.
Yeah. It's weird because
I'm what the kids call lazy.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do a walk and talk. I don't know, when there's like daytime, but not at the hot part of daytime.
Yeah, I feel like this is clearly the other side of. I'm sure you all remember how much I was complaining about the heat in Texas a few months ago, because I was doing that plenty. And this is sort of the other side of that equation. Now everyone's getting to see me in weather and darkness, cool to cold weather and dark nights early, and I just begin to thrive. But now I'm tired. I'm a little sleepy, but I'm excited to do these countdowns and to say goodbye to 2022, which, to tell you the truth, the last couple months, November, December, I've been in a pretty positive. Again, it stopped being so fucking hot is probably a big part of it, but I feel like I'm ending 2022 more optimistically than I've ended a year in a few years. But it's probably more on personal things that I'm feeling better about my life, but the rest of the world is definitely going to shit. But I don't know. Andrew Tate's in jail, right? He got arrested, so that's a nice way to go out. The Nazi Pope died. I'm fine with it. You know, I'm not excited about anyone to die, but as far as which popes would die, the one with a little bit of younger Nazi sympathies that were never wonderfully put to bed, I'm happy enough with that. I don't know. What do you all think? Do you do New Year's resolutions? Any of you?
I do not.
Not really. No.
I feel like I don't know. I don't do it as like a spectacle. I don't do it as like and I actually expect myself to like live up to this kind of thing, but I feel like it's maybe a good reason to kind of I like change and feeling fresh and new. So I'm kind of like the new year always feels good to me, I feel like, but I don't take it that seriously.
I've started a lot of diets on January 1st, but never with the motivation of like, oh, new year, new me. The resolution's going to make sure I really do it. It's literally just because what's the easiest date to track from is January 1st. If you're like in April, you're like, man, I wonder how my diet's been doing. You know exactly the amount of time you've been on it because it just matches the date. Like it's April 12th.
Yeah. See, I don't do anything special because I think a lot of people that know me know I'm a gunner in every area of my life all the time. Like we never stop going 100%. So I think if I did start making like more goals, people would be like, Ben, calm down. You're going to burn out in like a week and you can't do this to yourself again.
Yeah.
Better to burn out than fade away.
So what happens, like the personalities of people that go to med school are like this. Like we have this drive that cannot be stopped by anybody, and if you try to get in the way, we will just bulldoze over you. And then we burn out, and then we're like, why did this happen? And like, well, it was my own fault, but I just didn't listen to anybody because I'm stubborn. That's it.
I don't know whether the person in the live chat who said hey Jimmy, I love your haircut, is saying it now because I identified that this is a thing that's happening. I don't know if you're one of the people who was doing this every week before, unironically, or now that I've addressed it, that there's a number of people who keep showing up who haven't watched me in years and suddenly see I have short hair and they go, wow, great haircut, not realizing that they're revealing that they haven't been watching any. Not that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with admitting it, but not realizing that that's what I assume.
How dare you
Now
not
that I've
watched Jimmy Snow?
I shouldn't have addressed it because now I don't know whether it's happening ironically or unironically anymore. It's completely gone. Yeah, I wouldn't say I do hard resolutions like anything I'm going to track, but I definitely have ideas of like, in 2023, I would like to do maybe a small version of, I've been talking about doing LineCon for a long time. I want to do like a mini convention of people from the line. I'd like to, and people that's begun to be talked about in our little super group chat. Ben and Shannon basically have established that if we do it during one time, one can't come, and if we do it in the other time, we have to choose between Ben and Shannon. But the worst part is Ben needs it to be sooner, and that's why it's not going to be Ben. Ben, I'm sorry, I don't have the money to put on LineCon yet. We're gonna have to raise that.
Either way, like the thing is, even if you tried to work around a med student schedule or a resident schedule, it's not. No one's gonna win by trying to accommodate the one in medicine. It's bad plan.
Yeah, it's too tough. It's too much. I've got, let's see. So I'd like to put on some kind of LineCon. I'm sure Matt and I both have an idea that in 2023, sooner than later, we'll finally get the debate series off of the ground for the line. What we've been referring to as NBOSS in the past. I'd like to start selling my handmade woodwares as merch. I think that's a way cooler. I just feel bad about like, don't get me wrong, I'm still going to continue to sell like distributed merch where it's like, hey, here's our design. You know, here's now available to patrons only. You can buy a no, you're done shirt and support Matt's show. And you can buy well, if the transatlantic people would ever say something memorable, we'd put that on a shirt.
We could at least have some kind of merch at all for our show. Like, we got nothing right now.
No one has anything.
I feel like our most prominent sticking point is like mayo or not mayo right now. And I don't know if I really want merch that's like mayo or not mayo.
Hashtag Team Mayo shirts. I don't know.
I don't want that to represent me. Goddamn.
I don't know. And it seems like if you wore that in the South, it would start a lot of conversations with people you don't want to talk about trans rights with anyway. Like, you're like, oh my God, you want to know about my shirt, but I can see a MAGA hat in the back of your truck right now, and I don't want to do this. But anyway, you know, we'll launch that stuff. I want to expand the line more. I want to start selling my wood wares to. I'm launching a series of paddles. That's exciting to me. A series of handmade wooden paddles for kayak enthusiasts who want to represent their love of canoeing is actually what I meant. Kayaks are double-sided. These will be single-sided. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be, what else do I want out of 2023? I'd like to, this is like very personal, but the fuck do I care? I'd like to enter a meaningful relationship. I'd like to end how desolate and alone I've been in 2022. I'd like to fall asleep in someone's arms or with someone in my arms once in 2023. That'd be nice. That actually
just one time. That's all you get.
Just one. That'd be good. I don't know. What do you got? Anybody else got any in 2023? I'd like to.
I mean, it's not really a like it. I mean, I'd like to do it, but it's kind of the thing I've been working on for like 20 years. Like, I'm going to become a doctor this year. Like, this is incredible. Like, I've put a lot of time and energy, and like, I've cried a lot. I've cried at home a lot. I've cried in closets at the hospital a lot. I've cried everywhere a lot for this degree, and I'm very excited to finally get it.
I'm excited for it too, and I'm excited for all of the times that we're going to trick you into thinking you're showing up to like a Zoom hangout, and it'll be like, Ben, oh my God, it's so exciting to see you here. I have this mole, and if you would just take a look at it real quick, what do I do about That's.
I'm gonna tell you all to go fuck yourself. That's what's gonna happen.
But you won't
That's
if
fair.
it looks like a melanoma, right? You'll be like, go fuck yourself.
No, I would
but-
not do any. I would not intentionally endanger anybody that I know and care about.
Just
So,
get a.
I just really want the shows on the line to be successful and for us to actually produce baby snakes.
Oh yeah, baby snakes
Yeah,
in
I think-
2023.
Snakes is the big thing, and I'd really like to get our content for the Epic Loot Exotic stuff kind of off the ground. Where, you know, Matt and I are both similarly bad about applying any effort until the last minute, where we have absolutely no choice but to do it, which makes this kind of thing difficult. But you know, here's open.
That brings up another thing that I didn't think of, which is I in 2023 will be sabotaging all attempts as best as I can of Matt and Arden to try and move away from Austin. I'll be trying to keep it discreet and just make sure that every step of the way it just seems too complicated. Better just stick around.
Look, I can tell you
think
how.
I have the hiccups.
Look, as long as you have a comprehensive plan to, in Minecraft, get rid of the Texas legislators and buy us like a large ranch, we'll stay.
Yeah, I don't have that, but I can just keep anonymously slashing your tires.
I think at that
that's
point
my
we would
only
just
plan.
fly.
Anyway, if you want to call in and tell us what your 2023, I've just opened up lines. I if people were calling before and they were like, damn, and they're all full, they weren't. We had 0 lines open, but they are now open. And you can call in if you want to share with us, or if you want to fight about, you want to argue about something, I'll argue. You want to talk about politics, I'll talk about politics. We've got 5 fucking hours of this. 4 hours and 40 minutes left though. And so we got time to talk about whatever, but if you want to call in and tell us your New Year's resolution, we're going to keep those calls very quick. We also don't generally let people just call and say like, great show you guys do, but you know what? We will tonight. If you want to feed my ego and you think that that's a smart move, you can feed my ego tonight too. You can tell us which show on the channel is your favorite and why, what you're excited for, things that we've announced for the future, what things you're looking forward to. I don't care. Just call. I'm opening extra lines. We'll talk to you. And then in about an hour and 40 minutes, we will count down to midnight for people on the East Coast. I guess we could do Shannon's also in about 38 minutes. We could do Shannon, but Shannon's not going to be here. And I don't know anybody else in Shannon's time zone. Not one person.
No, me either. I'd like to make a request for the callers. I have no interest in talking to any gender critical callers, and in fact, I was kind of so annoyed that Pamela called the Christmas show and not Transatlantic when I'm like there with the intention of talking to transphobes. That if anybody calls to talk about gender critical stuff, I'm gonna be like, call our fucking trans show, you coward, or eat shit, because that show is literally there for that purpose.
I think there's literally one call waiting right now that's probably like feeling real bad about themselves. Like, oh shit.
Well, good. They should be.
I don't think they're gender critical, but I think they're calling about issues like that. I think they're.
Yeah, I want to tell the audience, like, I know it's surprising to a lot of people, but just because a trans person exists or is on a show in front of you does not mean you have to make the entire show about trans people. Like, we're just regular people talking about regular things sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be a little defensive here. I think that it's probably my fault on Sunday, or some combination of. Actually, if Matt's more paying attention to chess than me right now, I'm just gonna blame him.
I'm listening to you.
Damn it!
I'm getting beaten on by
I was gonna
somebody way
blame you
better
if you
than
were
me.
listen. But I think we had sort of invited a like, call in, we'll argue about fucking whatever. We'll talk about whatever. And so it had sort of been invited. And so then when the issue itself was a trans issue, we assumed we should give it to you. And also I took that opportunity. I don't know if you... Go ahead.
It's not just you. Like, this is on like every show I've ever been invited to. Like, there's always people, like, especially if it's Katy and me or Arden and me. If there's 2 of us at the same time, people are like, yes, we're going to debate trans issues. When like, I don't know. This
Yeah.
assumption just.
But that is what you do on this channel, though. Like,
it is true.
I guess
but
I'm saying,
we have an
I guess I'm
actual
saying,
show
I
for that.
kind of get it. Like, it's sort of like I understand that even if I hadn't invited it, that Brett Keane might call back tonight, for example, who apparently everyone thinks it's really funny that I had no idea who Brett Keane was, and so I'm happy to. I don't know, fucking. I still
don't know.
barely. I feel like I'm now aware because people have left comments that are like, yeah, he was somebody said he was like, imagine early Matt Dillahunty, but without any good arguments or bravery. It was something like that. It was like,
I know I've heard the name Brett Keane before, and so when he said his name, I was like, oh, I know you're somebody, but I don't know or care who the fuck he is.
I was so unaware of who he was. I thought his name was Brett King. I did not think it was King. I thought he said, hey, it's Brett King. And I was like, all right, fucking sure. Anyway.
Kink.
Brett King.
Well,
that's
congrats to the viewer who just easy beat me 3 or 4 times in a row.
Well done. And then as always, we will do look, I'm really disappointed about this. I have proof because I both told Shannon and Matt and then was on the phone with a friend if I had to prove it that I went to like 6 different stores yesterday to try and find warheads because Ben had 15 warheads and would not shut up about it. So I decided, I'm kidding. I love you, Ben. I really do.
It was really bad.
I decided to look up how many like people do. And apparently like the warheads challenge is 150. And so I was just like, I'm just going to do 20. And well, instead of tying it to like $10 super chats, I was going to tie it to people becoming patrons. Because patrons right now is what the channel, we need everything. We need super chats to run the individual shows, but we're trying to use the Patreon to launch off the ability to sort of hire some people who can come on with some extra expertise that are lacking right now. One of those to make sure that we can do a quality podcast version of everything. And so that's sort of the whole deal. Anyway, I was hoping to have warheads. The closest I have is downstairs. I bought what looks like it's Warheads brand. That's the weird thing. 2 truck stops didn't have Warheads, but they had 3 types of Warheads candies that weren't Warheads. They were like Warhead cubes or Warhead straws, or the third was Warhead jelly beans, but not just Warheads. So anyway, I have some of the bag that looked the most intimidating. I have some of the Warhead cubes downstairs that I could grab, but I think it's probably like the equivalent of having like 3 or 4 of them by the time you get through a whole bag of cubes. They look like they're meant to be eaten
more than one at a time. Where did this warhead shit start? Because I'm so tired of hearing the word warhead at this point, and I don't know what it was about.
Well,
I know Ben ate some.
We literally just were thinking of foods that are tough to eat. They after the pickled chicken peanut butter, whatever that sandwich was, there wasn't chicken on it, but the relish peanut butter. We were just looking for things that are hard.
Peanut butter.
Yeah.
What's hard about warheads?
They're sour. They start to wreck your tongue. Ask Ben. His tongue supposedly still hurts.
Burned. Well, it's better. It's a lot better today, but it actually burned my tongue, and I could not eat after that. It was so bad.
For how long?
Jesus Christ, I cannot fucking play.
It got a lot better the next day. So maybe 12 hours of not being able to eat.
Sure. See,
and then it was still painful, but
I've got to tell you, when you were complaining, I was rolling my eyes all the way into the back of my head. Because I have as a kid, I loved sour candy. And so I'd buy like multiple tubes. Does anyone remember Shock Tarts? They don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Shock Tarts?
No. Yeah. They're like,
those, yeah.
What you can get that's closest now are sour, chewy, sweet tarts, and it's probably the same thing. Maybe it's just rebranded, but the actual Shock Tarts don't exist anymore. And it was basically like a pack of like 20 in a roll. You get them in like the Mentos looking rolls. I would clear like 4 of those tubes in one sitting, and my tongue wouldn't work for a week. And so you were like, "Oh, it's so bad." I'm like, "I think there was like 15. How is this that bad?"
It was bad.
I used to eat the like share size bags of sour Skittles and then fun dip my finger into the big pile of powdered sour at the bottom. I was like, I was not impressed, Ben. So
Well, see, that's fine. That's fine if you're not hurt by it. But like, legit, I left that, and I actually had burns on my tongue from it. Like, it was bad.
Goddamn.
just chemical burns.
Actual burns.
I felt bad. I felt bad watching you. I could see your suffering, and I was like, "Oh no, what have we done?"
You even said it was a lot better after like 12 hours, and I'm like, 12 hours? This wasn't an ongoing days of issues. And then you came in and you were like, you should do spicy ramen after. And there was something about the way you worded it where I thought you were saying you then did that. And I was like, okay, fine.
No,
whatever you do, I'll
I'm
top
saying
it.
You should.
Yeah. I don't really like most of those like yakisoba things, not because of their level of spice. But yeah, Matt likes the real spicy wings. Well, I shouldn't say the 3 out of 4 flames.
I loved spicy food. I would happily do that over the warheads. But it's not the actual taste of the spice that gets you. It's the heartburn afterwards that like, yeah, if you don't prep for it right, it's just miserable.
Yeah. You all talk. I need to do on some production stuff.
Well, Arden is the one that really, really likes hot stuff.
Oh yeah, I saw him chug like a bottle of this really spicy hot sauce.
I know.
He's
I
like,
had
"It's not
no
that bad."
spice tolerance. I used to have no spice tolerance, but Matt eats so much spicy food that I've just been eating it because we eat together, and so my spice tolerance has gotten way, way stronger in our relationship. I've moved up from the 2 flame sauces at Pluckers to the 3 flame.
So I've gone with that. I've gone with you now twice, and the first time I went, I got 2 of the hotter sauces, and then when we went, that was last night. Yeah, when we went last night, I purposely didn't go that hot again. I like hot, but I need to plan accordingly to other things I am doing. And it turns out if you eat the 3 flame hot stuff and then have to drive for 45 minutes to get home, you will have to stop twice for the bathroom. And I don't.
I won't. You might.
Right. Well, I did. And so, and one of them was a very close call. So close that I don't know if it was a close call or if I just managed to keep it all betwixt my butt cheeks. Anyway, I love them coming in. But spice activates the whole irritable bowel real easy. This is what everybody logged in for, to hear about my bowel movements. Let's go ahead and start talking about
Irritable bowels.
Yes.
Let's go.
Irritable bowels unite. It's the name of our union. And then we'll start taking some of these calls about. Okay, hang on. Let me do this real quick. Hey, John in Arkansas, are you actually watching the show, or are you just did you just call in seeing that the show was going live?
I'm watching the show. I think there's a delay between the internet and my phone, though.
Yeah, probably about like 30 seconds. So we already addressed on trans issues. While I'm willing to fight about theism and stuff, on trans issues, go ahead and wait until Thursday show, Transatlantic Call-In show, and call in then about it.
I was hoping to talk to Matt about it because I'm kind of a fan of Mr. Matt, and it kind of surprised me when he was using the proper pronouns. I was kind of taken aback by that.
Yeah, sure, John. But here's the thing is no. I'm going to answer for Matt. You've been given instruction that on a trans issue, you should talk to the trans people on the trans show. And you go, I'd really prefer to have this conversation with the cis white male. And so if you want to do that on Matt's show when it's all opened up, but we're not going to take a trans issue with 2 trans people here and make our New Year's show about you talking to a cis person about trans issues that they said they don't want to address tonight, so they can just sit back and listen.
I'd love to talk to all of you guys, but
yeah, but we said which topics we weren't going to actually address.
You're not listening. Call back either Wednesday to Matt's show if you want to talk directly to Matt. Later. If it's Matt, you'll only listen to, call Wednesday. If you want to talk to actual trans people about their existence and the validity of their existence and your thing about whether sex can change and you having a problem with pronouns, and you want to actually go to the source, call Thursday or do both. I don't care, but I'm just giving you the instructions.
Also, if you're wanting to talk about like sex and if it can change. Like, I'm not only a trans person, I have a degree in biology and I'm getting a medical degree here soon. So, like, how about you bring your argument to somebody with qualifications to address it instead of just trying to go for the person that you want to talk to? Because it's kind of almost a
I'll
little
talk
bit
to you too.
dehumanizing to be
Pretty
like,
rude.
I don't want to talk to people who this actually relates to about their issue. So just that's all I'm going to say about it.
John, you have the
I
instructions.
got
That
you.
all makes sense
I'll
for
talk
you?
to all of you guys.
Cool.
I'll call back later. Sorry about that.
Wednesday or
Happy New
Thursday.
Year.
You got it, John. Happy New Year. I thought that would have gone down easier. I thought I was just going to give the instructions and move on, but no, I actually want to stay and talk about the issue we said we're not going to cover, but I want to talk to one of the cis panelists, not the trans panelists, about the validity of the trans panelists.
I am confused though, because I thought granted I was playing and losing because I'm playing badly today. I could have swore he said that he wanted to talk to me because he heard me use the right pronouns.
He doesn't.
Yep.
He has a problem with people using pronouns, and then it said he also doesn't believe a person's sex can change. Which, every time
that doesn't answer that doesn't address what I said.
I was hoping it would give you some. I don't know. To me, it's.
He said that he wanted to talk to me.
Yeah.
Because I used the right pronouns. I don't know what that means. Is what I'm saying.
I see.
Yeah. Well, it means that he assumed that you're going to be some like biological essentialist, and he was shocked to find that you follow the evidence and affirm trans lives.
Yeah, I love when I get things with people that are like, man, I agree with Jimmy on this issue, and this issue. I just wish he believed like me on the, and it's literally like, hey, the thing that's really going to fuck you up is the same mechanisms that got me to all the things you agree with me on is the mechanism that I got to trans validity on too, because I didn't start there, my friend. And like the other things, my mind was changed by actually, instead of going with my gut and the things that I felt were right, or the things that didn't offend my own masculinity more, I went with actual skepticism, and it turns out trans people are real and valid, and you should call their show to talk about them. I feel like that's a really easy request. Okay, let's do some super chats and then calls, because we've already gotten quite a few super chats, and I want to make sure we don't get too backed up on them. I don't think. Let me double check something. Okay, fuck you. Somebody last night was I was telling them like, yeah, just while you're doing whatever, have our live chat open and say hi every now and then. And they were like, well, I'll be doing this thing at that time. And I was like, I'm doing 9 things at a time during these shows. Don't come to me with this multitasking inability. But I was teasing. Anyway, I think I'm looking for this one. I need to make sure that, okay. So making sure that shortcuts were still working, because when your thing was double green screened again, I was worried that it had reverted back to an older version. But we're good. Okay, that's good. And now I can send this. So this first one should say it's from Mr. Monster. And it's all, okay, I'll move that out of your faces. But Mr. Monster says, somebody read that while I move this out of your faces, please.
Why are Black Eyed Peas so lucky on New Year's? Is it a Southern thing? Also, Happy New Year. You guys are awesome. I don't know if it's a Southern thing, but most of the people I know who were into doing Black Eyed Peas for New Year's had Southern ties.
Can someone explain this to me? What is the tradition revolving Black Eyed Peas?
It's like eating Black Eyed Peas for luck. And not just
weird.
like Will.i.am and Fergie. Like
right.
The actual food.
This is widely known. People know this tradition. Like I'm not, is it weird that I don't know it, or is this somewhat obscure?
It's not weird that you don't know it. It's like I didn't learn about it until I was in my 20s probably, and got exposed to people from other parts of the country. But it's definitely some kind of regional thing.
I 100%, when it was Black Eyed Peas, I thought we were talking about Fergie at first. James Call says, are resolutions more important in the northern hemispheres because of the increase in sunshine? Rebirth. Interesting. I think this is one of those ones that a lot of atheists don't do, because it kind of feels like it's a religious thing almost. Like it feels like the same way that people are like, I'm not going to do this version of Christmas or this whatever. I feel like I'm used to atheists saying like, no, I don't do New Year's resolutions, that for some reason they atheists are skeptical of doing them. But I
feel like I have aphasia right now or something.
Okay.
Are resolutions more important in the Northern Hemisphere? I don't know what the hell that means.
Well, I assume implied is that they don't even really talk about them in the Southern Hemispheres. That's what I
Who the hell would
that
know
assumption.
that, and why would that remotely be true?
I don't know.
The Southern Hemisphere is a pretty big fucking place. You saying you cross the equator and all of a sudden people don't care about resolutions?
Yeah, no, I get the point they're trying to make, but it doesn't really make sense when you think about it for longer than 30 seconds.
Matt,
I'm playing badly, but I didn't think my brain was quite this broken right now.
what's flashing over there,
Just
right
unclear.
under the E on your chessboard, right at the bottom of your screen? Something's flashing.
I have no idea what it is.
Weird. Okay.
Cover it.
Yeah, it's on the screen. Is it? I absolutely see it. It's part of like the camera thing. Here.
Oh, it even
Nope.
crops it out somehow. Wait, okay. So is there a layer?
Some kind of OBS thing.
Weird. All right. Well, I won't be able to notice anything else for the rest of the show. Moving on.
I had noticed it. I could try resetting everything. Hey, okay, I'm gonna go check chat. James, could you explain, please, what the hell are you talking about with this Northern Hemisphere thing? I'm always more disturbed when somebody comes up with something that I legitimately, it's like, I don't know what thought process led to this.
Mm.
I really want to, I'm just baffled.
I have a tummy ache. We've got $9.99 from Fallen Chloe. We may have to put a $10 limit on tonight's super chats because right now it's just tons of them are flowing in. Captain Red Bull says, New Year's resolution, send more support to the line. Love the shows. Yes.
Yes.
Keep the channel alive as it gets better. You're just going to, I feel that we do a good job of showing the more you support, the more comes back. I don't think it looks like we're all becoming independently rich off of this thing, because literally I feel like every time more money is coming in, I try to figure out, all right, let's launch another show. Let's launch another something. Let's talk about LineCon. Let's try and buy a call-in system. My instinct is always to either make the show better or expand the programming. So we appreciate all the support that everybody's given us through the years.
I figure there's a non-zero percent chance that I'm going to have to like reboot and reset everything at some point this night, in which case that little flickering thing will go away. I hope.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't either. I noticed when your hand goes...
When you crop it to a two-shot...
Mm-hmm. It only cuts out because we're so tight on a two-shot.
Yeah, it's still... I can see it in OBS.
Right. And when you put your hand in front of it, you can see that your hand is cropped out, like it's above you. It's the most forward thing on your image.
No, I think it's being generated in OBS.
Yeah. Wild.
Probably
do you do your
related to the
green
green
screen in OBS?
screen. Yeah.
I think you can like tweak the properties like a little bit.
You could also just zoom your overall frame in by 2% and it would just crop it out, but it's still one way. Wait, I think I didn't read this one. Strobe says, thank you guys for all you do. I love the line and look forward to every single show. I'm a patron for the channel. Encourage others to do the same so we can help keep the new content coming. Happy New Year, heathens. Yep. Patreon. They're still asking, even though I keep saying the podcast will come when Patreon is well supported. We'll probably need about 250 people supporting at some level on Patreon to make the podcast form happen, because there's a lot of shows and I'm not going to put out a crappy version of it. Like the people who are like, just extract the audio and put that out. You will find that when you're only listening to audio, it doesn't work. So it's not flashing anymore. And that's what's good.
It's coming from the black magic thing. Video capture, but I don't know what it is. It's not the green screen at all.
Jeff Edwards says, thanks for all you do. I consider you guys family by proxy, and it's so great to hang out on NYE with you. Yes. We got the first countdown for the one that doesn't matter for people in Canada in like 15 minutes. It's the alleged countdown in that much amount of time. Though, isn't most of South America also east of North America? Isn't that how it works out? Like, isn't it, aren't people usually surprised to find out that like Brazil is east of Florida, or is it the other way? I don't know. There's something like that exists.
Clue.
Yeah.
What?
This is another one of those, like, I think I read a study once. Kind of like those.
I have no idea.
Kind of like how most of the people who live in Canada live south of Maine. That one is true. That's one of those facts.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just making these up as I go. $13.99 alleged dollars from Rebus Win. Thank you. Want to call in and to say great show, you guys, but have been sick for a while. Still can't talk without sounding like a dying duck. So great show, and Team Arden because she shout me out in Christmas show. There's no voting
Yay.
tonight, but thanks.
If there was, I would win. I'd be winning.
Okay, are we back? Am I back till I collapse?
You're back. I can see
Okay.
you. I'm back.
Are we back on YouTube? My internet at home just hiccuped, so that was great.
Apparently, there's two of you.
I don't know if we're back or not. Is it hiccuping again? What the fuck is happening? Okay, hang on.
I was desperately trying to understand that Northern Hemisphere thing because I'm like, somebody in chat said maybe he's from the Southern Hemisphere and just doesn't know anybody in the Southern Hemisphere, so it just assumes it's a Northern Hemisphere thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's possible, but
I see y'all, or I see Arden now.
Okay.
I think we're back.
I think we're back, yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have to go refresh?
I'm still rebooting.
Oh, you're
Okay.
rebooting your whole system?
Somehow
Yes.
you
Okay.
rebooting your system
Maybe
broke
they'll get rid of
my
the thing.
computer.
They'll probably have to send me a new.
Mhm.
Nah, it
Yeah,
should
that's how that
it should be the same one as before.
He said it should be the same one.
Okay.
Ready to connect. Click connect to show
Sorry,
now.
everybody. I don't know what happened
You
there.
are connected as the host.
Fucking.
Welcome, host.
Let's see,
You
are
are
the
now in
calls
the
all
host
still
room
on
and can
hold?
manage your
Yeah,
callers
calls are
from the
still there.
call-in studio web interface.
Sorry, everybody. Wasn't my fault. The internet fucking took a shit.
You guys could hear Matt because he was coming in through my mic, not because his
Yeah.
camera's broken.
All right. Let's make sure. Okay. Everything looks. It looks like we're okay. Looks like we're back. Looks like. Were there any new super chats I needed to add? I think we've got that one in. Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna catch up on super chats while I know I still have them because we have lost them before. So when things like that, Damo 99.99, thank you, very very generous. No chat with it, but I appreciate that a ton. Seriously, we appreciate so much all the support we get here. Analyzing Avatar says, which call or moment on a call is your most memorable from 2022?
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
I know there was one. Because I milked the fuck out of it because it did. I knew it was going to do well as a clip, and I think it was that doesn't do pronouns guy. But actually, a lot of the memorable things has been really recent. Honestly, like
Yeah.
I feel like even I know it's easy to say that because it's short term, but I feel like the call where I sort of rudely joined in. Forrest was doing a show by himself. To be like, hey, just because Forrest is being polite, I'm not going to pretend you're not doing a bunch of dog whistles here. And this guy who was pretending to be like, no, I get this and get this. We got his bigot mask right off. I feel like I'm going to be thinking about that call for fucking ever. And then the call on the Sunday or on which show is that? On Tuesday with Beat the Cult, I'm going to be thinking about the call from Mark for a while where I told Mark how to beat me at debate every step of the way. Don't do this, do this. And it, didn't work out, but it was a very nice call also. Do either of you have a memorable 2022 call? Oh, Matt's back too.
There's at least two. I mean, the one with Wes just this past week was pretty good
Yeah.
for me. I feel
Yeah.
like that one's Ben and I both went off on him on like long, detailed, like good rants, and yeah, he was just a dishonest shithead the whole time. And then
Do you know what I remember in
can't-
2022 was when Wes ended a call when you were asking about respecting people's pronouns and stuff, and he goes, "You can't make me follow your religion."
yeah. There was another it was a dude who called who was like kind of spouting some bigoted stuff, but every time we gave him information, he was like, "Oh wait, really? Is that the stats on that? Oh wow, okay." So I guess like he was actually taking in new information. And it's not often you get someone who's like spouting actual propaganda who can take on information. Like we caught him early enough to like stop the disease from spreading. That was a good one, but I don't remember the caller's name or when. It was only like a couple months ago though.
Yeah. What about you, Ben? Anyone from 2022 that sticks out?
I don't remember the actual call or even what the call was about, but there's one that I went all Angry Ben, and I ended up being Angry Ben for like the entire episode. And I think even Katy was sitting there just like uncomfortably watching what was going on. And it's funny because I thought I was super angry, but I guess I watched back and I really wasn't that angry. My own perception of my angriness is like way more than there actually is, but
I have that
I don't remember
experience.
what call that was.
I've had that experience many times where I remember how passionate I was and feeling like I had raised my voice and that I had probably gotten intense, and then go back and watching and being like, some part of me still holds back in those situations. And you know, I don't know that I feel like it should, but some part of me does. Yeah, I've had that observation about myself. Matt, in all of 2022, is there a call that sticks out as the most memorable? It's a hard. Anything before June could have happened any time in the last 3 years to me. Also,
Yeah.
that's part of the problem.
No, it's there.
I've done call-in shows for almost 20 years, and more of them in a week. I genuinely, I can't count how many times people are like, "Oh, do you have a favorite call? What was your best call? What was the weirdest call? What was it?" I don't. My brain does not store them.
Yeah.
I am sorry, callers. You are all forgettable.
Some stick out sometimes. I mean,
I'll
Wes
remember
has
them
such
later.
right. Wes has such a distinct voice that I now like. I've practiced my impression of Wes. Like that's
Yeah.
that's how distinguished his voice. No, I'm just saying though, because you're not listening, are ya? What about in it? Oh man, I want to start a conspiracy that it's really me on the other. You added the filter of it sounding like a phone. It might be Jimmy Snow on the other side. Let's see. 10 Australian from Raylan. Happy New Year's. I love the work you do. You folks have helped me deconstruct and become much more skeptical. Thank you very much. Thank you, Raylan.
They spelled skeptical wrong.
I was going to let it go. They gave us money. I'm not
That's all
gonna
right.
correct them.
I love messing with my UK friends who probably spell it correctly.
Oh, that's true. I wonder if that's how they spell it in Australia.
That is a UK spelling. It's just it bugs me that English is such a fucking mess that we have both a C and a K that make the same sound when it's convenient.
Right. I like watching. There's somebody who makes a lot of shorts out there who it's just like it's supposed to be the representatives from two languages just fighting about things. It'll be like, all right, French, what sound does this letter make? Oh, Q. And then like they're like, okay, so how do you say it in this word? Hosofon. It'll be just something wildly different, and they're just emphatically standing by it. Yeah, I enjoy those little things. Where did this go? All right, I'll double check that in a minute. Let's.
Wow, you have a massive queue of callers.
I do. I have 8. So let's go ahead and start because I think we're safe, but we do have a lot of super chats still to do. But we'll talk to Sean in Houston. Sean in Houston, how are you doing? What topic would you like to bring up?
So, I was raised Catholic, and if anybody listens to nonprofits, this is a deep cut that I got input from them on back when it was still Jeff D and Russell Glasser on there. But I've always had a bit of a problem with the fact that the only unifying feature in my heritage is Catholicism. And every family tradition that I've ever known is baked in with Catholicism. I don't believe in any of that anymore, but all of the ritual and tradition of it has a very special place in my heart, and I don't really know how to utilize that or participate in that in a secular way.
Anybody want to hit that?
I'm thinking.
I have heard a couple
thought
of
everything
other
froze
people
again.
talk about being secular Catholics recently, and I have had input from secular Jews that don't see anything weird about it because it's kind of what they do.
Yeah,
But-
Yeah,
Go ahead.
my brain won't process that. Like the notion of being a secular Catholic makes me want to puke. But I
Well,
appreciate
yeah,
the fact
I
that the
very strongly
traditions.
disagree with everything about it. It's purely the tradition and my family heritage are basically one and the same.
Yeah, it
What
sounds more like you're
traditions
interested in keeping your family tradition than the religious tradition. But yeah, I know cultural Jews and I know secular Jews that will go to temple and they'll rise up on their feet when they talk about God and stuff like that. That makes no sense to me. I don't need tradition or things like that. So I'm the wrong person to ask about this because other people do need it. And I at least recognize that has value for them. I don't care about my ancestry or my past or traditions. I care about the people around me and what we're going to do next. I love my brother to pieces. If we never have another normal traditional Christmas of gift giving, I couldn't possibly care less. And if I never set foot in another church, it won't bug me. So, well, in your case, because what matters to me doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter to you. What do you find that you're missing? Is it, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What do you find that you're missing most that you would want to do?
I've tried to talk to other people about it, and the way that I to answer that question best is, I guess, the ritualism of it, the consistent practice of feast days for saints and getting to recognize that and going through the motions. Maybe it's because I'm on the autistic spectrum, but having that very rigid routine is comforting to me. And the fact that I can have that in a way that is linked into my heritage, regardless of what its content is kind of appealing.
I think if you tried it in practice, I think it will. I mean, I don't know how much you're trying it right now, but I know that when I first left Mormonism, I used to even use the term culturally Mormon as though that's something. It's a really stupid phrase. The more you think about it, the more stupid it becomes. But
I grew up with a lot of Mormons, so
yeah.
I know exactly where that would end up going.
And anything that you would call culturally Mormon, I wasn't doing. And anything that I was referring to really had to do with culturally Christian. And so, but I remember missing certain things and even that routine and and I think you would find that if you actually in practice tried to do it, if you are actually unconvinced that Catholicism is true, you no longer believe that, and for good reasons, I think if you start participating, you're going to go, oh, right, this only works if I believe it. Otherwise, this is really stupid. I'm being condescended to constantly. I'm singing song lyrics that make no fucking sense. And Tom every fucking week thinks this is the week that something he found on Google is going to finally change my... Oh, did you see the study that says Catholics have better sex than atheists? That's what you're actually going to be greeted with. The actual ability to get any comfort and stuff when you are totally unconvinced. Church is a chore for the non-believer. It's not a fun ritual. It's not a fun community. And everybody there thinks you're an asshole.
Maybe, but I'm still trying to figure out.
I think I'm almost a decade out of religion entirely, and I get dragged to church every once in a while by family. I thankfully have been in the position where I never have to talk to anybody at church. I never have to participate in any of the social functions, and I do still get that kind of uplifting feeling from some of the activities, like the songs and such. But
okay, which song?
you might be right
Which song do you like? What's your favorite song that you like at Catholic Church? Can you name one? Because I find
Merry Gentlemen.
God rest ye merry gentlemen. Okay.
Yeah, I learned how to sing as a kid mostly through hymns and Christmas music that were in hymn books.
And is it the words you like to say, or you have an attachment to the melody? Because I actually write parodies to hymns for this reason.
It's definitely a much stronger attachment to the melody.
Okay. You might want to try this, because I do this.
History of the making of the music itself.
There are songs, Mormon songs, that will get stuck in my head, and I literally write parodies of them so that when they're stuck in my head and I feel like I need to belt them out in the shower, instead of talking about being thankful for the prophet Joseph Smith, I'm talking about being thankful for a sturdy morning wood. That's one of them. And it'll get it.
Actually sounds like a fun songwriting exercise.
It'll get that if you have the same spectrum issues you do, that obsession with certain audios that repeat in your head until you belt them out to your satisfaction. It works for me, but because I can't sing God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen or anything like it with a straight face. I don't know how a person does who doesn't believe, but I get it. I like the tune, God rest ye merry gentlemen. There's an episode of American Dad where Roger starts singing it, but he's pretending he's a DJ, and he's like, God rest ye merry gentlemen, I'm going to blow your mind. And then it turns into a whole trap mix, and it's awesome. But then you get to like, remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day, and I'm already lost. I'm already out because I'm like, I don't remember that. And by the way, he also wasn't born on Christmas Day. No one thinks that. Everything about this song is already so stupid. And I don't know. I maybe that's what I can't get past and don't understand. I get the melody sticking in your head. You could try writing some parodies, make it about boners. It's funny. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that beyond being a good songwriting exercise, I think you actually have given me some pretty good advice on ways to get the satisfaction out of it while further removing things from the original religious context.
Sure.
I'm wondering if it's not also beneficial to start looking for new traditions. Like I have my own traditions and things that are mildly ritualistic. It's not a huge thing for me, but I certainly have replaced the traditions and rituals that I used to have with other things that don't even necessarily look remotely the same. I have different hobbies. I have different interests. I don't know if that comes close to doing the same thing, but if what you're missing is like the ritual, you can have the ritual without the nonsense of the religion, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I guess the only other problem that I have is just finding ways, and I know you already said that you're not one to care much about the like cultural heritage part of the traditions, Matt.
Yeah.
So yeah. I guess maybe if someone else has input on that, because it is kind of tough for me to like exist in the United States as a white Hispanic and what that means for the background of who I am.
But are you saying you want to be able to embrace? Because the only thing you can even do with that, I
want to be able to find something in my heritage that is not just one random thing off from anywhere. The only thing that unites everything that I am is just Catholicism being omnipresent in the culture. And I feel like completely disengaging from that almost cuts me off entirely from like my cultural heritage and my community. And not purely in a religious sense, because I've spent a month in jail before, and I was openly an atheist to everyone there, but still participating in the prayer circle. And I had multiple people tell me that that was more meaningful to them than anyone else who had ever prayed with them, because they knew I was purely doing it because it helped comfort them. I don't really know how to replace the things like that.
So I guess my question is, what if there isn't something to replace? Is it a necessity? Because there are people in Germany right now who their entire cultural heritage that they're aware of is their Nazi prick grandparents and their slightly different but still pretty Nazi World War I ancestors who were also assholes, and just a history of everything goes back to through a line of other various genocides. And at a certain point, you have to go, because I'm sitting looking at mine. I laugh when I start talking about my 23andMe, because my 23andMe says I'm 99.9% Western European. And if you go down to the breakdown, it's literally 99.9% Irish and British, and there's a little 0.1% Ashkenazi Jewish. It's actually 0.8, and then there's a 0.1% that I have a little bit of hope in because it's undefined. I'm sure it'll be somewhere else, much more exotic. And at a certain, do we need to have proud histories to attach ourselves to? Do we need to have family that we can say, yes, I'm a part of the proud line of such and such, so we can feel somewhat elite or better than other people because there are people in our past we're proud of? I'm much more fixated on the present and what I'm going to do about the future than the fact that I come from a long line of people who eat potatoes and season things poorly. I don't do anything with that.
It has anything to do with the pride, because, and I probably did use the word actually now that I think about it, but it's not really a pride that I feel in it so much as just it is a very strong personal identifier. And as we're going through this conversation, I'm recalling a conversation that I had with my therapist years ago about another thing that I had attached a personal identity to a little too strongly. And I
was it cryptocurrency, you bastard?
Oh God, no.
I'm just kidding. It's just, I know a lot of those people. And I'm sorry to cut you off because right now we've got lots of calls on the line. We're trying to do lots of little calls today. I think we can have a longer call about this if you want to talk about it on one of the other shows. But I think that probably you have to work on letting go of this notion that you need some historical identifier to glue your identity to. And I don't know that that's even anything we can work out in a call-in show, because I can't relate to wanting to be proud of my ancestors, because my ancestors are a bunch of imperial fucking assholes. All of them.
Yeah.
I've got
Catholic history is not much better.
No,
there's not a lot to be
isn't.
proud of there.
It less to me an issue of being proud and more just being able to recognize that that is where I come from, and having that still have some part in my life. But
is it important where you come from?
Need to. No, yeah, that's exactly it. It really doesn't need to matter.
It might be. I'm not. Well, I'm not asserting that it's not. I'm asking. So one of the things that different people who come from different backgrounds and cultures, different cultures have stressed the significance of family. Different cultures have stressed the significance of your heritage. This was actually a sticking point between me and my ex-wife. I don't give a shit about anything that happened prior to now, unless there's some lesson there that helps me in the future. Who I am, who I'm related to, has no relevance to me, but it's very important to other people, including people that I love and care about, including my ex-wife. That sort of heritage thing is very important to her, and it's one of those things that's difficult for me to grasp. But I do recognize that it's there for people, and I think for those people that I've talked to, it's one of those things where you just got to come to grips with the fact that if the heritage is important to you, then even the bad shit and the shit you don't like about it has to be important to you as well. But you don't have to be tied to or beholden to that. You can use that as like a launching point to be better than the people that came before you.
Yeah, and that is how I try to look at it.
Yeah. Sean,
And
I think
won't
that's
waste
as
any
much as we
more
can give you
adult
here.
Time. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
I will say, y'all are absolute pussies when it comes to sour shit. I am
not. How dare you?
Of my throat. I've drank so much lemon juice that it made ulcers in the back of my throat, and I had to communicate through sign language.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
not,
So
you're not
let
even
me.
a pussy. That's just stupid.
I drink lemon juice straight.
Yeah,
also,
Okay.
though.
So I wanna stress this for you and for the audience that intentionally suffering does not make you better than anybody else. Okay. That's not something really to be proud of.
I'm so powerful because I
Purely
can
brought it
inflict
up
pain on myself.
Like if that, I
totally
feel like
brought it
you
up.
might have
Okay,
some
we
real
have to-
priorities with what makes
we have
you
to get
confident
Forrest
in
in.
yourself. But
We have to get Forrest in, so we're wrapping this up. Thank you, Sean. Thank you for calling. I agree. The
Y'all
one
have a
could
good
do many more warheads. See you, bud. All right. Which one of you? I don't think either of you replied on Twitter. Who wants to leave for about an hour? Well, and then I think Aron's coming back, and then we'll split up, but we can mix things around or whatever. But Forrest is here, ready to take over somebody's spot, as Forrest has limited time.
I don't care. If Ben wants to stay, I can go. If Ben needs to go, I can stay.
I'll stay for a little bit because I'll be leaving definitely like
Earlier.
near the end of the stream. So
Okay.
Arden
cool.
could just come over here and sit next to me.
That's true. You could.
I would
That
do
is
that,
true.
but I hate just sitting on my knees next to that. So I will go, and I will be back in a little while. Bye,
I'm
guys.
going to leave the
Well, you
obvious
could
joke
put a
on the
chair
table.
here.
Bye, Arden. And now Forrest is here.
I feel
Forrest.
bad that I interrupted and took someone's spot.
No, it's sort of the structure of the whole thing. And if everybody would use the spreadsheets, it would have been very much more smooth. Forrest.
I'm the only one who did. I think
No,
Ben
you
did
did.
a little.
You did eventually.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. After
It was a fun
saying
thing to do.
after saying you weren't going to use it, I was pleased that you understood I was calling you out when I said, please use the spreadsheet. I still have
didn't
no
get
idea.
that, actually. I just thought it would be a fun thing to try.
Oh, I see. I still have no idea for sure when Aron's coming on, because I don't think Aron's. I'm going to text him. But Forrest, I was going to let you go off on. We'd asked everybody else. Okay, let me see. I'm here all night. Drag me in. Okay, so we'll bring Aron in after Forrest leaves.
Yeah.
Let me tell him.
I'd stay for as long as you want. I put down an hour on the spreadsheet, but like, if you want to hang, I can hang.
I thought everyone's time
I'm
was
not gonna-
limited. I'm going to leave and bring in other people.
It's whatever. I'm so happy I can go back to the snuggles and wonderful things that I was engaged with earlier, or I can hang here for a little while longer. It's whatever. It's whatever.
No, it's good.
It's man.
You look
It's a good
dapper as
time.
all hell, and I asked everybody else what their, if
Amber
any,
said it looked like my life was falling apart with my tie undone.
having it. Yeah, you do look a little bit like you're about to like go through the streets, talking, do a little miracle on whatever street action going here.
Like he just walked up to the bar and he's like, wow, let me tell you what happened today.
Yeah. You might be wondering how I got here. What are you looking forward to out of 2023? It doesn't have to be a New Year's resolution, but what are some solid in 2023 I'd like to see that, or if you have resolutions, give us some resolutions.
Man, my resolution for this next year is the same as it is for every year. The same as has been since I was in high school. Every year my resolution is I'm going to make my life more awesome than it was this last year. I'm just going to strive for that.
And just be happier at the end of the year. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's the best thing in the world. Because like if you're wondering, like, you know, I'll be happy when I can do this thing, you'll never fucking be happy. But if you're always excited to get better and to learn more things and to grow and be happy now, and then cool things happen and you're happy about those too, then everything's a fucking party all the time, and it's wonderful.
I have a suggestion. It's sort of a cheat code. Yes. All you have to do is have one awful year. And then the subsequent years, like only my 2021, real bad. 2022, pretty great compared to 2021. I'm feeling real good about 2023.
That's the thing. Honestly, like I've had some shitty times in my life. Like I like to say like I've never had a bad day because at least I was alive. At least I was doing something. I was above ground. But my God, I've had some shitty times. I've suffered with some serious depression and some anxiety and some loss and some grief and some everything that this life has to throw at you. I've been there. I grew up in poverty. I grew up in a horrible situation. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so damn happy all the time, because I know what it's like to be sad. And by comparison, it's not like everything's better now. There's still hardship. There's still bad things that happen from time to time. But like it gives you perspective and it allows you just to decide, how you want to handle. You can't change what's happening to you, but you can change your emotional response to it and how you feel about it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Life's a wonderful thing to do. It's a wonderful game to play.
So what's one thing you're staking all of your happiness in 2023 on? I'm just kidding.
Oh, Lord.
You basically said you won't do
be on this show. That's all I want.
Well, if you just need to do it once in 2023 to be happy, we're only an hour and 45 minutes away from it being next year.
I mean,
it's 2023 is so close.
This today, I got to wake up early and get like a fun start on the day. My lady and I, we went and bought some video games that we've been wanting for a little while at a local shop. It's awesome. Thrill House Games, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Go check them out. Not a sponsor. But we went to a Siggy's Sausage Factory, also in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Also not a sponsor. Best, delicious, homemade, family-owned German foods. We ate
it's called
like
Siggy?
crazy, and then Siggy's, Seigi.
Okay.
Yeah, and we came back home and took some schnitzel naps, and woke up extremely snuggly and full of sausage. And now I'm drinking IBC root beer, which is my favorite root beer. It's delicious. It's just a wonderful. And I'm getting to do this and hang out with my friends and talk to the world about science and dumb
Plus
shit.
Ben.
And Ben's here.
I'm sorry, Ben. Ben, you're one of my favorite people in the whole world, and I'm bullying you too much tonight. And I'm going to step back. I heard it as I said
Jimmy's
it.
just been picking on me all night. It's okay.
I'm going to take a step back. I really love Ben. For anybody who thinks there's any authenticity to any of it,
I think Jimmy's New Year's resolution should be to stop being a shit to
being
Ben.
so mean to Ben. Everyone's so mean to me, and I'm like, gotta pick on. I gotta pick somebody. I'm gonna pick on Ben because Ben's too nice to hit back.
See, jokes on all of you because my chosen career path just abuses me every day. That what I'm just like. We're fine. We're fine.
Like
I've had so many bad experiences. Like the scenes in Scrubs or on any of those medical shows where they're like just being berated by the attendings and they're just being asked questions until they cry. It's real. That is absolutely every day of my life now. And I'm just like, if I didn't cry in a closet today, it's been a good day. So like going along with what Forrest is saying, like if you're alive, it's a good day. If I'm not crying in a closet by the end of rounds, it's been a good day. That's how I gauge my day.
Absolutely.
Like a true bully, I pick on you because you're too exhausted to fight back, which is silly because Matt would have generally found the same joke pointed toward him very funny. Sometimes I'll tell other people which jokes consistently because I'm experimenting on what will make Matt laugh all the time. And there's two categories that I know always work. But I'm keeping them to myself. But every single time, if you make joke A or joke B, Forrest, I think I told you one of them. I think I told you. Don't remember. Okay. Anyway, I thought I did. No. Matt doesn't even know until now, obviously, that I'm constantly experimenting with him. I like that sentence out of context. All right. If you have super chats for Forrest, get them in because at some point Forrest will leave. If you want to, and we'll pick up on some more super chats here. Let's do like 5 or 6 of these quickly, and then jump into more calls and see if we can rapid fire these calls a little better. And by we, I mean see if I can shut the fuck up and not have to go on long expositions every goddamn time. Can we put
bets on how long a call might take?
Well, but then we can control that, right? Like everybody's got the drop button. Everybody has the ability to rant forever.
You figured me out. Never mind.
Oh, this one's for me.
Done.
This
Strobe
one-
says, super chat for student Dr. Ben. I love when you are hosting and you bring an awesome perspective. Fellow
Me too.
DO here and excited to have you join the profession. Enjoy the rest of fourth year. It's about to get real. I feel like Strobes is saying like they know how much pain is coming and they're looking forward to seeing it age you.
Yeah, no, the fun thing is, like, fourth year of med school is all, like, you're so burnt out and you're just kind of slacking off once you've matched. And that's where I'm at. But then intern year just gets so much worse. And I'm scared. I'm not going to lie. I'm absolutely terrified for what intern year is going to bring. And I will cry even more than I've been crying now. So it'll be fun.
Yeah. $4.99 from Captain Red Bull. Matt, have you seen or used the spherical chessboard where the left-right edges don't exist and you can jump from one side to the other?
Yes.
That's very fast. DIY Patrick says, Happy New Year and good night, everybody. DIY Patrick not sticking around for the countdowns. Oh, we missed the Canadian one. We missed the Atlantic. Sorry. Happy New Year.
Canada.
Sorry, Canada. No one cares about you.
Sorry we missed your...
If Shannon were here, I would have been excited to do it, but Shannon chose better friends than us for tonight.
We're real friends.
That's right. J83 Cad says, hey all, appreciate and love the channel. Appreciate your perspectives, insights, and arguments. Happy New Year. Yes, Happy New Year to you. My shoulder hurts like there's gas in it. You know that like gas pain that shoulders get? But there's no reason for it. I haven't had a surgery or something, but it feels exactly like that kind of thing. Anyway, Justin Clark says, discovered your channel a few months ago and love it. It's great to see a wide variety of interesting people speaking eloquently on so many topics, plus Jimmy. I wish you continued success in 2023. Happy New Year. I wish it said plus Jimmy there. I would have deserved it, but I wasn't going to say plus Ben again. Let's see. I'm just going to catch up to being under 30 minutes behind on Super Chats. That's the goal. Same Brush says, Pater Noster Cus in Inferno. I'm sure I pronounced all of that perfectly. I guess it'd be Pater Noster Cus in Inferno. Maybe. I don't know. Rose Northcott says, Patreon versus channel membership. Is one better for the channel? What are the differences for members? Happy New Year, everyone. So Patreon's the one that is easiest for me to track because I'm discovering with channel memberships, it might even be impossible. And we just have had to make it one pool that we then distribute to everybody. But it's easier for me to keep track of tiers and where people are intending things to go. But also Patreon is supporting the future of a podcast. And so that's what Patreon's for. Channel membership, the main perk you get right now, we're going to try and in 2023 do more for everybody, but the main perk you get right now is skipping slow mode, the 30-second delay in live chats. That's the main perk that right now is immediately unlocked. Analyzing Avatar says, Matt, if you still keep up with WWE, what are your thoughts on the show now versus when Vince was in charge?
I haven't watched anything WWE in a decade or more.
Cool.
Would you do a wrestling match instead of a debate someday?
Once upon a time, the answer is yes. Now I physically couldn't possibly.
Yeah. You know,
Not could you? Would
it's not
you?
good for the not good for the old heart there.
If I were healthy enough,
for charity, you and me throw down in the ring.
It's wrestling is scripted. So yes, and I would script it so that I walk away with the belt.
There you go.
See, I've been trying to get Jimmy on the not scripted mat, but he won't say yes to jiu-jitsu.
Well, I won't jiu-jitsu with you. I'm sorry. Andrew Nichols says, it's only a Reel the Line show if there are technical difficulties. Otherwise, it's just a sparkling podcast. Hey, we've not really had technical difficulties except when the internet goes down in quite a while now. And then when I show up drunk. But other than that, there are no technical difficulties. I also don't drink again. I'm back to never drinking, so that's not happening. 2022, hey, that's clever. From Corey Springer, 100% of New Year's resolutions I've made were made in the Northern Hemisphere. Love the work you all do. Have a happy New Year. That is funny.
Thank you, Corey. Somebody in chat, by the way, had said that perhaps the person lives in the southern hemisphere and only heard about it from people who were in the northern hemisphere, and that might be the reason behind the question. And that line of thinking makes sense to me. So thanks.
Sure.
Whether that's true or not, at least I now know one path to get to why somebody would ask that, because I can't even, just generally. I granted, there's a northern hemisphere bias, but if I hear somebody from Australia say something, I'm more likely to say, is that like an Australian thing? Not, is that a southern hemisphere?
Yeah, sure. I don't feel unified with others in the hemisphere all that much. We're not having club meetings. Thank you to Pam Weaver and Roger Wenzel, $20 and $50. Very, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Formless They says, my New Year's resolution is to help fight hate and bigotry. I'm starting with this. Thanks for all you do. I think there was,
awesome.
let me make sure to get the one in here. So we're no longer more than 30 minutes behind on Super Chats. But I did see at least
an hour
one.
behind on calls, so.
Right. By an hour. So we'll hit those here in a second. I think there was at least one for Forrest.
I saw somebody in the chat say that Nefeltoffel is better than chess, and that sounds like fun. Like, I would love to see Matt play that.
I have no side to take on that. Did you see the paper though that scientists released on how humans can successfully beat AI at the game Go? That just came out.
Was it by making terrible moves on purpose? So that
Not
the computer
terrible.
doesn't know what to do?
No, it wasn't terrible moves. It's that there are specific strategies it would have never considered and wouldn't realize it was losing until it loses. And there were specific ways to do it or something. But anyway, someone asked for Forrest, are humans an invasive species?
Strictly speaking, no. In like the whole sense that we're fucking up the planet around us and destroying habitats and like outcompeting other species for resources and things like that. Sure, you can kind of make that line of like a rhetorical thing, but by definition, invasive species are non-native. Humans are native to pretty much every other single part of the planet. We've traveled there and settled there and colonized there before it was like moving to one place to another. It was just a diffusion spread. And then also invasive species are pretty much by definition introduced by humans. So like it doesn't really work that way to say, even if a species is like blown in and rafted somewhere naturally and then they kind of become a big thing, that's still more of a natural diffusion than you would call an invasive species.
Would it be easier to make the case for like oil rigs in the ocean humans being invasive as they're destroying like ecosystems? We're definitely not native to the ocean, right? Like,
right. You could make that argument, but the big thing is like what we're doing there is just habitat destruction, not so much out competition. So we're not going to those parts of the ocean to eat all the fish. We're going there and just destroying where the fish live. So it still wouldn't really fit into the term invasive species.
But I could get super pedantic and be like, right, but we're destroying it for the creation of energy, which is being used partially to increase our consumption of food.
Like instead of eating, we're using energy conversion in a different way. And energy conversion is one of the qualifiers of living things. And you could play with it a lot. Like I said, it works rhetorically. If you're talking about like what humans do and how we're destroying the planet, sure. But like as far as the actual usage of the word, I wouldn't use it that way.
Yeah, if you're looking for a reason to go after humans, we provide humans with hunting licenses for all kinds of species that aren't invasive, that are just disruptive, that have outgrown their ecosystem, and that could be us. We could, have hunting licenses for humans.
I just want to say how commendable and impressive it was, Forrest, for you to concede that debate to me. Okay, Logical Harm says, for Forrest, yell, "This is for science" at the top of your lungs. Maybe take a full step back from your mic before you do.
This is for science!
Wait, I'm guessing people want that as a full screen clip. Do you mind doing it one more time?
No. Yeah, no, by all means, bring me up there.
Give me a second here. All right, it's yours.
Do your homework. This is for science.
Oh, that's a solid.
Like that?
What a great thing that people can use now. And it had the line logo. No, it didn't. Never mind. Fuck. Didn't have the line logo. Nah, I'd have to set it up. That was great. I hope it becomes a viral thing that people clip in. All right, those were the Forest specific ones. So let's do We're going to try and do some of these fast. I think Nick is calling to talk about something great that happened to him in 2022. Nick in California, you're on the line.
Hello, how are you? Happy New Year.
You too. Thank you. Delightful, I think, maybe. We'll see how the night goes. Tired. Go ahead. What did you want to share with us about your year?
Well, actually, I was listening to Shannon Q a couple of weeks ago on Skeptalk, and they were talking about the power of prayer and how religious people invoke the power of prayer that cured people of some sickness. And Shannon had said something about, yeah, but it's never used to cure a chronic illness like MS. And I wanted to call in then, but I was driving, and I wanted to say, I know Shannon's not going to be on tonight, but I wanted to say that I was diagnosed with MS back in 2013. And about 5 years ago, I had my last flare-up of MS, so I have relapse remitting, and the last time I had a relapse was 5 years ago. And my neurologist said that, Ben, maybe you can confirm this, that if you've gone 5 years without a relapse, then you're considered in remission. And so I've never been prayed over. One time I was born an atheist, so I've never been prayed over, but I'm as close as being cured of MS as you can be. Of course, I can't be cured, but I'm in a permanent, quote-unquote, remission. So
I know with cancer, it's if you're in remission for 5 years. So remission is simply we can't detect, and I thought it was this way with MS too, but we just don't detect any signs of cancer.
And you're usually asymptomatic,
right?
As well, and that's really the main hallmark of being in remission is that you're not symptomatic of the disease. So
5 years is when they consider you free of cancer, for example. You're cancer free after 5 years of remission, I know is the routine with cancer. I don't know about MS.
Yeah, well, I don't know the exact criteria.
I still have the brain scars, of course, so when I get MRIs, I still have the sclerosis in my brain.
The lesions.
But the lesions, they haven't gotten bigger. They haven't flared. They haven't done anything. I haven't experienced any symptoms for the past 5 years. So haven't been cured, but I'm in remission, which is great. And I've never been prayed over.
Yeah.
So I know Shannon Q is not going to be on tonight, but I wanted to let Shannon Q know that.
Yeah, I don't think she was saying that nobody experiences MS remission. I think the point is more broadly like when we're talking about these faith healers and these people out there that are out healing, they're not looking at a person who has symptomatic MS, laying on the hands or doing whatever healing ritual and seeing the symptoms that are very like testable, not just if a person is reporting they're feeling pain, but very testable symptoms, suddenly they evaporate. It's always these things that are sort of obscure and untested, and somebody said they had cataracts and then they didn't have cataracts. Thank you, God, for fixing the cataracts of Sam's mom. And
remission in general is an example of how these faith healers and pseudoscientists use those to further their terrible agendas. So they'll, because there are a lot of conditions that can go into remission and just spontaneously remit. And people will say, well, obviously I did this one thing that connected with me no longer having symptoms, and therefore they're connected. But there are plenty of other variables, one of them being spontaneous remission. How do I know that you didn't spontaneously go into remission? Or if there was some other medical treatment that you got that prevented you from having symptoms? I know rheumatology especially is a very, very complex subspecialty of medicine, and something that might cause somebody to remit from something like MS or any other autoimmune condition. There are a lot more variables than just whether you prayed over someone or not. But I do see this frequently where pseudoscientists will use that as a tool for their ideas.
It's funny because the studies
the
that they
whole
have
thing.
done has actually shown that people who know they're being prayed for, there may actually be a correlation with their outcomes being worse. There's
Yes, I've heard
you
you say
don't
that
get
before.
better immediately, and then you feel bad, and so you like end up having your emotion compound on it. It just all plays into humans are really good at apophenia and pareidolia. We're really good at tracking patterns where there aren't patterns and finding significance in non-significant data. And so like
we're better
when
than
you
pigeons.
see,
Said
like,
it.
we're better than pigeons.
That's it.
But barely. But like when you do X and then Y happens, you assume that every time you do X, Y will happen. Now, whether or not those things are actually related. And so when you go to a faith healer, when you go to a reflexologist, when you go to a crystal guru, whenever you go to whatever these other people, these vultures are that, prey on people who are seeking, serious medical help, you feel a little bit better because you think something might have happened, and then the next good thing you see, you're able to associate with it, and it now becomes this part of your new reality, this new faith that you're able to build with yourself. It makes me wonder, and I suppose the only person who would be able to answer this is Ben, how it must feel for a doctor to work their ass off to save someone's life, and then have that person say, thanks God.
I hate that so much.
It's the most demoralizing thing, and it doesn't even just come from religious people. It's this dichotomy of either, like, if something good happens, it's not your success, it's whatever their belief, their God's success. But if it's a failure, that's on you. So you accept all of the blame for everything that went wrong. But as soon as it goes well, you don't get any of the credit. And that's something that it has made me very depressed over the past few years.
I want to make deals with the ER.
wonder-
Go ahead, sorry.
I just wonder when they're going to start suing God for malpractice.
Yeah, no shit.
Right.
I want to make
Well,
deals
I
with
can
ER
say
doctors from now on, where I get where I have an emergency, I get in the ER and I'm like, all right, here's my deal. At the end of this, I'll thank you for everything you did, not God, you. But you have to treat me like I'm not the 200th person you saw today, and then I'm barely an afterthought. That's my deal. That's my problem with ER doctors. Every time it's like, I know you've seen multiple people with abdominal pain today. I know what causes mine, and I'm telling you it's serious. Let's put a rush on this. And
yeah, I'm not a fan of EM personally. It's not my specialty of choice. There's a reason I didn't go into it.
So happy New Year's to everyone except ER doctors. Fuck you. Sorry. Anyway, Nick, go ahead, and then we're going to move to the next call.
Yes, fuck you, you people who are on call willing to take emergencies while other people are sleeping and getting ready for their golf tee off in the morning.
I just hope that my ER doctor is not watching this. That's all. Nick, go ahead.
You have an ER doc? I didn't know anybody had an ER doc. I think you just took whatever ER doc was working.
I could tell you about the one I get the most, because I've been a few times to. Well, I'm not going to say which hospital I go to on air, but
well, see,
anyway.
The nice thing about an ER doc is that they work on shifts, so they get to work and they get to go home when they're done. Their patients are not their patients forever. So
one of the doctors at the ER that I go to has spoken to my doctor the first time I went in and was there for a bit, and basically was like, hey, I need you to talk to this specialty doctor. So the doctor I would say not fuck you to is the one who will usually say, like, hey, he's aware of why he's here. This is a big part of his life. You can just do what he tells you. He's not asking for crack. Now, once that builds up enough, I'm going to start asking for crack. Anyway, Nick, go ahead. Go ahead and we'll finish
I
here.
just wanted to say that I've never been prayed over. That's one of the things I wanted to. I've never been prayed over, but my neurologist does have a theory as to why my MS did go into remission. I don't know if there's some research around it or something, but I was diagnosed back when I was presenting as female, and about a year after I started going on testosterone is when I went into my last relapse. So his theory is that my testosterone level has gone up, and that's contributed to it.
I don't know how that would relate, honestly. It's an interesting thing, because a lot of people don't understand gender affirming care, and especially people that don't provide it will often relate gender affirming care having consequences that are not related at all. And if the majority of MS is caused by molecular mimicry, I need to see data. Like I could be convinced with more data. I don't understand like how that mechanism could.
I hope that the reason your neurologist said that was that your neurologist was aware of something more and didn't just correlate another medically significant thing that happened around the same time.
Because I unfortunately do see doctors do this with specifically trans people.
Right. And also the entire field of chiropractic is based on this.
You mean I don't have superpowers now?
All of it. I did an
wanted that
adjustment and
trans
your cold
superpower.
got better. Clearly chiropractic cured your cold.
Of course.
Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
No, I was just saying, I don't know either. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm relying on
Neither
the
are
advice of
chiropractors.
my doctors.
Thanks for softballing it. Okay, thank you, Nick. Any last words before we let
Happy
you go?
New Year.
Sure,
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Welcome to Jimmy Shits on Chiropractors for the rest of the show. Oh, my goodness. They feel nice.
Right.
I'm only...
There is some evidence that like chiropractic care is useful for like some joint pain in like especially
it's useful
the back
when,
and arms, I think.
It's useful when they don't dissect your vertebral artery. That's usually helpful when they don't do that.
If you have like a mechanical issue with your musculoskeletal system and they can fix it a little bit, there's a little bit of evidence for that. But every other thing, when you fucking when it comes into like, you know, if you have COVID, it's because you're not drinking enough fruit juice and cracking your knuckles too much. It's like fucking Jesus Christ.
But
it gets
even
so
you can
I've already done it.
You can find somebody that will help with the musculoskeletal aspect without giving into the pseudoscience. Like, you can refer somebody to physical therapy and they'll do evidence-based musculoskeletal medicine without problem.
Right.
We're just saying it clearly here. You're not going to cure cancer with chiropractic unless you combine it with some kind of essential oil. Be reasonable, people. This is how. That's what you have to do. A little bit of thieves and lemongrass, and you're good. My grandmother fell for all of that. I know all the oils, including the ones that replace vaccines.
All the oils.
Why did I even go to school? Like, this was clearly the biggest mistake of my life. I could have just become a
con
homeopath
man.
Or something.
Oh, same difference.
Same thing.
Minimus Maxim says, you help people develop a disposition to think. As a science teacher for decades, I think most people do have rudimentary thinking skills, but simply won't apply them in all aspects of life. Thank you for helping with that. I agree with a lot of the statement because I see a lot of people who say very stupid things, not incapable of thinking through them, clearly refusing. Like, I'm fully on board with belief itself isn't a choice, but you see choices being made to stop anything that could challenge because they still say the same stupid stuff all the time and couldn't do the most simple Google searches to see that your question about why there are still monkeys is really stupid. Anyway, that's not even the best example of that. 15 Australian dollars from Hank says,
that is one of the ways that I gauge things. I don't know if I've said this to you before, but like that's one of the ways. Whenever somebody's talking about evolution, they don't believe. I will ask them, why are there still monkeys if we came from monkeys? Why do we have so much faith in Darwin? How can random chance make an eyeball? Like, I'll ask them questions like that are the most basic, simple questions. And when they're like, I know, right? Then that tells me a lot about where the conversation needs to be. I don't need to be speaking at this level. I understand now that they've never had the opportunity to understand the basics. You know what I mean? It completely reframes how I'm going to talk to this person.
I've done something similar, but it's more of when they say, why are there still monkeys? Now I resort to, what do you think my answer is going to be? And see if they even have a concept of what the actual correct answer is, if they've even bothered to hear it before. Hank says, HNY to the Austin crew. Oh, Happy New Year. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Hope you're not too cold. It's 36 Celsius, 97 in the old money. In Adelaide,
it's
time for pool bears.
It's 18 Celsius in Austin.
Glorious.
It's like 64.
and I thrive.
So
it is in Tulsa.
I'm not cold at all. It's beautiful out.
Summer says, Happy New Year. I came out as an atheist 7 years ago and started watching AXB. Thank you, Matt. Arden, after watching you on the AXB, I came out as a woman 18 months ago. I am finally in my right mind and body.
Awesome.
Nice.
Thanks, Summer.
Irobia says, atheist, raised as a Calvinist and went to a Christian school for 13 years. My question that wasn't answered was, given 300,000 years of Homo sapiens, was Abraham's 4,000-year-old tribe the first chosen people? Why was Abraham's, I assume it's supposed to be in there. Yeah, this is a question that's come up before. My dad's theory is that all of the humans that existed prior to Adam didn't have souls. They were fully functioning humans. When they died, they actually died the way we expect to die as atheists, or many of us as atheists expect to die. They were cruelly given that by a God's choice, but the souls weren't put into humans until Adam and Eve. That's my dad's
It reminds me
theory.
of that Hitchens quote when he talked about like how humans have been around for at least two maybe 300,000 years. We'll say 100,000. So like for 98,000 years, we're running around raping, murdering, chilling, war, famine, dying because our teeth come in, like all of these horrible things, and God watches with folded arms. What can possibly be done? Who cares? And then finally, 2,000 years ago, all right. Now I'm going to intervene, and I'm going to do so by way of a filthy human sacrifice in the only part of Palestine that doesn't have any oil. And if that doesn't get through to them, I don't know what will.
I was thinking about the argument we got it when we were doing the show one day, Forrest. The whole the premise of like, isn't there somewhere in the universe the greatest being? The whole like, it's like a combo argument. I don't remember which one it is, but I'm bad at keeping the names in. I was thinking about like, well then if God can do anything and it's the Christian God and he is the greatest being, wouldn't it be greater to have two in perfect sync? And so being able to create anything, you would have to start increasing quantities of perfect beings. And if you're going to follow that through line to God and then Christianity, doesn't there have to be an unlimited number of perfect gods at that point? Because that's what a perfect God would do, is create more and more and more perfect gods to increase the existence of this maximum greatness. And then I realized I had painted myself into a corner because that's pretty much what Mormonism thinks. And I was like, fuck, I can only get so far with this.
It reminds me of like, there was I think it was Aquinas who came up with the argument that like if I can perceive, I can understand perfection. And he had like this weird, like almost like
argument.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. It's almost like Plato's like world of forms. Is that like perfection is a concept that exists, therefore there must be a being that embodies perfection. And I'm like, I remember learning that in philosophy 101 in like college, like very, very beginning. And the first thing I ever raised my hand, like, so there must be a supreme being of ridiculousness, right? Because I understand what ridiculousness is, and therefore there must be an ultimate source of being ridiculous in the universe, right? Like that must be a thing.
Yeah. I'd love to see their maximally perfect titty god. My goodness.
I mean,
I just became religious. Captain Red Bull says, donation to be used for Subway sandwiches to get my New Year's wish granted by Roland. Is there anything else to be done? Please don't say I have to sacrifice a goat or anything. All right, I'm very sorry to tell everyone here, I apparently have to take you to Subway and get you sandwiches. I'm just kidding. I don't care much for Subway, but they're fine. Their fresh mozzarella meatball thing is kind of good.
It's not for you, it's for Roland.
That's right.
Roland doesn't need any sacrifice. Roland's a good guy. Roland doesn't care about any of that.
But I think Roland's the god. This is Captain Red Bull. Captain Red Bull, next time you're in Austin, I'll get you a Subway sandwich. Probably not. Someone's gonna email me and say, "Hey, I was Captain. You remember you said I'd do that?" And I'm gonna say, "Nope, prove it." And then I'm gonna never reply ever again. But it's a nice thought. $50. Thank you so much from Margin. Sorry. Jimmy, I feel what you said. I almost died twice this year, and so 2023 has a very low bar. My main worry is that in a few years, I'll look back on 2022 as the good old days. Cheers to all. Thanks for all the fun. This year, I got severe bronchitis. A tornado hit my town, probably my house. Still not perfectly confirmed, but the pattern says it was right around here. And then when I was visiting Matt like a week and a half ago, I watched a truck's tire explode on the highway going 80 miles an hour. And it just, I'm not kidding, it exploded. I'll have to put the video out because I told my car to record it after. It exploded and it just went down on the rim, didn't even spark, and he just pulled off. I thought it would be much, much more dramatic. Everything I have learned from Cops failed me. The show Cops. JK says, last time I was Forrest with pipe and robe, he looked like Hugh Hefner. Nice tie.
No, thank you.
We liked the Hef look. I'm just trying to catch up to once again not being 30 minutes behind. Abner Castro, thank you. Aerobia says IBC root beer is the greatest of all time. Thank you, Sharon Bernasconi. Really, really appreciate the support.
Sheridan.
Rican Legend says, Happy New Year's, guys. Question mainly for Forrest, but if you all want to chip in, I'm a follower of the MCU religion. What's your favorite MCU movie and Disney Plus show? Thank you for what you do. Love
And this was a
y'all.
question for Forrest? Wow.
Yeah, it's a weird. Why would you send it to me?
Are you as into the MCU as I am?
I know. I don't watch a lot of things. I have no idea what my favorite movie is. Amber and I tried to go through like every single MCU thing from start to finish and like watch all of them, and they made us want to die. Go watch the series Marvel's Inhumans. It's the worst thing you'll ever see.
They're making a second.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is terrible. And then we watched Cloak and Dagger, and that made us give up on the endeavor. For
Holy
a long
shit! Who
time.
made you watch the 3 worst shows ever in MCU?
We're watching
none of those. None of those are on Disney Plus. None of those were even canon to the MCU. You listed 3 shows that aren't canon to MCU.
We wanted to watch the whole MCU in chronological order, and so like you watch like this. You watch like these 3 episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and then this 1 episode of Jessica Jones and then half of Daredevil and then this Iron Man movie and then like you have to and there are like calls to each other sometimes, but the rest of the time you're just gouging your eyes out. It's
listed
wild,
all
bro.
the stuff that's not MCU except for Iron Man movie.
I don't know. What
MCU is the Marvel's MCU is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Netflix shows were not canon, although Daredevil will be because they're getting a season 4 on Disney Plus. Inhumans and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were spinoffs that were not canon, and because you know that because the Darkhold is in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and it's nothing at all like the Darkhold that shows up in.
It's a very strange business
in WandaVision, which is canon. So yeah, somebody asked you about MCU and you don't know anything about the MCU.
Matt, if you'll explain to me,
I don't know what things are.
Matt, if you'll explain to me the web of how all of those things fit together in the timeline, and what in return, I'll tell you what sex is like. All right, moving to the next super chat. That was a solid one. No one.
Who's curious.
It's not solid if you're complaining about how little sex you've had.
That's true. I do that also.
My favorite part of this joke is it wasn't an insult against me. For once.
Hey,
Ben's the best.
I'm the only one here that knows about the MCU, and they have
no, that's not true. The funny thing is I actually know quite a bit, not just the MCU, but I've read a shit ton of Marvel comics from my years being sick and young, and I'm very much looking forward. I'm very much looking forward to what they are going to do with the Silver Surfer, which they keep hinting is on its way. Silver Surfer was always my favorite character in the whole Marvel comic book universe.
Well, they've changed from the comic books because he's not. He's going to end up being the Herald of Galactus, but you got a ways to go for that because we've got to get all the way up to Secret Wars.
We're a ways away.
The whole thing. Well, your favorite movie then, Matt, especially because you if you know things
out of every phase. Endgame was definitely my favorite, but that was the culmination of a decade's worth of work.
What?
I like the new Thor movies.
Why? Yeah.
I like.
I don't know what to tell you.
Is Taika behind the new Thor movies? The last two, I've really loved the new.
Taika's pretty much done. Thor: Love and Thunder
bummer.
was bad, and people are
No, it
tired.
wasn't.
Taika's kind of worn out his welcome.
That everything you just said pisses me off. Let's get some calls.
Thor Ragnarok was awesome, and that was Taika,
Yeah.
but Thor: Love and Thunder was not awesome. I liked it, but it was not awesome.
I
did
really
love
liked it.
Werewolf by Night. The best of the Disney Plus series is WandaVision, although Loki is probably tied with that. And Loki
Pretty
season 2, I'm looking forward to.
Both are great. What were you gonna say, Forrest, before we hit more calls?
I don't know what Taika is. I don't know what half of the things you're saying.
Taika Waititi is a director.
Did you ever see? Did you ever see that? Oh fuck, Jojo Rabbit. Never saw it. Yeah, okay. It was a movie. It was a movie about a little kid who really wanted to grow up to be a Nazi soldier, but then he meets a Jewish girl. You never saw this?
Nope.
Then I don't have a way to put in your mind who he is. You've seen the Thor movies, right?
Yeah.
You know Korg, the rock guy?
Yeah.
Hey, you want to come?
Korg.
That guy is played by YTT, but
That
he also
guy.
directs.
See, whoever this was that sent in their money,
Yeah.
you see how you asked the wrong person about the MCU.
Yes, I don't know. I'm not
That's
a
true.
movie, but like we watch a lot of movies when we have the chance, but I don't like sit there and analyze or pick. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. I will say favorite superhero is Iron Man because he has no powers. He's just smart. I love that.
That's sort of the Batman appeal too. Is like he's the human amongst superheroes.
Batman, Green Arrow.
He just learns from his mistakes, and he's smart as hell. And he's very like, especially I think it was Iron Man 3. The whole thing is him dealing with anxiety from how human he is. And I love that.
Iron Man 3 was the worst one.
Terrible movie, but I get the...
Without question, it was the worst one, but I love the idea, the plot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The movie sucked. Not as bad as
like
how
3 minutes
fucked
to the next.
Whiplash
It's like 3
was.
minutes to the next midnight. We've got 8 people who are waiting on hold
That's
for
true.
an hour.
And most of them are calling about... I did 8 so I could get a bunch of like short calls of people talking about, all right, here, this person says it's brief. E in Nevada, you're on because it says you want to very quickly wish us a happy New Year's. So E, go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me fine?
I hear you.
Yeah.
Howdy. Sorry, I just wanted to let you know I'm a huge fan of all you guys. I actually do have some IBC root beer, so Forrest, I just want to let you know you're feeling odd about that.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff.
Get not drunk with me.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would. So, yeah, I include the brief because I knew you were going to be in a hurry. I just want to let you guys know I'm a huge fan of all you guys, and I hope you guys are having a great New Year. Oh yeah, and also Forrest, if you don't stop dressing like that, you're not going to leave enough in for the rest of us. Can you try to cool it?
I am already married. I assure you, you're good.
All right.
That's right.
Yeah, anyway, all right. All of you just have a great day. Oh, yeah, I also have a friend who's listening and is probably going to get really excited that I mentioned them.
What's your friend's name?
Anyway, Jaden, hey, you're watching, hopefully.
Hey,
Hi.
Jaden, have a happy fucking New Year.
Hey, Jaden, your friend waited an hour to say that.
That's right.
You should feel pleased.
All right. Oh, yeah, and also, they got to tell whoever runs the line to fire Jimmy Snow.
I agree.
That guy's the worst, honestly.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
We're working on it.
You don't understand. I'm breaking the rules so I can get some kind of severance, but this fucker will not let me go. Thank you, E.
Yeah. All right, yeah, have a great day, gentlemen.
See ya.
Take care, E. Happy New Year.
Just
And
in
Happy
case,
New Year to Jaden as well.
just in case
Happy New Year.
anybody here who works for me is getting any ideas, I want to assure you, there's no system in place for severance to happen. So I just want to make sure everyone knows there ain't no severance.
Yeah, in fact, Jimmy went into a deal of biblical slavery with whoever owns the line. So
a little bit, yeah. Long hours, long hours. I'm waiting to take that call, the biblical slavery call. Somebody is calling in from Twitter, but we're going to do it after the countdown here. Let me get back to the countdown so we can, how far are we away? Oh, 5, 4, 3. We're
shit.
5 seconds away. Happy New Year on the
Happy New
East
Year.
Coast.
Happy New
On
Year.
the East Coast. Yay. Woo.
That was nearly missed. May old acquaintance be forgot. Is that what the songs are? I don't actually know. Let me send Aaron a join link here.
I think I took that song to heart as a kid, and that gets me back to why I don't care that much about my heritage. May old acquaintance be forgot.
You can kick me off to let Aaron on.
I gotta send Aaron
for a little bit.
I gotta send Arden the link. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work on sending him the link while Matt and Forrest debate with Lion from Australia, who does not believe that the Bible supports slavery, and I apparently called Lion out on Twitter, which I'm sorry, Lion, I call a lot of people out on Twitter. I wish I could think of the specific instance. I probably just said, I assume you're gonna call in and defend this. I'm very impressed that you're one of the few people who actually followed up and actually did it. So we'll start it on a high note. You now have Matt and Forrest who are ready to talk to you about it while I work on something else, but I'll be back soon.
Hey, Lion.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Lion.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Yeah, it's you.
Happy New Year. Happy holidays.
Yeah, so someone associated with this show, I assume it was Jimmy, called me out and said I wasn't brave enough to call in and defend my position. And my position basically is that the Bible does not support slavery, that God is opposed to slavery, and hence my question
do you have a
is,
Bible?
Why?
Do you have a Bible in front of you?
In my head, a little bit.
Well, the one in your head may not be accurate.
Possibly, yep. I'm familiar with most of the proof texts for and against.
What are the ones against? Because I have a hard time, and I've done debates on this and an entire video going through everything the Bible says about slavery, because the Bible explicitly says to buy your slaves from the heathen that surround you. That has a different set of rules for Jewish. Hang on. It has a different set of rules for Jewish slaves than it does for non-Jewish slaves. Jewish slaves have to be let go after 7 years unless you trick them into staying with you forever by giving them a wife and children, because only the male slaves would be released and not the wife or the children. And they become your money, and you can pass them on to your children as property. So the Bible explicitly allows people to own other people and pass them on as property to their children, and that they can beat them as long as they don't die within a day or two. So where does it say that slavery is wrong?
Well, my contention is that slavery in the Bible, in the Old Testament in particular, is the lesser of two evils.
No, sir. I'm going to pause you
here. That's not
here.
what the question was.
I don't care at all what you think is the lesser of two evils. The Bible specifically allows and supports owning another person as property. And you're saying that it doesn't support slavery. Is owning another person as property, is that slavery?
Not in every case in the Bible.
No. I'm not asking. Would you stop? I didn't ask you about the Bible. I said, is owning another human being as property slavery?
Yes, by that definition, yes.
Yes, and the Bible advocates for owning people as property, doesn't it?
Well, in many cases, it's voluntary.
Doesn't it?
That's just not what the question is.
My contention is that there's two.
Doesn't it? Does the Bible allow for the owning of people as property?
No, it allows for people to sell themselves into slavery.
Bullshit! It does not.
You didn't read your Bible.
Is that your reasoned response?
Yes, it's my reasoned response, because I'm the one that's going with the Bible that's written in front of me and not the one that's in your fucking head. The Bible absolutely allows for people to own people as property and pass them on to their kids.
Well, what about the verse that says "Thou shalt not steal"? And stealing a person's labor without paying for it.
Lion. You are a dishonest interlocutor. You will not answer a question honestly. The Bible does say thou shalt not steal. It also says thou shalt not steal people, but that's not slavery. Owning people as property is slavery, and the Bible allows for that. And this is why you're not going to go get your Bible and look it up, because you know I'm fucking right, and now you're being dishonest.
No, I have the Leviticus proof text and the Genesis proof text, and I understand the arguments and the proof text that you're going to quote.
Does the Bible allow people to own other people as property?
Yes, unequivocally.
Goodbye,
yes.
jackass.
Then that's it. That's the whole thing.
You got owned.
It's
by your own Bible in your own fucking head. Because instead of addressing the issue, you want to say the Bible doesn't support slavery because, well, it says don't steal. Well, you want to give Vegas. Here, let me tell you something. As somebody who owns more board games than you could possibly ever play, a specific rule overrides a general rule. Thou shalt not steal is a general. You can buy slaves from the heathen that surround you. They become your property. You can pass them on to your children as inheritance. That's specific. Go learn the basics of this shit before you try this crap again. Happy fucking New Year.
It was just weird that his initial position was, I was just saying, I'll be quick. His initial position was the Bible doesn't support slavery. And then the first words out of his mouth when he's ready to defend it is slavery was the lesser of two evils.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, of what? Yeah. What situation is like, well, I guess I better own this person and beat them if they don't do my chores. Like,
I'd hate to see the alternative.
Like, the whole exactly. The you could hear when he was trying so desperately to avoid answering the questions. Like he had the same basic things that they all say. There was voluntary. Yeah, there was this voluntary one, which was like the first thing that you said, Matt, was I'm not talking about this voluntary one. We're talking about this other one. And then there was the other idea of like, well, it says that you can't do this, and these other things. Like, who fucking cares? Here in America, we had slavery, and guess what? The Christian slave owners used the Bible to justify it. That's why they taught it to the slaves. That's why we had a slave's Bible that cut out all the parts about freedom and redemption and just said all the parts about obeying your master, and it's okay to be beaten this hard. You can look up freaking I think Time magazine, and here I was looking up like the verses on this. Skeptic's Annotated Bible did a whole one about this, about like here's all the verses from Genesis onward that says Cain shall be the servant of servants and all these things, and this was the beginning of God condoning slavery and approving of it. And then here's the rules in Exodus. Don't beat them hard enough that they die in 2 days, and don't put out an eye in there or something like that. And it goes on and on and on and details out all these situations. You tell me a fucking voluntary situation where you're like, all right, you can beat the hell out of me, and as long as I don't die, that's righteous and the lesser of two evils. It's absolutely insane that anybody would actually fucking try to defend that unless they've just genuinely never read their damn Bible.
Let's say
they've read it. And they know it, but they have in their mind this notion that it must be right, it can't be wrong, it couldn't possibly be endorsing anything immoral. And for that reason, they will bend over until they break their back to try to make it say something that it doesn't say.
Yeah. Ben?
It never says, thou shalt not own people as property. It never says slavery is wrong. It never says it is wrong or immoral to own people as property. It never says that it's wrong or immoral to use people as currency.
Yeah. It's funny
because it says quite the opposite. First Peter 2:18, slaves be subject to your masters with all respect, not only the good and gentle, but also the unjust and harsh.
All right,
like
pause.
That. It's very, very clear.
We got to say bye to Ben and hi to Aron and then pick it back up. Ben, thank you. Are you coming back later?
Yeah, I'll be around all night.
Ben.
So I'm going between a couple places, so I'll be back whenever you want me back. But
hell yeah, come back drunk.
In the spot, so.
Come back drunk.
I'm going to drink a whole bottle of wine tonight, which is why I've been drinking Pedialyte since I've been here. So, yeah.
All right. We'll see
you
fun.
in a little bit.
We'll see extra fun Ben soon. Thank you, Ben. I do love you. Truly.
Later, Ben.
Arden, it's a totally black screen. Where are you? Arden, do you hear me? Do you see me?
Yeah, I'm in here.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Just creeping in from the void.
That was some Blair White shit there for a second.
Terrifying.
How you doing, man?
It's all right. It's all right. Can you do something with my wall here? My abandoned mansion is not with me.
Can you light it up? That would help.
yeah. Well,
That'd be good. Yeah. Let's get the lights on it, because it'll be a difficulty without some lights on it. And then I want to hear if you've got some resolutions and whether or not you think the Bible defends biblical slavery.
If I was clever,
what I like about
and
what I
not
like
so
about the
irritated.
way what I like about the way the Bible condones slavery is it's so specific about it. It writes a rule in there in the commandments. Now, you know, when people always want to put up the 10 commandments, there was nothing in Exodus 20 that says stop here. In Exodus 20, it gives, depending on how you interpret it, it's either 10 commandments, or it can be 11 commandments, or it can be as many as 14. Just depends on how you read it. But that list doesn't stop. It goes on through Exodus 21, 22, 23, and then you have Moses coming down from the hill with all of the laws and all of the edicts, right? Well, it doesn't tell you which is the laws and which are the edicts. It goes to this long-ass list, which includes a bunch of interesting things nobody talks about and nobody wants to put up on their government buildings, like you cannot charge interest on loans to fellow Jews. That's one of the commandments.
It's not a commandment.
Of course, famously, what's that?
So,
what'd you say, sir?
Somebody's going to come along and correct all this. There are different versions of the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments do stop at verse 17, and then it begins to discuss what the people think about it. And then it goes on to list the others that become the part of the 613 mitzvahs, or the 613 commandments. But there is a line there. Anyway, it's not worth bothering with. Continue.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually use the phrase "the 10 Commandments" until we get to Exodus 34, and then, as you say,
it stops using "thou shalt" at verse 17.
Okay, just a second. That is too much light. Okay,
I would agree.
Yeah, that is much better. Okay, so anyway, one of the commandments in there. Okay, famously, you can beat your slaves until, as long as you don't knock one of their eyes out, or you don't knock one of their teeth out, because somehow there's a responsibility for that sort of thing. But otherwise, as long as they get up in 2 days or whatever, then you're fine. So they don't have human value beyond that. But what I like about the way the Bible condones slavery is the way that they put in a prohibition against I can't think of the word right now, inflation. So they put a hard marker on there that says that male slaves are worth 10 shekels or 20 shekels, and female slaves are only worth 5. So women are half price of comparable ages. And so I don't know what a shekel is worth today, but if slavery was still going on in Israel, we know what the prices would have to be, because the Bible says so.
Craziness.
Okay, sorry, I was doing production stuff at the same time. Any New Year's resolutions, Aaron? Anything in 2023 you want to see happen?
I wanted to challenge you on one of yours.
Okay.
I wanted to challenge you on one of yours.
I don't even remember mine.
I just want to see, will you come out and say openly, on air, in front of everybody, that going forward in 2023, do you promise to murder fewer people than you did in 2022?
I can't make that promise. That's
you
asking a lot.
I can't trust you at all.
I mean, let's start defining some terms. What are we saying the definition of murder is here?
Oh, I see. So you're going to play that game about it depends on what is, huh?
Listen, because to some people, the abortions I plan to pay for, those would count. To some people. That's part of some of my 2023 resolutions. So I don't know. Okay. I can't say for sure. Oh,
yeah, I don't have any resolutions that I'm going to do anything necessarily differently. I'm always trying to do things more effectively, more thoughtfully.
Sure.
Better. Just try to be better than I was last year. And it's just very, very simple.
Yeah. Any projects that you're like, all right, in 2023, goodbye evolution of snakes, hello evolution of I'm doing it this year. This project's happening. What is it?
Chelisrids.
I don't know what does that represent?
Okay. So December was all about snakes.
Sure.
And so January is going to be all about chelisrids for my taxonomy series. I'm going to be doing Chelicerates.
Now, for everybody in the audience who doesn't know what a Chelicerate is, not me, but would you tell everyone in the audience what that is?
Yeah, it's arthropods that have chelicerae.
You're welcome, audience.
Forrest,
Look it up.
Forrest, we help these people out here.
Idiot.
Stupid. People who couldn't even Google it because they weren't sure how to spell it. Morons.
Okay, so yeah, I thought I would do. I've been wanting to do for a long while. I wanted to do the evolution of Chelicerates to correct one of my own mistakes. In fact, early on, like 20 years ago, I had this idea that trilobites were on a direct lineage with Eurypterids, and that Mixopteresia and Eurypterids were a connection to scorpions, and and that arachnids weren't necessarily. Arachnids were actually a subset of Eurypterids. But then I got into talking with somebody who studies spiders, and she says, would you do an evolution of spiders thing? And I said I would love to do that, but I'm not as familiar with them as I am with snakes. And she says, well, I study spiders, so I could certainly help you with them. Oh, fuck, yeah, let's collab. So if she's going to help me with that, then I'll do 4 episodes. The first one will be trilobites, because there's a whole lot of interesting information about trilobites that doesn't get any press. And then we'll do Eurypterids, because there's a lot more to Eurypterids than most people know. And then we'll do scorpions, because there's a lot more about scorpions than most people know. And then we get into spiders, where I have the help of a professional who specializes in that. And she said that scorpions are not actually descended from Mixopteresia or any other lineage of Eurypterids, but she says, no, this will blow your mind. All spiders are actually scorpions.
Didn't blow my mind. I assumed everyone knew that.
Yeah, so that's the taxonomy series. As I continue, I'm always interested in doing taxonomy series, and after when I do this one in January, I'm going to do, I may move on to, like, I don't know, just random things like bats. Somebody suggested doing evolution of bats. Yeah,
bats is cool.
I would kind of groove on that one, actually.
I wanted to, we didn't have time.
That one would be a single video. That wouldn't be like a series. So I'm just going to have to go into like single videos for like evolution of this or that. And then somebody else asked me, hey, can you do the evolution of farm animals? Okay.
Sure. That's much more recent content. That one I actually do get. I wanted to go off Forrest.
Well, see, I argue frequently that we've been using evolutionary principles unwittingly throughout the entire history of agriculture and livestock cultivation. So yeah, it would be advantageous to show that how we've been using evolution and didn't know it all along.
Forrest, the other night I didn't prompt you with a bat conversation when you were talking about pterodactyls. Remember, you were saying all hippos are pterodactyls, and then you said that their fingers, their pinkies, are their wings. You saw I tweeted hippos are pterodactyls, right? I hope you did.
No, I did.
I tweeted it that night. Anyway, I wanted to go into all bat thing, but I was like, if I get them started, I will not go to sleep tonight. It won't happen.
Yeah, somebody said they can barely hear me.
Like all chiropterians, I'm not. Yeah, that's better. That is better. I'm not good at like chiropterians. Like it's a whole business that just it's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse. So are arthropods. I'm much more of a big picture guy, and so like that's the thing. I focused on organismic biology and like so like when I look at like deep taxonomies and things like that, I can follow along, but it's not my specialty. I'm more interested in like, what's this guy doing? You know what I mean? What's he doing and why?
Yeah, sure. That's cool. All right, shall we do more calls? Let me see. How far behind are we on? Actually, let's get back to under 30 minutes behind on super chats. Do send more super chats, everybody. We want to see that. Don't miss the line tomorrow. We'll still do a Sunday show at 3 p.m. What the quality will be like with us staying up so late. I stay up this late every night. It's not going to be much different, except that my voice will have been exhausted. And then right after, Joseph Myth is now back on, despite other information being out there. Sounds like Bryce will be there, and I'm going to be there with I'm sure I'll be fully hoarse, but I'll be there. Let's see. James Call. So James Call is mentioning, this was a follow-up to the thing about when you had asked about what he meant with the Southern Hemisphere stuff. No, it is more of a question of increasing sunlight versus decreasing sunlight that would make resolutions more or less positive or negative depending on solar progression. I feel, James, I'm more confused. I thought we had explained it away pretty well. I don't get that at all. Anything, Matt?
No, I'm like, I feel like I've stepped into another fucking world where someone says increasing sunlight versus decreasing sunlight would make resolutions more or less positive. And what the fuck does sunlight have to do with deciding you're going to make a change in your life?
All right, I'm going to try. Right now, the shortest day of the year was December 22nd, which means every day the days are getting longer here, but shorter in the Southern Hemisphere. So maybe he's suggesting that the progression of the solar, of the sun, and because days are getting longer, we would feel more hopeful because we see more sunlight, which is more metaphorical, but you may be taking it a literal direction. And in that sense of hope, because sunlight is emerging and there's more to us, and we have a better sense of a new year, where perhaps in the Southern Hemisphere, they're more just like, fuck, here comes winter, that we are emerging into a more hopeful state. That's my best shot. And James, if that doesn't do it for you, I got nothing, buddy.
I just want to add.
I love that even when you were, sorry, you go ahead.
I just want to add, I appreciate the donations, James, and the attempt to clarify. I swear I'm not being obtuse just to get you to donate and clarify again. I'm genuinely baffled.
That's more something I would do than Matt would do.
Wow. I love how even when you were trying to give this guy like the benefit of the doubt and like steel man what you think his argument might have been, I was yawning, Matt was reopening chess, and Aron looked like he was in a coma. That's trying to make sense of what
let's not make that about what James said. That's how most of you react to me talking. Very generous $200 donation from Domo. So let me just say Domo arigato. Anyway, and they said, I did it for science.
Yeah, it's funny. That's
amazing.
Forrest says he was yawning. What I saw, and I should go back and play this and just screenshot it. That didn't look like a yawn. That looked like a pantomime of a romantic relationship.
That's usually another thing I'd be more prone to do on this show. I feel like all of my best hits are being played by other artists. Thank you, Lori Brashler. And Shannon Mick, big channel supporter, friend of the show, says, hope everyone has a great new year. All y'all join Epic Loot Exotics channel, Fergal Burgle, Manergal Burgle, and Yay Mayo. Woohoo!
Yes, we need to get our Epic Loot Exotics channel up to 1,000 subscribers or so that we can actually, monetize. We're going to do educational content too, and we started filming stuff today that's just kind of like the quickie videos and the hellos. So thanks, Shannon.
Yeah, Shannon's the best.
We do. Yeah, I wanted to. I toyed with the idea of creating a new channel, but my wife just said we should just keep everything on our own channel. So if we're going to do something for unorthodox exotics, we'll have a different promo or a different kind of splash so that people can distinguish the herp stuff from the the activist stuff, and we'll just keep it all on one channel. And if people don't understand that, then fine, deal with it. I get such a switchback in my content when the comments, people saying, hey, I like the snake stuff better than your regular stuff, and then other people freaking out because, hey, why did you post something about snakes again? But they're not talking about my channel. They're complaining about I did that on my Facebook. Why did you post something about your personal life on your Facebook?
Why would you not ask me, though? Why wouldn't you ask me whether you should do another channel? I feel like of all the people who have tested everything that works on YouTube, my 9 or so channels which exist, 2 of which are used, 5 are monetized, I feel like that warranted a call. And Aron, I got to tell you, you're making a mistake. It sucks in the short term. You should absolutely make a new channel and separate it out. The algorithm has already decided what your channel does. And trying to break out of that, and then also have people who are sort of on alert for notifications, but are there for the snake content, so they're having to use their brain to filter, doesn't work at all.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
and I respect that. By the way, somebody asked the difference between toads and frogs. Forrest, do you know that one?
Flip, dude. It's something to do with the teeth in the back of her mouth, right? Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
you
it's
were
been a long
saying.
I didn't know this.
Forrest,
got
have
you
you
fooled.
and I
I'm not
ever
that
been on
smart.
the show at the same time before?
We've never. You and I have spoken before. Like we've done like just behind the
Zoom.
scenes chat, but we've never actually done a show before. No.
And we're
was so
trying to set that
frustrating
up
'cause
in
you would be-
January.
I've been wanting to
I
because you're a
remember I
way
was
better
coming
taxonomist
on.
than I could ever hope to be.
I was coming on as you were going off, and I'm like, dude, there was so much I wanted to talk with that guy about.
And we have
Well, I'm
too
here
much.
for another like 20 or so minutes. I'm trying to peace out, but right before midnight on my time. But like I'm here for a little bit.
And we literally do have too much to occupy ourselves with to let you two go too crazy. So we'll have to pick a night. We're going to say it's going to be a 90-minute show. I'm going to expect a 5-hour show and have a jug to pee in under the desk. But we do want to set that up in January because it's also been very requested to have a episode of Skeptalk
down
with
with
the
that.
two of you together. Yeah, I think
I'm down with that.
I think that would go phenomenally well. As for YXD says, a friend had a chiropractor tell her that he cured diabetes through spinal adjustments. His reasonings was that all nerves connect all body systems, and by treating the spine, they can affect other systems. I am so
Okay, can I just
against.
jump in with it? I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm a dick.
Go ahead.
I apologize.
It's
I remember
me,
when I was
Arden.
8. When I was 8, and my mother took me to a chiropractor, and my mother only believes lies. She'll believe every lie, but she'll only believe lies. If there's anything that you can verify in a moment on Google, she doesn't want to know it.
Yeah.
She only wants to believe what we can disprove instantly. Anything that we can disprove instantly, that's what she buys into. So she took me to a chiropractor who then explained how he could cure pneumonia and virus infections and practically everything by simply contorting my body in an unnatural way. And I remember thinking, at 8, there's no correlation between your spinal adjustment and a viral infection. You can't do anything with pneumonia by adjusting your spine. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? My mother never figured that out.
The only thing my chiropractor ever successfully did was turn me gay, and that had far to do with his shoulders than any adjustment made. Broad shoulder, just a pretty guy too. That's what got me. Put people like that in prison. I said it.
So I'm glad that you made the admission that Alex Jones will then parrot on his show later on this week, where he talks about how chiropractors make you gay.
Except for
Yeah,
that's the
that's
kind
it.
of thing. He probably has a chiropractor for a sponsor. He's not going to say that. That fucking dude. He's got too much of a dog. Larry, I will bring this super chat back when we get Ben back on. Sorry that I missed it when Ben was here. Skeptics and Scoundrel says Quiznos greater than Subway. Fight me. Nobody disagrees with you. Not a person in the world disagrees with you. But sometimes you only have $7. That's how that works. Thank you, Forrest. You're my goddamn spirit animal. Pandemonium says, advice to Dr. Ben. Okay, I'll put this one back. Also, when Ben is back later, let me put those back in the queue. Be good to the lab tech, apparently. Let's see. I'll get that back on when Ben's back. Paul Nixon says, I used to identify as a cis gay man, but thanks to people like at Arden Hart, student Dr. Ben, and Katy, when my former boyfriend came out to me as trans this year, I was more than happy to accept her as the beautiful woman she is. Wonderful.
That's lovely.
Yeah, that's like a very touching thing. I can't get people to stay through minor inconveniences like that I burp too much at home after 9 o'clock when I'm winding down. But I don't know specific example.
What the big issue.
There was some venom behind that.
Sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
I never understood what the big issue is that we often see between what is like stereotypically between the left and the right. It's like the right is basically bragging that they're bigger, stronger, faster, better looking, or whatever, and I don't care about anybody else. Okay, I got mine. Fuck all y'all. And the left, stereotypically, I'm not saying literally because I understand better than this, but the left stereotypically is concerned about underprivileged people, who marginalized people, and being supportive or sensitive or caring about other people's feelings. I don't have to be. A friend of mine had a button that I really liked. It said, "I'm straight but not narrow." Like, well, that's nice. I can advocate. This was a big deal back in the 70s when I was in high school that you can be for gay rights without being gay, because people couldn't understand why you're not gay. Why would you be for gay rights? Because they're people, and therefore people inherently should have rights. And
You know, it's funny
don't
that
understand why.
still.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that it's funny how that's still such a prevalent thing. I have a friend who is a prominent gay activist. He is a gay man himself, and he has a massive following online. He's got like twice as many followers as I have on TikTok. And he just does like gay advocacy and interest. I'm not going to say his name or anything or call him out or anything, but like one time he texted me and was like, "Hey, you do a lot of outreach and a lot of educational videos about LGBT issues, and you're a very outspoken advocate. Are you gay?" And I was like, "No, of course not." He's like, "Well, then what? Why are you here?" I'm like, "You of all people should not be like." That was such a foreign thing even to him. As somebody who's very much dedicated to that, it's crazy how much that is a consistent problem. That if you're going to speak for this community, or with this community, I should say, that you must have a vested interest in it. And it's like, nah, you could just be a good person. And I wish more people got that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I also love that phrase, straight but not narrow. Not only say alignment, but also like in terms of like what you're interested in.
It's happening over pronouns now. The modern version is people dividing up over if a person who isn't trans is still using pronouns. I got called the R slur and then a bunch of clown emojis literally right before this show for this very thing. Because I have
and it all boils down to, why should I be considerate of somebody else's feelings when they're not me?
Right. So I had this conversation with, I think we've all talked to Emmanuel at this point, who calls in. He used to call in as slave of Christ. Now he's sheep of Christ. I had this conversation with Emmanuel where I was like, he was literally saying that sometimes slavery is good. And I hit this point where I'm like, it's like when I try to explain to Republicans why everyone should have health care, even if we have to pay taxes for it. And at a certain point, if I can't explain to you on the basis of, if you woke up tomorrow in whatever group you would hope you were advocated for, and that the kindness of humanity would take care of you since we have enough of the resources to do it, if I can't explain to you why you should care that other people don't suffer and die, I don't know how. If on that basis, I don't know how else to explain it to you. At this point, that you should give a fuck about other people being able to live their lives unencumbered. I'm not even saying fully give a fuck about people, because I fully do not give a fuck about many people. However, groups and people in general, and in the ways that my taxes contribute to whatever, and that which I can advocate for, I want everyone to have equal access to everything they need to also not give a fuck about other people. But when you do need things, unfortunately, you have to give a fuck the most, because sometimes you need it from other people. It's horrible.
Give the fuck the most.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me, Jimmy, that you're gay. I really don't give a damn.
I'm bi, but
the only thing that I hate about you is that you cut your hair.
Well, I'm sorry. First of all, Arn, you're legendary with the long hair. The thing I don't like about any of my friends is that no one 2 years ago took me aside and said, "I know you think it looks good, but here's the thing, man. It don't." Because I'm looking at old photos of me and photos of me now, and I'm like, oh my God, what was I thinking? What was I was
the same thing.
I don't pull it off.
If it's any consolation, I'm pretty sure everybody has that exact same situation. I used to have a ponytail down to here, down like halfway down my back when I was in high school. I had a ponytail down my back, and then like 2 years ago when I started doing online shit, my hair was cut real uneven, so like this was real poofy off to one side. That was crazy, and I was like, this is fine. We've all been there, man. I'm gonna look back at this and call this madness soon. Like, it's gonna happen. It is.
It is a sort of specific style, though. I was going with a style that sort of exists in every decade, and it ain't mine. It don't work.
What I went through was like in every decade, because I'm an old guy. Every decade, somebody would come up and tell me, long hair is not in style, and my response would be, "Oh, I shouldn't. I'm not sheepishly following whatever the fuck is in style, whatever other people think would be cool. Hey, you know what?
Right.
If the only person who likes my hair is me, that's all that matters. Fuck off."
That's enough.
And that's always been my attitude since I was a kid.
Look, I get it, but I cut my hair and I went from lots of people liking the hair and being like, oh, the bun's cool. That's good. And there's a specific state that I talked to patrons about because I was doing a year in review. There's a specific video I did like 3 years ago where I laid out how Roe v. Wade is going to go down and literally got the whole thing completely right. Maybe it was 4 years ago. And the length that was actually pretty good. It was like the Bradley Cooper sort of sits there. It's nice, voluminous and whatever. That was pretty good. But I went from the way too long to this, and people stopped just being like, I love the long hair, to like creepy compliments, like telling me how breedable I look. And that means that something improved. It was creepier, but something had improved.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I've always had people criticize me for not being in fashion like ever.
Oh, I'm not.
And like somebody in the chat, somebody in the chat just a little bit ago was complaining about this, and say, why is your beard blue? Well, first of all, let me just explain that real quick.
I don't know if that was a complaint.
Yeah, I don't think he's being mean because he's asked us this before. He thinks there's a trend. We're going to get to that super chat, actually, wait or not. This person has noticed it as a trend recently, has seen multiple people with blue beards and doesn't know why it's thinks that there's a reason for it. And we didn't, when they asked us before, we said we didn't know. Or I said I didn't know.
It means that we're recognizing that we are all part of the same extraterrestrial reptilian Illuminati.
Oh, there you go. I thought that was the false eyelids. This is me doing my best impression to Aron coming to the premiere of one of our new shows. Welcome, everybody. He did his first episode of Skeptalk with his face cowled in a hood. Legendary. Fucking legendary.
Yeah, it looks like Matt's just checked out. He's just playing a game.
I'm not playing a game. There's 4 people here who will talk everyone to death if allowed to.
That's true.
And so I'm just hanging back until the next time I'm addressed.
And it takes the 3 of us to compete with you because we've all seen you do it for 17 years?
That's true. We've all been watching.
Somebody else in the chat said that Arden needs a good beer. I right now have Avery Imperial Stout, 1 ping only, 13.5% ABV. I was saving it for this show.
Arden, we don't address the non-super chatters. They're scum to... I'm kidding. Everybody calm down. I'm kidding. Of course we do. Of course we do. We love our watchers, and we need the people who are here for free more than anyone else.
Arden is hunting for Red October right now with 1 ping only.
Yeah, and Forrest, we need to do a collab of some kind because I don't know anybody.
We absolutely do.
Jackson,
I just said we were going to do one. That's not good enough for you. What the fuck?
Hell no, it's not good. We want to do it on a real show, Jimmy.
Oh.
I'm not even talking about a show, Jimmy. I appreciate, and I mean completely sincere, I appreciate being able to be on a show frankly, with any of you all.
Oh, that's sweet.
And I don't mean to get mushy, but I mean, I'm being completely sincere. I have loved everything that I've been able to do with Matt. I enjoyed everything I've done with you. This is my first time talking to Forrest. And if we can do it on a show like this, that's great. And I'm looking forward to more opportunities like that. But Forrest, you and I should do something more.
Cuddle?
You and me and Jackson Wheat and Gutsick Gibbon should completely nerd out on an evolutionary lesson collab video series.
I feel like I'm being cut out of something.
No. We're talking about scripted, edited.
I'm kidding.
Where you?
Yeah. I did a Reacteria episode on my channel about Matt Powell a little while ago, and I think I gave you a brief shout out. I said like way better channels than mine have addressed his insanity before, and I put you and Emma Thorne and I think Sir Sick and Creaky Blinder and all them up there. And so like that's the only interaction we had until because everyone was like, you got to check this guy out. So like that's. But I know for sure that based on the reaction that I got from that brief, 1 second of having your channel name up there, I know that my fans would love to have a show between the two of us. So I'd be more than happy to do something with you sometime. Like I said, you're a way better taxonomist than I'll ever be. So I would love to have your insight on some things.
To address Jimmy, I'm not talking about a show. I'm not talking about a live thing like we're doing right now. I'm talking about where you and I and these other people get together and create educational material that we script out, we edit out, we spend all the time looking up the images and the videos and everything and put all that together, and we do an educational series for public fucking education. Because here's my problem. 20% of the teachers, science teachers here in Texas, are creationists. My son was in a high school in Texas wherein the teacher told him there's no such thing as a beneficial mutation. My son's got the textbook, the required textbook in front of him. He has it open to the appropriate page. I'm his dad. This had some reflection on him. And he said, but teacher, it lists beneficial mutations right here in the textbook. And the teacher sent him to the office for insubordination. So this is just an illustration of how unreliable public education is in a place like Texas. On the odd chance that you get a teacher who knows who is not objecting to teaching evolution, chances are they're not going to understand what evolution is adequately enough to teach it. I've seen people try and fail. We need a standardized lesson. We need something like a series, like a series, Cosmos series. It gives one lesson. Everybody watch this one lesson. This is what we're talking about. We don't have to have it reiterated and paraphrased into absurdity by all these other different people who didn't understand it. One of my son's teachers said that snakes are invertebrates because they had no backbones.
Oh my God.
Another of my son's science teachers said that he could not use a cockroach in an experiment for his class project because they didn't allow experiments with vertebrates. And the only cockroaches that have spines are the creationists behind the school board. So what I'd like to do is I want to have talent in how to present evolutionary arguments in a way that everybody can understand it. And if you have a video presentation that a school teacher can just plug into what let's go back to old language, into the VCR and play for the class. The teacher doesn't have to understand any of it. The teacher doesn't have to advocate for it. The teacher doesn't have to tell the classroom, now I have to teach you this, but I don't believe in it. We don't have to have any of that. You play the video, you base your lesson, your tests or whatever on the lesson that was given, and we have it done by people who know not only what evolution is, but how to teach it.
That's
and we have standardized lessons like this for public school classrooms. That's what I want to do with you and Jackson and Guts at Gibbon.
A solid 10-minute pitch meeting on a project for a different channel. Go ahead, Forrest.
Everything you just said, speaking of different channels, may I recommend one? It's mine. Everything you just said is exactly why I did the Light of Evolution series. I wanted something, a simple 4 parts, less than 30 minutes a piece, if possible, that anybody could just press play and learn a thing. And they wouldn't, it would be not like, when I first wrote that series, it was very confrontational, and it was like, addressing creationist claims as we went along, but I wanted it to be able to be used in public schools. I wanted anybody to be able to watch that and not have it be a fight, and have it just be, here's why this stuff's awesome. And so I rewrote the whole series. It took me months to do that 3 times. Also, what you said, here's a study out of, this is published by Penn State, and it's referencing this other research by these 2 people, Michael Berkman and Eric Poltzer. They surveyed American public high school biology instructors. They found that 28% of those teachers actually consistently implemented National Research Council recommendations for how to teach evolution, talking about evidence, things like that. 13%, so that's only 28% do this. 13% of biology teachers explicitly advocated for intelligent design and creationism, and the leftover 60% were called the cautious 60%. They either downplayed evolution, they ignored the lesson entirely, they gave a bunch of oh well, you don't have to believe that, because they were afraid of getting backlash from parents and things like that. So out of everybody who's teaching about science, 73% of them are fucking doing it terribly, and only 28% are actually coming in with facts and data. And that's one thing, is when people talk about, when you have a science teacher saying, well, I teach evolution, but my kids don't believe in it, and I don't believe. exactly like what I just said a minute ago. Ask that science teacher, why do we still have monkeys if we came from monkeys? And if they say, I know, right? Then you know they shouldn't be teaching this lesson.
So here's what I'm talking about. And Jimmy, I want to make sure you understand, because we're talking about, just for the sake of the audience, this is what motivates both of us. I'm sure I've seen Forrest's stuff. I know he's motivated by the same kind of things that I am. I want to get this information. Now, we're aware, both of us, that 25% of the teachers that are teaching evolution actually understand what it is. Those that both understand it and can convey the information appropriately are then undermined, not just by the students that have been trained by their congregations to hear certain keywords and then try to disrupt the lessons, but they're also undermined by the administration and the parents, who then come back against the teacher for teaching it correctly. But if you have a standardized lesson in a video format that is approved by some organization and say, hey, your education departments can play these instructional videos, done, there you go. You can have the young earth creationists play the fucking thing, and then we won't have to, it doesn't matter what their ignorant opinion is. It doesn't matter what the students want. Well, that they said that word and my preacher said to say this, but we already know what they're programmed to say, and we've already addressed it in the video.
I have an interesting thought.
I'll text you next year because I have a cool idea for what we can do. And
it's in like 14
I've
minutes.
got some people that we want to.
I have an interesting thought. Check this out. Analyzing Avatar super chatted. Thanks for the hangout tonight, everyone. Happy New Year. The hosts are awesome as always. I've had that up for a solid 30 minutes waiting to be read. Shara Bradford says, oops, forgot this part. Let's see. Lemon Peel Angel Fist says, Happy New Year, Jimmy, Matt, Forrest, and I assume this super chat's so old it's from when Ben was here. And Ben from New Year's Day in New Zealand.
Ben doesn't get it. Ben doesn't get this is for Aron now.
And then this is when Aron got on. James Call says, Aron and Forrest, true biologist. James, you might be performing the no true biologist fallacy. The well-known fallacy. And then J83 Cad says, love the channel. What is one belief you hold that you have the least confidence in? And then 3, equities markets are rigged. GME, GameStop, hashtag ban short selling. I feel like most of us are going to have a similar answer in the what is one belief that you have the least confidence in, which is that there's an entire category of things that we do socially where throughout the day you hear that something is true and you just proceed as though it is and you just go on with your life and you just sort of socially just do it, but you don't depend on it or you don't have any, like that's going to be the most common form usually of that kind of thing. So like, I can't point you to a belief where I'm like, I like to make jokes about narwhals not being real and that it's all a conspiracy. But as far as like something where I'm going to say, I believe this is X, there's going to be a minimum threshold I meet if I'm going to make that statement generally. Anybody have an example? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah. No. I got nothing.
I'll be happy tomorrow is the claim that I can say I believe with the least amount of confidence.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
I want to make sure there's somebody in chat.
That's true.
No, there's somebody in chat who just accused me of making an appeal to authority fallacy. And so if you'll call in and actually demonstrate to me, A, that you know what the fucking fallacy is, and when I've ever committed an appeal to authority fallacy, I will donate $100 to the charity of your choice. Don't ever fucking accuse me of a fallacy unless you're ready to back it up.
Janice,
I had a popular YouTuber pull that shit on me in private the other day and then block me when I asked them for evidence.
Janice, tell me if you're going to actually have the guts to call in so I can I can reopen some more lines so that you can do so. Because we're maxed out at the moment.
I had somebody make the accusation that, that atheists always demand evidence of creation. And she didn't even say God. She said evidence of creation. And then when we show it to them, they ignore it and pretend we didn't do so. Something along those lines. I can't get the exact quote because I did a response. I did a detailed response, and I said, you know what, this is such an in-depth answer. I'm just going to make a video about it. I'm going to make it. You'll be anonymous. I'm not going to mention you, but I'm going to make a video addressing the comment that you just made. Because here's what happens when I demand when we tell you that there's no evidence of creation, and you give me your stupid bullshit that you think is evidence, like look at the trees. Or whatever. I list the fallacies that they always answer with. Well, it says so in the Bible or the Quran or the Bhagavad Gita, whatever, as if that's evidence. Man-made mythology is not evidence of creation. Your inability to understand things is not evidence, and so on. And I wrote out this long thing, and I realized I need to copy all of that because it's going to. I tried to get the exact sentence that she said on how we deny the evidence, and I couldn't find it in the post. I'm like, she might be deleting these. I better copy what I have. So I copied this huge block. I put it in my file, and I go back. No, there's one other post I wanted to go get. I go back to go get it, and it's gone. The whole thread is gone. She deleted the whole thing.
They're always cowards.
So I'm glad I got.
Janice in chat.
One bit of it.
Janice in chat just said that they called and spoke to me several times, and I always appeal to authority and claim it's futile to dispute the consensus. Matt, you're so dishonest. Janice, you're an idiot. The appeal to authority fallacy is when you say something is true because an authority says it's true. Referencing or citing the authority consensus to demonstrate what the consensus is not a fucking fallacy. A fallacy is when you say something is true because an authority said so. The appeal to authority fallacy is tied up in the notion that you're no longer appealing to the data, the reason these authorities have a consensus. Saying there's also an appeal to an insufficient authority, which is 9 out of 10 dentists say the Cowboys are the best football team in the world because dentists' expertise have nothing to do with the Cowboys. But saying 9 out of 10 doctors, 9 out of 10 doctors hold this particular view is not a fallacious appeal to authority. It's citing the fucking data. Don't you ever accuse me of fallacy again when you don't even know what the fuck it is, or I will ban you.
There's also the appeal to the false authority, where they're always citing creationism is really good about this, citing a dentist and saying that the dentist is somehow an evolutionary biologist or a paleontologist or a cosmologist or whatever.
Anybody who has a doctorate.
That's the appeal to the false authority.
Lots of chiropractors during COVID. Lots of chiropractors during COVID. Fuck. And I just want to once again say fuck chiropractors. Do you all know how chiropractic started as a literal cult? Is that, I got to do an episode on it.
One of the first famous people that I ever met was Simon Singh, who was he as part of his settlement in winning this case was that he signed an NDA. He was given a huge payoff. And he was forced to sign an NDA so that he couldn't talk about it. But his argument was that subluxations do not, in fact, exist. So while chiropractic can be valuable for physical therapy for car accident victims or what have you, there's no validity to the science or the practice. It's not a science otherwise.
I'm sublactating right now.
It's subluxation.
Oh, I see.
Hold on. What's that look like?
That's why I'm wearing a sweater. I don't want you to see the. I think I just said I'm a sub
little
too.
Wet stain there.
I don't want to put that out there in the world. Aubrey says my New Year's resolution is 1920 by 1080. Hashtag team punish Jimmy. Well done. Were you done, Arden? I wasn't meaning to cut off the end of your explanation. If I.
No. We're good. I'm getting other people saying that I'm quiet. I wish we'd done some kind of a sound check before I came on.
You're not quiet on my end, but I can if everybody else is saying you're quiet, I can equalize you up.
There's a couple of people who said that. So yeah.
They're fucking with you. No, I'm kidding. I'll just put you to auto with an 81%. All right. Now, in theory, even though it's not the best quality, you will be levelized to the same as the rest of us, no matter.
By the way, Jimmy, I don't mean when I was talking to Forrest a moment ago, I just wanted to express something I've been wanting to say to Forrest in a long time. But and you said, well, okay, you guys are planning another show on my show, so I just wanted to express my appreciation for having been on your show previously.
Thank you.
And enjoying the fuck out of it.
Yeah,
I wanted to do something like this for the longest damn time. I've been on the Atheist Experience 4 times. And the last time I was on, to the best of my memory, was when they were still in the old TV studio, which I thought was a wonderful thing. You guys, there's a PBS TV station in Austin, Texas, and it amused me that Matt Dillahunty and who's the guy that talks like this and always talks about meet your frogs getting gay?
It's that guy, yes. It's not PBS. It was public access.
Public access.
Yeah, so Matt Dillahunty and Alex Jones both walked through the same hallway into the same studio to do their completely diametrically opposed shows.
Alex Jones called that show once.
No.
Years ago.
Well,
Not Matt, but called
is showing
the show.
that he has some concern for what the actual facts are, and that he will actually change his mind if his life is a demonstration to the point that he will change his mind if it's warranted to do so.
Yeah.
Right? And so you compare Matt to Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a fucking billionaire.
Maybe. Hopefully not anymore.
Not so much anymore.
It was until recently.
Yeah.
But in these humble beginnings, going back a decade or so ago, Matt and Alex Jones are in the same situation. Alex Jones is peddling absolute insanity, and Matt is peddling rationality, or he's not even peddling it. He's trying to coax people into it for free.
Yeah.
Right? And so Matt is like doing a humanitarian effort, and he's still impoverished. And I'm saying this in relation to Alex Jones.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
Not in relation to anybody. I ain't got no money.
Yeah. Here, let me do this. Aron, hold the thought, because I know that Forrest needs to go before the countdown to do it with his wife, right?
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I
was
wait.
His wife.
You just say?
Countdown. There's only like 4 minutes left.
I just wanted to.
He's got 4 minutes to do it with his wife.
But I have 4 super chats that mention Forrest.
That leaves us 3.5 minutes to snuggle. That's
right.
Great.
I have 4 super chats that mention Forrest. I want to read them real quick before Forrest leaves to do the countdown with his wife.
I'll come back if it's cool with you. I can run back. I'll just be gone for like 5 minutes. Come back in here.
Cool. Drew Richardson says, "Can Forrest give us a 3-minute recap of capitalism again, please?" No, because we've gotten so far off. Nope. On the next time he's on Skeptalk.
I will when I come back. I will when I come back, because I misspoke the last time I did it, and I accidentally said that there's never been such a thing as a capitalist country, and I meant a communist country, and I'm going to explain why when I return.
Though I could defend capitalists too. There's never been a real capitalist country also. 101 from Data Jack. Thanks, Aron and Forrest. You guys are awesome and important. Matthew Bullock says, ex-fundy here, indoctrinated to be afraid of some areas of science. Just wanted to say thanks to Aron and Forrest for revealing and feeding a science and history monster inside me. And $20 from S4YXD says, it's nice seeing some of those who contributed to me leaving religion in one place. Aron and Matt were the reality check I needed, and Forrest reignited my love and passion for science from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you, Forrest. You may now go and do it with your wife, the countdown.
Really quickly.
You got 2 minutes to do it with your wife.
Right? Really quickly before I do, that guy, Jandis, that was saying that Matt committed an argument from authority because he referenced scientific data. I recently did a video. It was a little while ago. I was responding to those dumbass What is a Woman documentaries.
Matt Walsh.
And Matt Walsh. Yeah. And it was like a little clip on TikTok, and I just did a brief, 2-minute response to that. And I cited this anthropology textbook from Oxford University Press. I'm pretty sure I cited this genetics textbook. If I didn't, I could. This is another one. I also cited
you
the
have
World
30
Health
seconds
Organization
before you need to run, because we're going to count down too.
And the American Medical Association. And I was just like, here's all these sources, 2 college textbooks and 2 medical associations, one worldwide, one American, explaining gender affirming care. And I got accused of the argument from authority in that same
Forrest,
one.
go kiss your wife.
You just believe these people.
Go kiss your wife.
It's so stupid. Goodbye. I'll be back in a little bit. I got to put this on.
Everybody's getting kissed on air but me. Fuck! And Dexter's not even allowed upstairs. Damn it. I have to do the countdown. Obviously, we need my lips to be free. And by the way, all of you are like probably 10 seconds behind, so you'll hear the countdown probably begin when New Year's has been rang in. If you're watching on YouTube, I think there's a 10-second delay. But we're gonna start 10 seconds starting now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fuck you, 2022! Fuck you! Not you, 2022. Fuck 2022. Fuck it with a stick. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey,
all you people with love in your life. Must be fucking nice. Welcome to 2023, everybody. In
Suddenly
Central
I've got
Time Zone.
fireworks everywhere and terrified dogs.
I don't think I think people in my area, because there's a bunch of cows and stuff, I think it's understood we don't do it in my area. Because you might cause us fucking like a literal stampede, basically. Happy New Year, may old acquaintance go. Fuck off, we don't care anymore. Don't call or text, I don't want to hear. Shut the fuck up, all you. Well, I'm like, the only word that's coming to mind, that was the only word that came to mind, and I was like, I'm not.
Yeah,
I only use the word
thing that rhymes.
I only use the word whores positively. I aspire to be a whore one day. I've failed.
Yeah, I don't do slut shaming. One of my best friends is a slut, so.
I only do slut praising. And then I say, thank you, ma'am. Please give me another. Or sir. No particular choice.
Yep.
Anyway.
Well, goodbye, 2022.
Wait,
and it's nice to know that we're one more year away from
Jimmy.
2020.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm probably not even facing the right direction. Who knows which way that is? North is somewhere.
That's all right. No, I blew them south anyway, so there's no way they were going to get to you. You got to go all the way around the planet.
I got to go catch him in Buda. Is that how you pronounce it? Did I get it right this time?
By the way, speaking of towns in Texas, Matt, were you talking about Longview, Texas on the 14th? I forget what it was. The Herp Convention?
The Herp Convention?
Yes.
Yeah, it's in Longview.
Are we talking about Longview or are you talking about Oklahoma City?
No, I was talking about Longview.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's the one we're going to be at.
You just love making plans.
Yeah, I'm not going to that
because
that's like a 5.5, 6 hour drive for me.
Arn just loves making plans in front of me. Like, forget the super chats, forget the calls. Arn's here to make plans without me in them.
Did I not express how much I appreciate being on your show?
I've done like 30 episodes of Joseph Myth with you, and you still don't know when I'm being sarcastic. I just like to complain. I've got a Larry David inside me.
Yeah, we're going probably to Herp's Conroe on the 28th to 29th, and then we'll definitely be in ARBC Arlington February 10th to 12th. We won't be there the whole time.
Yeah,
but
I
we'll
will
be
definitely be at that one too.
Yeah, I would imagine the four of us will spend a lot of time together over that weekend because it's the biggest convention, the long one. We're both going to want to shoot some footage and get some deals.
Yeah, I was at the last conference I went to. There was somebody finally had an indigo, an Eastern indigo, beautiful one with a red face, with the Alice Cooper tears, all of that, and it was so tempting. $1,250. Just and I'm in the same situation as you. Activism doesn't pay a lot.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, if you want to lie to people and bullshit them and tell them that they're going to live forever, or that you can talk to their dead relatives and get them to hawk your anti-gay frog drugs, that pays a lot.
That said, we are open to $1 million patron. If somebody wants to join Patreon for the line, $1 million, it gets distributed amongst everyone. That's fine. That'd be great. $1 million a month. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Light Halcyon said, just got back from work and finally having a toast to the hosts. Thank you. It sounds like that came with the New Year's thing that just happened, but that's actually 40 minutes ago. Nadimo says, I require a talk with the panel at some point, but hey, anytime this year works. Hey, there's no show that can say this more than us. you know how to get a hold of us. That's the show. The show is getting a hold of us. That's the thing.
I think
Look
though they
at
might have said
Forrest.
that last year instead
Somebody
of this year.
screenshot that. Come on, Forrest, show us that cheek.
Somebody had
with
said,
a smile. There you go.
We don't hear you though. You haven't pressed the loud Yeti mute button, which the actuator comes before the hardware. Did you mute on the computer then? Look in your call.
He's bragging about the size of his microphone.
Do you see the mute button? It almost looks like you're pretending to be muted, but I guess you're probably not. You're just gonna refresh? Yeah. All right.
And then he froze.
Well, it freezes when you refresh for a moment. Yes, that's much better.
Okay. Hey. Yeah, I think it's because I unplugged my mic for a second.
Someone in the live chat.
Yeah, that could possibly do
Welcome
it.
to 2023.
Someone in the live chat was like, if Forrest comes back in that robe and disheveled hair, that would have been great.
That would be 3 minutes well spent.
Cigarette.
There you go. Happy 2023, everybody. Oh man, I could go for a cigarette. But I don't do that anymore. I'm a good person. And
Let me tell you why capitalism's bullshit. Gather around the fire.
I like you doing it now because Nicholas just sent a merchandise idea for you. Nicholas says merchandise idea. Isn't that so cool? Like on a shirt. And now go ahead and explain why capitalism is no. But you wanted to make a correction, right? Let's not do the long one again.
Yeah.
So many callers waiting.
Yeah. So briefly, I mentioned last time I was on a whole roll about whatever, and I said that there's never been such a thing as a communist country because communism, the key is to be classless, moneyless, and stateless. So that is necessarily anarchistic, and there's never been a country like that. There's also never been a truly socialist country. Mainly because every time any country democratically elects socialist leaders, the United States forcibly overthrows those leaders and implements dictators. But whatever. But the whole thing, like, is that there's never been actual experiments in these things. But the idea just simply is if the workers owned the factory, if the people who worked at a company also owned that company and had stake in it instead of shareholders, if the workers themselves own the company, do you think that they would outsource their jobs and fire themselves to get cheaper labor? Do you think that they would cut costs on safety and materials? Do you think that they would do unethical business practices and put shit in their mix asbestos into the baby powder because it's cheap? Do you think that they would be doing that if they own the company? Or do you think those are only the things that happen when a small collection of rich asshole shareholders who are only interested in making more money all have the votes to do the thing? Again, democracy is anti-capitalism and capitalism is anti-democracy. One voice, one vote, we all work for the future, as opposed to I tell you what to do, your vote doesn't matter, and if you don't like it, you can starve on the street. Fuck that.
I really want a Green Day
we
song
have so
to
much
start right
talk
now.
about. I'm surprised I could hear anything Forrest said with a war zone going around me with all the firecrackers out. I don't know if you can pick it up on the
They're
microphone
destroying
or
the
not.
city outside of me. They're destroying the city.
There ain't nothing good where you are anyway. That's fine.
It's Tulsa. Yeah.
I'm surprised there's anything left where you are. The last time I was in Gerald, I remember when it got blown
tell people
away.
what town I live in. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm not kidding. I don't publicly say where I live.
You don't tell people that you live at 1523 South Aspen Avenue?
God
you don't
damn
tell
it.
people that? Why not?
I love too that the night that someone slips and fucking says it is a night where we have 2,000 people watching. Oh, it's not that bad. It's 1,200. Yeah. So the thing is, Aaron, when you live in small towns, you don't say where you live because people can just find you by driving around.
Well,
Okay,
now you
so
made it even
I was
easier.
on somebody's podcast when I mentioned what a nice house he had, and that revealed that he was doing the podcast out of his house. And so we had to go back to the illusion that we're in the lofty towers on the 80th floor of some building downtown. but it already ruined the illusion. Yeah. So.
Some fucking freak is going to show up at my door and I'm going to call you and make you talk them out of it. Like, you did this, Aron. Talk them down.
No, I'm not Nancy Pelosi's husband. She's not here.
Stephanie Helm says, go ahead.
It's an incentive for you to move to where the food is.
I love being isolated.
The person saying that I'm a scientist who's backing socialism while admitting there's no evidence of socialism working. I never said there's no evidence of socialism working. I said there's never been a fully socialist country. There's plenty of evidence of socialist policies and systems working beautifully. There's never been a fully socialist country yet until we make one happen. But like socialist policies and social democracy, that very obviously works wonders. Like very, very obviously.
I do want to correct this. AA in the chat says Jimmy sleeps with a gun. Correction, I sleep with two. That's true. I've got two nearby in case somebody goes for the first one right away.
Seriously. I also own many gun because I am so far left that you get the guns back.
That's right. That's how it works at a certain point. Yep. Not because we love them, but because we're not going to be the only ones without them. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Because I know the crazy fuckers that live around me here in Oklahoma, and I know what they would do.
70 Helm says...
My son is a complete gun nut, and he's building me a custom AR-15.
Nice.
That's fancy.
That's so much gun. Though I have an AK-74, so what the fuck am I talking about?
I've already laughed at your thing, Stephanie.
Stephanie says, in the Northern Hemisphere, resolutions go down the drain clockwise, in the Southern Hemisphere, counterclockwise. That's hilarious. That's a really good...
That is my favorite comment of the night so far.
Mine too.
Second, because Arden told me she loved me when she kissed me, so that's you get second.
Oh.
Cool. I also told you I loved you tonight, but fine.
But Stephanie's joke is better than that.
Better, I know. That's true. Torcus Curtin says, atheist Satanists from Boise, Idaho. I'm so bummed out that I missed when Aron visited. Love all of your content. Hail Satan. I'm going to point out that you have made the only thing I would call an atheist sin, and that you put the I before the E.
Yes.
It's atheist. Just got to sound it out. I'm sure it was a quick typing.
You sure you're not athier than I am?
That's right.
I'm the atheist. You're athier.
You don't know how athy I get. That sounded worse than I meant. All right, so this was the what's with the Bluebeards. I've seen them with natives, but why Bluebeard, Aron?
Okay, so here's the quick rundown. For a time, my normally black beard had a single stripe, asymmetric stripe of gray, which I thought looked kind of cool. But then when one half of a Fu Manchu mustache turns gray,
yeah,
and the rest of your hair hasn't changed color, but one half of a Fu Manchu turns gray, that just doesn't look right. So
I agree.
Yeah, so I needed to dye it, but I didn't want to dye my beard and mustache in a way that looked like I was trying to be vain necessarily. So I wanted to choose an unnatural color so people would know that I'm not trying to fool people in how young I am.
Yeah.
So I tried red. Red didn't look good. Matt did pink on his goat, and it looked great. I was really surprised.
I've done it a couple times.
Yep.
I did,
and that looked really good. And I chose blue.
Thank you.
And I've actually been dyeing my beard blue for like 5 years, but I changed brands. And it used to be that you could only tell if we were in the sunlight. And people would say, when they see me in person, they were like, "Is your beard blue?" But now it's blue on camera because I've got a different brand, and now everybody's freaking out about it. But what the fuck that means? Well, it means that I'm a reptile from the Sirius star system, and then now getting paychecks from the Illuminati and George Soros.
That's true.
We're going to go take a call while I ban the use of the name of my town on the channel. I'm literally going to go hard-code it in. People are already saying it in the chat. I'm going to go hard-code it while you all talk to Steven in Arizona about his optimism for 2023. Steven, you are on the line after a solid 2 hours and 51 minutes of waiting. A true champion you are. Steven, go ahead.
Well, Thank you, Jimmy. I was a lot more optimistic 2 hours and 51 minutes ago, but we kind of have gone up and down. But first, before I get into that, I've spoken to Forrest before. I've actually met Matt in person at one of his speaking engagements, and to the other two of you, it's delightful to finally speak with you. Aron, I've consumed your content elsewhere and enjoy it very much. Thank you to all of you for everything that you do. I was responding those many hours ago before I needed to shave to Jimmy's comment that about 2 months ago, he suddenly felt more optimistic about 2023 because 2022 was really rough. And my immediate reflection was about politics, that we had a really rough year with losing Roe, all of the anti-LGBT, particularly anti-trans legislation that went on around the country. And going into November, particularly here in Arizona, we were really worried about what the election was going to hold. And I felt like after the election in November, it felt like we could all finally breathe a little bit because the Democrats didn't do as badly as we thought they would. And the Republicans were so crazy that it felt like that maybe gridlock is not anybody's favorite state of government, and I won't get into capitalism and socialism just to keep Forrest calm. But
I'll do it for both of us.
we needed something to stop the crazy, and I wondered if that didn't have something to do with it. So if I had a question for all of you, not to drive you crazy with politics, but since it dovetails nicely into some of the things we were just talking about, or you were just talking about, and I was listening and needing therapy. How do you feel about 2023 in the political situation? I mean, I know we can't really do anything about the Supreme Court, but we have a lot of things that I feel like give us a reason for hope. The last quick thing I'll say is part of it for me is I plan to relocate in 2023. And
don't tell Aron where you moved to. Just kidding.
Well, things are just getting a little crazy here in Arizona, and I think I've had enough. I've been here 17 years.
Yeah.
And I didn't really care where I went, but I was watching what was happening in these other elections back east. My sister's in Tennessee, and she was like, move here, be near me. And I was like, where and how many bullseyes do you want me to wear? I'm a Democrat, an atheist, and I'm LGBT. I can be shot for any of those reasons in certain parts of the country. So, we're going to go a little further east. So I felt better. I just wondered what you all thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Specific to your asking me about my feeling better in the post I had made, it's entirely selfish stuff. I stopped eating like shit. I started doing things that are good for my mental health, and I started to actually move on from a relationship that had ended last year. Like, it's all selfish shit. The world's going to hell, and I think the fascists are probably winning. So I don't have a lot to tell you in the optimism realm. Anybody?
Yeah, I will because I was feeling a lot more downtrodden a year ago than I am now. I was thinking then that the fascists were winning, and I feel like I want to debate
you on this. That they clearly. We still lost the House after they took Roe v. Wade. Yes, the Senate, we've got one extra senator, Arden, but how is the size of what they did and the reaction being we only kind of lost the power to do anything at the federal level, how are they not winning?
Most of us are in Texas, so we're gonna have a skewed view of this.
Sure.
Because you know that your neighbors don't give a fuck about anybody else but themselves. And that's just the way it is in Texas. We don't care about marginalized people. I mean, Texans don't care about other people, but nobody but themselves. The only time a Republican senator will advocate for gay rights is when they find out that their son is gay. The only time that a Republican congressman will advocate for women's reproductive rights is when his mistress needs an abortion to keep their affair from his wife.
I get it. And
there's a huge amount of hypocrisy there.
I hear what you're saying, but we had less stopping power. We had less motivation to fix the wrongs of the Supreme Court that have already happened, and we fucked that
Yeah,
up
but look
back in
what's gonna happen
2016.
this year.
Yeah, go ahead.
And what fucking well better happen this year? The orange dumpster fire needs to be indicted and needs to be prosecuted. And on the evidence that we've already ascertained, found guilty. A number of other practically most of his whole cabinet has already been found guilty and charged, criminalized, except for the ones that he pardoned. Right? So he's going to be held accountable. Some degree of accountability is going to happen to a whole bunch of people in Congress.
That gives me nothing, Aron, because after, and I'm trying to engage this like we're actually debating. Of course, at the end, I love you and I'll kiss you on the lips. But at the end of the day, after Trump is indicted and goes to prison for the rest of his life or whatever the best thing that could happen, Roe v. Wade is overturned. The Supreme Court is 6-3, and a minimum of 3, if not 4, of the people on the side with the power are religious extremists. Marjorie Taylor Greene was reelected.
Done. We're not done.
When do we start doing things
Justice
again?
Thomas should have recused himself. We know that.
But he won't.
We've gotten testimony from Ginny Thomas that she made mistakes and was also conveying things to Justice Thomas, so that he should have recused himself. There are like 3 of those people on the Supreme Court already should be impeached and removed.
What do the shoulds get us when we don't have the power to do anything about it?
Well, we're not completely without power.
But we can't impeach them. Do you think we have the power to impeach the judges?
Yes.
I don't. You got to get, what do you have to get, 65?
One of the problems that I have in identifying as a Democrat is that the Democrats don't fucking do anything. I'm surprised that Joe Biden didn't immediately disappoint me. I'm surprised that Joe Biden exceeded my expectations, which were very low.
Sure.
When I ran for office, I had to run as a Democrat because you can't run in Texas as an independent.
Sure.
And I'm not insane or hateful or evil, so I couldn't run as Republican.
Sorry.
But those are the only option. You have to be, because they have the system set up that you've got to be one of 2 parties. Now, when we get a ranked voting system, we'll get rid of the GOP. We'll get rid of the fascists. We replace that with a ranked voting system when we're golden.
Yeah, I love it. I love the shoulds and coulds. It's the what will we do.
And it's possible to do that because they've already done it in this country. The reason Sarah Palin is now nobody in Alaska is because of ranked voting. She was replaced by a Democrat.
She can see Russia from her house. Sorry, I just had to. But so here's what I want to know, Aron. Do you think that right now we've already passed a turning point and now we're headed toward better? Or are you saying you see a spot where people are activating and it's going to turn around? Because if you,
what I'm saying is I'm not as, I'm when people ask me these questions this time last year, my answer was that I was glad, and I'm going to be honest, you can go back and watch old videos about this because it's happened a number of times around this point of the year. I said, I'm glad that I'm old and that I can afford the good liquor. But I don't have that same completely pessimistic attitude now. Which is good, because I can no longer afford the good liquor.
The day after the election, I just started arguing with people who were celebrating.
Is she very popular?
That's funny. I'm very alone. Please give me the good liquor's number. Anyway, the day after the election, I didn't start celebrating. I started arguing with people who were. Because anybody taking any, I felt hope from that. Yes, there were a couple of things that were cool. But then even when you break those apart, what eventually happened that was Warnock versus the fucking... Wow, I'm really glad my brain's already purged him now that I don't have to worry about him anymore. The asshole Warnock ran against in Georgia. His name... Walker, thank you. Herschel Walker, yeah, the football player.
We have to deal with the fact that we live in a time when somebody can be such an incredible hypocrite that people will vote for him anyway. When somebody can be such an objectively verifiable liar, lie about every fucking thing, and people will vote for him anyway. When somebody can be that that Forrest Gump stupid, and people will vote for them anyway.
But this is the point I'm making is the things we celebrated and like, oh, the country is saved because Warnock beat Walker by that much. After Walker's son came out and said, yes, he got the abortions. Yes, he abandoned his family. Yes, he will impregnate anything that will bend over in front of him. And there are implications that wasn't always because they were super down for it. There's a violent, stupid, not Republican at all in lifestyle, and he only barely lost. And you had people who are loud voices who aren't just Trump across the way where they distribute their propaganda, the Carlsons and the like, saying, no, this is a good person and I would vote for him. And
I'm not saying that I have
barely
psychic powers. I'm not saying that I have psychic powers at all. I just, at the moment, I feel like there's a glimmer of hope. I didn't feel that last year.
I don't think that things are going to turn around without something devastating happening. I'm not saying a full-on war.
I'm thinking that Roe was significant, and what's happening to trans people is actually, I think, more so. I mean, having to explain to my own family, my own right-wing extremist Republican family, why people I know are leaving this state. People who are close to us are leaving this state. Why? Because our state, I forget what the position is, but the Attorney General wanted a list. The Texas State Attorney General wanted a list of names of people who changed their gender identity on their driver's license. Why the fuck would you need a list of their names?
Yeah,
unless you're coming after them.
And Aron, every single one of
confirmation. That's confirmation that people aren't optimistic. I'm not optimistic. I'm one of the ones leaving Texas because I agree with Jimmy. Something devastating. I backed Beto. I put the signs in my yard. I did everything I could. Shit's not going to change here. And when you look at it nationwide, we've lost the Supreme Court, and the last hope is for us to stack the Supreme Court, which you can't really do because now we've lost the House.
Yep.
Despite the change with Roe, despite all the things that you're citing that I agree with you, we lost the House. We should have every fucking branch of governor if this world was sane and there was a lot more to be optimistic about. Am I more optimistic than I was last year? Yeah, but that's because I'm busy turning a hobby into a business and there's so much fucking wrong that I don't have time to focus on it. So to answer the caller's question, there are things I'm incredibly optimistic about and there are things I'm incredibly pessimistic about. But I only feel slightly better than last year just because it's gone on so long that I'm now more numb to it.
Yeah. Aron, to the specific point
maybe,
you had
maybe
just...
that's...
I just want to say that
maybe that's what it is. I'm saying the same thing. I'm not saying I'm saying that I'm not as pessimistic as I was.
Right.
I was feeling completely hopeless before. We passed an infrastructure bill. We passed a climate change bill. Something got done when I didn't expect anything ever would be.
I agree that the things that we can get done and we're having to do and force through, and we're also having to have things now fought in the Supreme Court that's against us, like the forgiveness of student loans, where we could lose that one because you have these 6 and 4 of them are extreme, and one of them, I'm sitting here going like, boy, I hope Neil Gorsuch, this is one of those times he's not a giant asshole, because he usually is, but sometimes he's not. But to the specific point, and Matt kind of mentioned this one in his list of things, when you're saying, not kind of, he did, but when you're saying that, like, these people who are moving, the thing that's devastating isn't, I don't lament a single person who's moving who's a part of those oppressed groups. Obviously, I think it even makes sense. If you're fleeing a state that's oppressing trans people and you're a trans person, I get it. There are very many people who have privilege to leave and are also leaving on top of that for the same reasons, because this seems like an unbearable place to live. That's part of why we're going to fail. That's part of why they're winning, because all of these privileged people are now that were trending toward Beto, and I shouldn't say all, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but so many of these people that were trending toward why we even have the Beto thing be a possibility, that's now slowed or reducing as people are leaving, and they're going to go to places like California and Colorado that don't need more. I moved from Colorado to here to be a part of Texas turning blue, and we lost so bad that next time's probably going to be worse. Sorry, Matt's got his hand raised.
I think we're talking about things in perhaps relative terms. Aron's basically saying he's more optimistic than he was last year. But maybe the reason that that he's more optimistic than he was last year, than you and I are, than we were last year, is because he was too pessimistic last year, because he said he didn't expect anything to get done. And I expected quite a few things to get done, and some of them did. So maybe I had better expectations, and who knows?
And I don't want to be blind. I don't want to be too optimistic. I've never been too optimistic. I've always been happy with and very satisfied with whatever my station is. I mean, some people will say, well, things could always be better. Yeah. And I've always seen that things are clearly worse for a whole lot of people around me. And it's just a matter of your attitude. My wife wants to get the fuck out of this state.
Yeah.
And I have friends in Arizona who.
But you know who we need to stay? Are you and we need you and your wife to stay. That's sort of my point. If things are going to get better, you're the people who need to stay. And I know it's like it's shitty. And I'm not judging you if you do move. I'm saying this is why Texas is a lost cause, because you're not the only ones that are going at that same thing.
I'm so frustrated because, I always use my mother as the worst example of what religion does to you. And I was talking to her today about, I showed her a video by Brian Tyler Cohen showing, all that we've accomplished. In the last year or so. And she says, well, I'm disappointed that the Democrats are trying to take away your Social Security. And I said, Mom, 15 times we've been over this. I've shown you where Republican congressmen are trying to take away your Social Security. And I showed you, and you told me I was lying. And then we got confirmation in your mail that you're getting more Social Security now because of Biden and the Democrats. So why are you still telling yourself the lie that the Republicans have been telling you? You're getting more money on your Social Security. Thank the Democrats for that. And look up on your own GOP platform for how they're trying to dismantle and get rid of your Social Security. She won't do it because, as I said, she only believes lies.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. There you go.
Tell some bullshit.
I will say this one.
I'm very optimistic.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm the weird one.
No, I'm hopeful.
Optimistic.
I'm hopeful. And all of us agree on more things than we disagree. I know Forrest and I, because we've talked about it a bunch. Not to say that I'm not going to let you explain yours. I am hopeful. Sure. But when I say something devastating happens, I'm talking like huge moments of feeling like we've completely lost will precede any sort of moving on and win, because you just don't historically see anything else when things like we're getting close to the levels that prior to our level of technology and stuff throughout history is what you usually see precede a civil war. Now, there's a lot of reasons to believe that that's not coming, partially because of how different technology is and how nobody can afford to literally annex California and have their iPhone stop working on either side. You just can't do that. So there's some of those things, but at the end of the day, the only bright side I can pull out of all of this is that a clip with the title Jimmy Snow Debates Aron Ra is going to do very well. And that's all I can pull out.
Go ahead, I get what you're talking about when you have somebody like Herschel Walker that still manages to compete. Yeah.
And Lauren Boebert was reelected equally stupid.
Vampires and werewolves, and despite all of it, despite him being impressively fucking stupid, and people voted for him anyway. And Lauren Boebert,
reelected.
We thought that she was voted out, and then in the last minute, it turns out she got just the tiny little edge that she needed, and she's still in. People voted for People voted for Marjorie Taylor Greene. How fucking stupid are we as a species? Why do we call ourselves Homo sapiens sapiens, man the wise, the wise? If you voted for Marjorie Taylor Greene, we need to come up with a different species name.
But at this point, we're past small things fixing that, is what I'm saying. Is why I say I'm not looking forward to the future, because big, terrible things are going to have to happen, it seems, for this to be corrected. And I'd rather live, and I'm not sure what those sorts of things look like. And I think there's violence in the future. I think there's, again, I'm not going to say a full-on civil war, but devastating shit coming. Sorry, Forrest, you've tried to get a word in, and I'm gonna yield my time.
Everything that Aron just said is exactly why Plato hated democracy, because the person who says the nice thing will be voted in more than the person who is qualified to lead.
Right.
Yeah. So as someone who loves democracy, it's a worthy criticism. Yeah, no, I know I'm the weird one, but I'm very, very, very optimistic about these things because, and this is something that's going to take some time and it's going to be a big deal. But like, I just turned 30 this year. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1992, and I was raised around people that were like the flower children and the revolutionaries of their time. I have family that were in the resistance and fought against Nazis in World War II. I have family members that taught the first integrated classes in America and volunteered to do so. I have family members that were the crazy quixotic idealists. Those are the kind of people that raised me. And even the ones that didn't raise me, those are the people that I looked up to as a kid and still look up to today. I look up to people like myself who are very, very much have their heads in the clouds and are always, dreaming of the next big, beautiful, wonderful thing. That's who I am. And those are the kind of people that I look up to. And those are the kind of people that influence me in my life. Because of that, I can look back over my entire life and I can remember from as early as I can think, I can remember thinking this is, shitty. The way the world isn't good enough. Surely we can do much better than this. There's absolutely no excuse for us as a civilization that can, send probes to other planets and fly helicopters around the world and we have vaccines and we have deep sea exploration
around other worlds.
Right, exactly. Yes, Jesus. And so we have these amazing technologies and these incredible advancements in civilization. There is absolutely no reason why, if I can sit here and talk to three crazy people on the internet and broadcast to thousands of people my insanity, that we can't end homelessness, end hunger. There's no reason why that can't be the case. And I grew up in a world where every single adult, every single grown-up told me, that's the way it is, get over it. And I know that their parents told them, that's the way it is, get over it. And I know that their parents told them, that's the way it is, get over it. This is the way the world is, and nothing's ever going to get better, and you got to take care of yourself, and you got to get yours, and everybody else can fuck themselves, and that's just, you don't be one of these cushy liberal people trying to take care of everybody else. You'll just be starving. How many homeless people are you putting up in your house? Unless it's all of them, don't complain. These kind of dumbass arguments are what's led the world for a very long time. And because of that, because I am the type of person who is incredibly irreverent and recalcitrant, and I really, really don't like being told shit like that, I've made it my mission for a long time to put myself in a position of clout and leverage and get myself into such a way that I could have some influence and make some better changes. And I'm one asshole. And the thing is, there's a lot of people my age who are the same way, who are doing the same thing. And now my generation and the generation before me, the weirdest ones of them, are finally getting into positions where we can actually start to make some changes. And we have the backing of Gen fucking Z. Their crazy asses are coming along by. We just got the first Gen Z member of Congress elected.
A whole generation of sociopaths. Just kidding.
A whole generation of people who grew up in the same fucking squalor that I grew up in, with no economic opportunity, no potential for growth, no actual opportunity for advancement, and a world of old fogies telling you, well, if you just work harder, you can do it. The people who were able to buy a house at 18 with a summer job, telling us down here, living in a country where there is not a single state where you can survive and afford like average rent on a full-time minimum wage job in a country like this fucking horrible hellscape that we live in, where we own like less than 0.1% of what our parents and grandparents owned at our same age. We are the best educated and lowest paid and hardest working generation in American history, and that's stats, not propaganda. You can look that shit up. We are finally getting to a place where we can do some things, and we have motherfucking crazy ass Gen Z right behind us, ready to punch some fucking Nazis with us. So I am very, very confident. And another thing that makes me confident, another thing that makes me happy, that would
Make
really,
this
really
one
gets
much
me going,
faster, because we have people who are 3 hours and 16 minutes on hold.
the best revolutions in history have happened because of the proliferation of information technology and being able to share ideas faster and better. The civil rights movement happened because the government spread their propaganda of, oh, these terrible black people out here burning cities, and then people were able to look at the TV and say, oh, fuck, no, they're sitting on the ground and you're sicking dogs and fire hoses on them. What are you talking about? We now have fucking TikTok and YouTube and all sorts of other shit, and the best part of these social media technologies, which should be criticized, but the best part about them is that they allow people from all over the world to share their day-to-day lives, and for all of us to see that we are not very different, and we all recognize that anybody who tells you that tries to separate you from other people on basis of race or gender or ethnicity or socioeconomics, anybody who tries to separate you from each other on these things is the enemy. And we can see that now, and we can see into each other's lives, and we can come together as a society and make things shinier. And someday, we will this is the last thing. Someday, I am confident that we will live in a society where human rights and dignity don't have a fucking price tag. That is my goal for my life, is to make that happen.
Well, Stephen, I hope that answered your question.
A decade or so ago, the Iranian government tried to suppress an uprising.
All right, I think we can.
What?
We really got to do more calls,
There are people who've been on
guys.
hold for 3 hours.
So long.
What was your favorite episode of The Line? I like the one where they talked about politics for a long
No, they do
time.
like that, but we've got callers. We've got to move on to more callers and get the shortest hold time right now is 2 hours. Stephen, thank you.
Through it.
Yeah, you're right.
Happy New Year, guys.
You're right. Cool. Thank you, Stephen. Aaron, you can answer this person first. We're talking to Gabriel in Iowa, who wants to know, I think, how to avoid logical fallacies. Gabriel, is that your question? Go ahead, pose it for us.
Yes. So I had some, how do you take and spot logical fallacies, before you make them? I noticed that I can't stop, and think in the moment of, oh, hey, I'm about to make this argument that's not exactly logically sound. I know that when I talk a lot, it sounds like a gish gallop, and I try not to do that, but it's really hard for me to not do it. So is there any advice or anything like that I could get about
Is it that you have a whole lot of information that you want to get through, and you're maybe confusing that with a gish gallop? Because the idea of a gish gallop, the fallacy of a gish gallop, is that you present so many things so fast that your opponent, given equal time, two people given in a debate, they have equal time to speak, and one person will make will shotgun blast all kinds of nonsense, and the other person, it takes longer to correct one lie than it does to tell the lie. So if you tell 25 lies in a single minute, the next person can only at best address and correct one of them, because you've got to undo the false information, present the correct information, and go on from there. There's no way that you could address everything. So is your problem that you actually have a whole lot of information that is being ignored or misrepresented or not being presented, and you're conflating that with a gish gallop?
I've got a bunch of information that I just present too much information at once. I'll go oh yeah, to prove the age of the Earth, you've got ice cores, you've got radiometric dating, you've got what is that one?
Here's the way I address that. I try to get the people focused, because what I usually get is, of course, a gish gap going the other way. They will present their laundry list of absurdities, and I want to just say, okay, can you defend one of them? Let's just focus on one thing. And what I always get is that they'll do this huge block of text where they just like tell 35 lies in a single gigantic paragraph. And I'll say, I didn't read the whole post. I only read to the first error, which of course was in the first sentence. Let's deal with the first sentence and the error you made there. And they will not, because they don't care that they're in error. They want to inundate you with all of their nonsense. But if you're not even reading the nonsense, then why are they going through the trouble of copying and pasting it? Because they're not typing this out to you. They're going to apologetic sites and copying and pasting. So they're not even, they don't even know what they themselves have posted. So get them to argue, get them to show the substance of the thing they said. I was in an argument with somebody today. Well, I was in an argument with somebody today who started saying that the proof she had for how we have souls is we have these energy fields. I'm like, really? We have energy fields? That's your evidence of souls? So if you want to produce evidence of a supernatural thing, you're going to show me a natural form of energy. How is this energy measured? Is it measured by ohms, newtons, calories, horsepower, candle power, rads? How are we at measuring this? Or do we have no way of measuring it at all because you fucking lied and there's no energy at all?
Was she maybe talking about the electricity that our neurons
we can't go down a hypothetical route here, because otherwise we'll be doing 40 minutes on each call and we'll miss some countdowns and stuff. But yeah,
you got to get them focused. Get them to defend the one thing. Get them to admit the one error. They will not. They know that what they're saying is full of bullshit, but they gotta believe it. They have an invested interest in the make believe. I've seen Ken Ham, CEO of Answers in Genesis. He said that he's seen the evidence.
Yeah, I know him.
You have a radiometrically dated skeleton. I mean, now when I say radiometric, I don't mean carbon dated. I mean, multiple different overlapping means they know how old this thing is. Many different methods to date this strata and everything. So he's seen this skull. Dinosaur, 70 million years old, and it had brain cancer. He said, but that can't be, because his book of fractured fairy tales written by people who didn't know what the fuck they were talking about said, God said, their magic imaginary friend said it was good. And so he can throw out all the evidence because he's decided he's going to believe in the fairy tale. Period. Doesn't matter what the truth is. Answers in Genesis has a statement on their statement of faith wherein they say that no counter argument can ever be effective. There can never be any contrary thing to the Bible. The Bible has the absolute authority. Whatever the Bible says is true. Period. If the and
Arn, I love you so much. I'm going to keep feeling like an asshole saying we got to stick to the topic because we're so far behind. We're so far behind. Well, we're getting lots and lots of examples, and I'm seeing if we can't get these other calls that are 3 hours old in.
Okay, my apologies. The answer is 1942. Go ahead. Let's move on.
No, the answer is, if you want to avoid fallacies, the first thing you have to do is study them until you know them particularly well. The better you know them, the quicker and better you'll be at actually identifying them. But the one thing to remember is that formal fallacies address the validity of an argument, not the soundness. They go to the structure, not the content. So have a simple set of words like man, wet, dog, or whatever you want that you can sub into any argument to see if it still makes sense. Because as soon as you make the argument content agnostic, it allows you to address the structure. And that's how you will spot and avoid fallacies. Once you get them down like that, the only thing left to do is to look for propaganda techniques of various types where somebody's smuggling in an assumption or making an emotional appeal. You get all that done and you do it over and over and over and over and over and over again, you won't have to worry about it.
Okay.
Lots of good information there for you, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Awesome.
One more thing. I'd like to thank Aron for his recent videos on snakes. I've always thought that snakes were pretty cool, and learning about that stuff was just like, holy crap, now I actually know some things.
Oh, yeah.
Like that, the gene for their legs
great.
was Sonic Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Oh, you talked about. I haven't watched your stuff. You talking about Sonic Hedgehog? That's awesome.
Hell yeah. Thank you,
I used to blow
Gabriel.
people's mind with that when I was saying it's so good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great New Year.
You too.
You too.
I really am sorry, everybody. And I hate it because I'm usually the prime time waster. I hate being the person trying to be like, even though your points are great, we gotta try and pop each of these calls at no more than a few minutes each, just so we can not keep paying for hours of hold signals, really. And also,
I really respect that somebody managed to sit for 3 hours on hold, and I apologize that I said anything beyond that.
There's two more that have been on hold for 3 hours.
Literally, yeah. That's why I was trying to speed it along, is because we have 2 more that are over 3 hours and 1 more that's over 2 before I even open up more
Let me go
lines.
get something else to drink so I can be better lubricated for the next answer. Go ahead.
All right. All right. Good enough. Good enough. This one might be no, it's not. Alex in California. How you doing?
I'm good.
I want this.
Nice haircut, Jimmy.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. I get it this time.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the Greta and Tate situation and see what you guys' thoughts were on it. Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't stopped laughing since.
And I noticed your comment about possible body shaming, and I'm in complete agreement with you, Alex. It's absolutely shitty to use things that people don't have any control over to try to shame them. Baldy or limp dick or tiny dick or big dick, any of those things. It shouldn't happen. And as much as I want to get behind that and say Greta was shitty for doing that, and people who do that, we should discourage that across the board. We can all learn there are better ways to insult people rather than something that's just, which may not even be true. What it does is it disparages broadly. It creates a stereotype. That said, most people aren't going to give a shit because what happened to Andrew Tate was absolutely delicious.
Right.
Right. And it's his own stupidity that did it. So the objectionable part is going to get completely overshadowed. And in this case, I guess I'm fine with it.
Okay,
I agree. And
I don't know how justified I am in saying this, but as I understood it, Greta Thunberg was talking about small dick energy. Now she obviously has no way.
The same insult.
Yeah, we'd be pretty pedantic to pretend it's not.
The whole point of small dick energy is that you're projecting something because you have a tiny penis. That's body shaming.
Right. And I get that. I think that in this, I agree with you entirely. Any kind of body shaming is a shit argument and it shouldn't be done.
No, it's not a huge difference.
Metaphorical.
In this particular context, I give license to it because that's such a huge part of his platform. You know what I mean?
Short man in prison syndrome.
I found it extremely funny and knew that I was going against my own, just in the same way that I think it's great. Well, I've found that it's great when murderers finally die of old age in prison, and I'm like, oh, dope, they're dead. And I went, oh, that's not the best version of my humanism. I am failing to live up to my own philosophy. And I failed to live up to my own philosophy when it came to the Greta thing, because I have yet to really sit in that wasn't cool. And I know that I'm better than that. And yet I'm an imperfect humanist. I really am.
The best description that I can give is that she obviously doesn't have a metric. There's no way that she understands the size of the man's penis, but we're using something as a metaphor for his extending of his own inadequacy.
Why is this so hard for people to understand? It doesn't matter what his dick really is or whether she knows it. The objection here is that she's suggesting there's something wrong with him as if he were one of those people who had a tiny dick. She's suggesting there's something wrong with people who have tiny dicks and using that as an insult in the same way people do with the R slur and a bunch of other slurs. It's absolute body shaming stereotyping, and it needs to stop.
I get what you're saying. I just see it as metaphoric.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay. Yeah, well, when you're metaphorically R-word, when you're metaphorically a tub of lard, when you're it's stereotyping. That's the problem.
I get you.
This bad thing couldn't have happened to a worse person. That's all I've got.
In this particular instance, I give it much more of a license because that is so much of his brand, because Andrew Tate's entire brand is a middle schooler who all of a sudden became an adult and never matured at all. It's very much that same brand of I have the best toys, I have the most sex, I am the man. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous, it's laughable, and that's the only kind of thing that, number one, would hit him, and number two, it's a mockery of him and his platform. So while I entirely, wholeheartedly agree on what you're saying about body shaming, in this very specific instance, I have a little bit more. I don't want to say like I'm cool with it. I'm excited about it, but
We're
like
not doing a special pleading thing.
I don't know why.
It's very much
I don't know why we as a society don't just say like, right now I'm going to acknowledge my hypocrisy and enjoy the meme. Just say that.
I'm with you. Yeah, it's hypocritical. And that's why I mentioned at the beginning is like, I understand what the caller's saying and I agree. And this is a big problem that we should stop. But in this particular case, I'm not that bothered by it.
When Donald Trump got COVID, Michael Che made a joke on Weekend Update where he said, we've just gotten news that Donald Trump has contracted COVID and our thoughts and prayers go out to COVID. And I laughed my ass off, even though I got the joke that it was that hopefully it would take out the guy. And I don't want Donald Trump to die because as a humanist, that's not a humanistic value.
That's not justice.
But the embrace that too.
Immortal and live long enough to know how everything he ever said was a lie.
I'm willing to admit when I'm being a hypocrite and I'm incapable of getting past my own perfections to enjoy a meme. Seriously, that's probably my favorite joke of the last 10 years. Our thoughts and prayers go out to COVID. Anyway, Alex, did that answer what you were looking for?
Yeah, that was great. Real quick, Forrest, I talked to you on the other show. I have a couple more book recommendations for you.
Because he needs more.
Capitalist Realism, but yeah, just a couple more. There's Capitalist Realism by Mark Fisher. It's about how we can't really
Capitalist Realism.
Capitalist Realism by Mark Fisher. It's about how we can't really realize that capitalism isn't the best way, and that there are other ways of going about things. And then there's Mutual Aid. Mutual Aid by Peter Kropotkin. And it's about how cooperation to animals, and we could also cooperate in the same way, that sort of thing.
Yep, I'm familiar. I'm more familiar with that one than the first one. Cool, yeah, I'll look them up.
Thank you, Alex.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm always down for more interesting recommendations.
Hey, Alex. Happy New Year.
What's up?
That's it.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
I just wanted to dedicate. I thought it'd be a real thrill for you, as I am an A-list celebrity and all, just to hear Jimmy Snow. Why am I slurring my words? I'm the only one who. Well, wait. No, you're not drinking tonight either, are you, Forrest?
I'm not drinking.
Oh. No, I'm drinking root beer.
I'm having a pull away for all of you.
That's right. Thank you for Alex. Thank you to Alex.
I did hit my Delta 8 though.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I think. Also, just I was thinking about that. I know we got to move on, but just really quickly, if it's okay.
Well, I think right now we need to kill time until the hour so we can do the countdown and then immediately take a call. So if we take a call now, we're going to miss the next countdown.
I think that there's something to be said for giving somebody a taste of their own medicine, and I think there's something to be said for. I've made the case a few times about like, when you're teaching somebody who isn't going to be taught, making an example of them to get the audience on your side is also good. So like maybe there's something to be said there as far as like the shitty ass fans. I know that you're just cool with saying it was a hypocritical situation, but cool.
I think we can say that. And I can then take the individual pieces and go, how fucking brilliant. This is like similar to what happened with Jordan Peterson and Elliot Page. Elliot Page didn't even try to ruin Jordan Peterson, and it happened.
Right.
And all the equivalent of like, fuck you, dude, I don't care about your bullshit, why are you DMing me, is basically what Greta did. And now Andrew Tate is in jail. Not directly because of that, because Andrew Tate is so insecure that he didn't defend the no, I don't have a small penis, or you shouldn't body shame. His thing was specifically, well, when you look at the structure of the joke, she's saying she has a small penis because it's her email address. Like this really stupid pedantic thing. And then is showing off that a woman, one of his servant women, is serving him pizza, and the Romanian police are like, oh shit, he's in town, let's go get him. We've been waiting. He's in
Yeah.
town. Let's go get him. And so she effortlessly brushed off some, but I can still appreciate all that and still say that it's probably not cool to bastardize the concept of having a small dick. That is body shaming.
Right.
I can.
She's not trying to body shame him. Somebody in chat was saying that it's ego shaming, but it's using a stereotype to do it is the problem.
Yeah.
Right. It's I think it's worth dissecting, even though you're right. At the surface level, it is what it is. It was funny because it was funny, and in pretty much any other situation, it wouldn't be funny because everything is nuance. I'm just thinking it's worth dissecting for the sake of understanding better. Oh shit!
Wait, where are we at? 59.
12:59.
And okay, we've got like 40 seconds. I'm on
So
a
we got,
countdown.
Colorado.
That's right.
About to come into the same club we're in.
The New Year's I 1 year ago was celebrating.
There you go.
Is happening now. For all of my Denver homies, all of my snow bunnies, the people who don't freak out when the weather turns 45 degrees and you're putting on a fucking winter coat. Because that's what I've been seeing here. 45 degrees and I saw somebody fully covered in Gore-Tex. 10, 9, 8, 7. Which one of you is going to kiss me? 4,
5,
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Yay!
Mountain Time Zone!
Mountain Time Zone people.
Happy New Year, mountains.
By the way, I'm going to let everybody know in advance, while I'll be here till California and the rest of the West Coast, rings in the new year, fuck Alaska and Hawaii.
Yeah, no, those fuck them. I mean,
I'm
I think
sorry to our friends in Hawaii, but I'm going to
You
bed.
guys get the celebrations when we're done with them.
fuck most of Alaska. I think there's a small amount of Alaska that's still Pacific time. Am I incorrect on that? That little
I don't
wiener
think so.
they
I
got
think
hanging
Alaska's
down?
all together.
Oh, I could have sworn. All right,
Oh,
good enough.
Yeah.
Good
So
enough.
let's get to the next question because I really want to respect people that have been sitting on hold for so fucking long.
I'm not even going to open new. I'm not even going to open new lines until we're ready to take a call after these two, and we'll just do one line at a time, basically, for the rest of the night, just because we have such a social group. How long do we have you, Forrest? Do you need to get going at some point here? All right. Well, I'm going to put Fen.
I'll let you know.
I'm going to put Fen on the line. I know Ben's off doing another show, so I don't think Ben's bothered that we're not. I'm going to put Fen on the line, and I'm going to go pee while you all talk to Fen about lesbian Netflix shows. I think that's the
pound of
lesbian
Braunschweiger today.
Netflix
I'm going to
show?
go demolish that for the new year.
I'm sorry that we have 0 lesbians to take this call at the moment, Fen, but go ahead while I pee.
But I will fill in as best I can.
Awesome. I'll try and call back Thursday to say hi to Arden. But Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Matt would say,
Happy New Year.
Matt would say,
and if you want to talk to Arden, I can arrange that.
You're done to 22 that'd be nice.
Yes. Oh, I should have done that. By the way, if you want to talk to Arden, I can arrange that right now.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I think he has her phone number or something.
Sorry, can you repeat? I couldn't hear you.
I said I'm pretty sure
ahead.
Matt might know Arden's phone number or something. He might be able to get a hold of her.
There might be some connection there, I think.
I'm going to have to screenshot a picture of Forrest with that big kiss mark on his face and a huge beaming fucking smile. Because I'm just endeared by that. That is so adorable.
I might need to go get another because we just crossed another New Year, so I might need to go re-up on New Year's noggin.
Anyways, my topic I changed a little bit due to the cast of people here. I think might be a little more appropriate. Was more about just the lesbian and sapphic shows getting canceled on Netflix this past year. There's been 6 or 7, I think, that have been pretty successful and popular, but it's just been just canceled. And it's been really frustrating to get attached to really well written shows that kind of get dumped because they don't bring in the new subscribers that Netflix wants. And I think Forrest can get behind the whole capitalism is fucking over art kind of thing.
It kind of sucks, doesn't it?
Just a little bit. It's just this whole subscription model with these shows doesn't really benefit the They don't care about the return viewers and how popular or well made a show is as much as how much they can bring in around it.
Somebody says that I can play the part of a surrogate lesbian here because I have blue facial hair.
Oh no!
So that means that according to at least Dennis Prager University, that makes me lesbian.
Did somebody call me mentally ill for cursing while I was in the bathroom like last time?
Right.
That happened on Forrest's show.
Are the topics about shows getting canceled on Netflix because they're LGBT?
Yeah.
I haven't heard if there's any recent things going on. I remember a bunch of stuff got canceled off of like Cartoon Network not that long ago.
Sorry, go ahead, Ven.
The most recent was Warrior Nun, which was a really beautiful, like sapphic romance that actually featured a trans actress in the first season, but received like absolutely no promotion from Netflix this year. Was massively popular and has a huge following, but Netflix didn't follow up on it and then just canceled it. Kind of out of the blue.
Yeah, I think a lot of networks and like I think Disney does similar stuff where they're so afraid of pissing off the wrong people that they just like kind of daintily dip a toe in the water of representation, and then when they realize like they are going to get pushback for even acknowledging queer people exist, they immediately shut down for like a couple of periods of like producing content. Maybe eventually they kind of work up the courage to do it again, but
queer content only seems to get supported routinely if it becomes a giant part of culture that's being constantly memed and exists in everybody's consciousness. Like there's lots of people who, and then half of the stuff that queers take in as their culture isn't even necessarily explicitly queer. Like, I get it. All other queer people, including myself, Wednesday's a dope show. Why is that a part of queer culture suddenly? It's not an explicitly queer show. But unfortunately, it either has to be, the standards are different on queer stuff. It has to be massively popular or it's considered a failure, basically. And then this capitalist hellscape we live in, companies like Netflix, it's not just about if it's profitable. It's about if it's more profitable this quarter versus last quarter and this year versus last year. Literal economic growth for companies isn't recorded in you made $100 billion this year. It's you made $100 billion this year, last year, and this year you made $100 billion or you made $90 billion, and the $90 billion is profit, but we treat this as negative $10 billion because it's $10 billion less than the year before. So you're failing to do something. And now you have to cut everything off that might be. And the first things to go are the like, nobody gives a fuck about the shows that, I think I know the show you're talking about, Fen, and I liked that show.
I haven't
no one
seen,
gives a fuck about it.
I haven't seen anything of Wednesday. Is that a gay show at all?
I think there's some gay people in it.
It's like I don't know. I don't really know exactly where it started. It's kind of like a Tumblr thing. There's a lot of like queer culture stuff, especially in like sort of sapphic lesbian sort of circles that really got big on Tumblr, where there's just an aesthetic behind really liking certain characters. And so they kind of got adopted as like a symbol of queer culture, even when they're not. There are definitely others, a couple, but I can't like think of any off the top of my head because I've got some Delta 8 myself.
Because I'm a 60-year-old man and I'm not going to watch a show about schoolgirls because that'll just be weird.
I'll tell you what, I wasn't going to watch it, and then I found out Fred Armisen plays Fester, and that got me in, and I was like, why was I denying myself this show? It's excellent. It's a really good show. It's great. And it's really morbid and dark. You don't have to worry about it being, it's not Nancy Drew, I assure you. You're seeing disembowelments and all kinds of shit. In fact, don't watch it with your kids. Well, your kids would be fine, but young kids.
Yeah, my kids are jaded.
There we go.
My kids all have snakes.
No, I wish I had known what show you're talking about, Fen. I didn't even hear about it.
We're rewatching it with my partner. It's still on Netflix, obviously, but if you're interested, you should check it out. It's called Warrior Nun. I also really want to say thank you for coming back on. I know you've been off doing whatnot, playing with Boop Noodles. And
Yes.
I really
had
wanted
Loop
to
Noodles, kitties, and Pokemon has been my time away. But yeah, no, of course, I'm glad I was able to slip over and say hello.
I really do
Reflecting back
appreciate
to what Jimmy said about it has to be like really popular or it's nothing. There was a show that I really loved. It was my favorite TV show that I can think of that I've ever seen. It was called American Gods.
I was sure it was going to be Firefly, but go ahead.
It was canceled a couple of years ago, and I'm much remiss that they didn't finish the last season of that. But one of the last seasons, they were very pro-gay. There were some very obvious gay scenes and all of that, and quite explicit. And one of the final episodes of the last season before they canceled it, my wife said that was the gayest thing I've ever seen. It was quite impressive, but practically nobody saw it. It was like the best show with an incredible cinematography and all of this. And I thought it was an extremely progressive show, but it didn't get promoted or advertised or whatever. So that the gay community didn't pick it up. Nobody picked it up, and then it sadly got canceled.
Yeah, I mean, I think also it's something that happens a lot. Like, I don't know if any of y'all have seen the show 300, or wait, is it 300? No, 100. The 100. It's about the kids from like a satellite thing in the distant future who got sent to Earth after like a nuclear catastrophe or whatever. And
nope,
gonna give spoilers, so
no, don't.
Fucking sorry.
This is
there's
a spoiler-free zone.
There's a queer character in it who dies really early, and it's like a important character, and it's like not only do like shows that actually feature queer people not succeed, or they have like a higher bar to be considered successful, you also have like a lot of the really influential characters in the queer community being like killed off early in shows, because I don't know, it's a weird thing that kind of tropey and happens a lot.
Part of it is that these companies are trying to get international profits too. And so shows with queer representation don't play in China, which will triple and quadruple their profits. You'll hear about movies that did 800 billion or 800 million here, but then after it went to China, the movie made $2 billion. Like do
they not have homosexuals in China?
Obviously they have homosexuals in China. They do not allow homosexual representation. In fact, there was an entire Marvel movie that got cut because Marvel wouldn't remove like two, or maybe it was one of the Star Wars, wouldn't remove two women just like
was that the Eternals
sitting next to each other. It might have been Eternals.
I think what he's talking about is Deadpool. So Deadpool had the nucleosonic teenage warhead or whatever, and she had this.
That probably also happened, though that was technically owned by Fox. It wasn't Marvel.
Okay, those are the only lesbians I can think of in like the whole Marvel, the whole MCU thing.
We're talking about like incidental background characters. Oh, there's two women holding hands was the instance I'm talking about.
Okay.
Daphne has to be rude because she's trying to get into trouble because I never sit at this desk and she's really fucking confused and very curious. No climbing on the desk. Thank you.
All right, I don't want to take up too much more time because I know there's other people on the line and you have stuff to get to. But I do before I go, I do want to thank Arden so much. This past year I've had a lot of dark moments and tough times of going through personally and mentally. And just listening to you and Katie and everyone on Transatlantic, Ben included, has been really a bright spot in my year. So I really appreciate it.
That's really sweet. I'm glad that we were able to offer you some comfort whatever you were going through. Thank you so much for calling, Fen. We appreciate you giving your time, and I'm sure you were also on the line for hours. So thank you for waiting. We really appreciate your support.
There are so many moments
Happy New Year to everyone.
On this show. Arden sitting there with the one shoulder off sweater, holding the cat. That's just like a photo.
Wholesome content. Thank you, Fen.
Bye.
All right, bye. I'm gonna pass off the mantle back to old MD here. So, yes.
Cool. Last call, we have Liam, who's calling to talk to Forrest.
While she was talking, I was looking up that Netflix series Q Force that they released. And freaking, like, it was just all of the queer stereotypes and tropes. Rolled it. They were trying so hard to make something that was, like, relatable, and they ended up making something horribly offensive.
Yeah. Anyway, Liam, go ahead. You got a question. Liam's got a question for Forrest.
Hey, I did
Hey,
not
Liam.
realize it was going to take that long, but it's nice to be here at all. So, hi.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, we dropped the call. Oh, sorry, Liam. I'm kidding. You actually waited the least. You only were a mere
I know.
2.5 hours, so come on.
Yeah, I'm lucky I didn't wait 3. Well, I had to turn down crab cakes for this.
Gross.
Thanks so
She
much for
waits
taking my
all
call.
this time for Forrest because everybody wants to talk to the cute one. Tell me again about body shaming. What about us ugly people?
That's right, Forrest is... Go ahead, Liam.
Well, Forrest, I've been watching your content for a while, and I've called in with you before.
You sounded really familiar. I thought I recognized you. I didn't want to be weird and be like, you! And they're like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, I was asking you about...
Yeah, so how are you?
Huh?
How are you? What did you want to ask me about? Yeah, I remember you. Yeah.
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm asking about perspective because I got a microscope for Christmas. I was very lucky. And
Nice.
I saw I'm not sure if it was a cell or if it was just a lot of cells, but I realized just how much like complexity and detail there is in like everything around us, but also like how big everything is. And I was wondering, like, how do you keep that all in perspective? Like, how do you think about how tiny everything is, how tiny we are in the universe, and also how large we are compared to the other things that are around us?
Yeah, so this is a thing that you often hear talked about when you're talking about science is that we live in this middle universe. That there's there's the tiny cells, and then even below that there's atoms, and below that there's this quantum world, and then up above us we have galaxies and whole these strands of galaxies holding the whole universe together, which is not actually how that works, but whatever. It's just beautiful to think about. And so you when you look at the unfathomably large and unfathomably small things around us, you realize very quickly that there is a disturbing level of randomness about all of it. And just below that randomness, there is a really, really creepy level of organization. And a great way to think about that, if you look at, you can actually buy one of these online. I used to have one. I play around. I don't know where it is, but it's called a Galton board. Are you familiar with in statistics the term standard distribution? Oh yeah, Matt's got one right there. So are you from? Yeah, are you familiar with the standard distribution?
Let me update my video thing. I think I've probably heard it before, but I can't remember exactly what it is.
Okay, so look at what Matt. Can you see the screen right now?
I can't see. I think it's there's a delay there. Hold on. Yeah, I'm watching Matt pull it out right now.
Okay.
Oh yes, yes,
yeah.
I have seen one of those before. Okay.
Yeah. So what he's doing there is he's dumping these balls, these little ball bearings, through a pegboard. And at any time, any single one of those ball bearings can go left or it can go right on any single one of those pegs. It's a complete random chance for them to fall in any one of the little corridors, the little troughs down there at the bottom. And yet, every single time he does it, it makes that same pattern because there is one particular pathway. It could go left every single time. Land on the far side. It could go right every single time and land on the other side. Or it could go left, right, totally randomly, and it'll mainly probably land in the middle, sometimes a little left, sometimes a little right, sometimes very left, sometimes very right. And you get this, what we call a standard distribution. That shape, that L curve, is the beautiful order to that chaos. All that randomness comes together to form order. And so this is the basics of understanding how statistics works, is that there is this order in the universe. And the more you do something, the more organized it will become, and it's fucking freaky. And so when we look at just how big the universe is, and we have these tiny little interactions happening, these big scales, again, just how organized it is because these things happen so much, and we have this law of large numbers going around. When you talk about a radiometric dating, we know that the half-life of carbon-14 is around 5,500 years. Does that mean that at exactly 5,500 years, boom, half of it just decays? No, it means that there's a set probability that any one of these atoms will decay at any given time. And after 5,500 years, statistically speaking, half of them will have done so. And the reason why 2 half-lives doesn't destroy the entire sample, instead you have the half-life takes off 50% of the sample, and then the next half-life you have 25% of the sample because it's half of what was left, is because after you destroy the first 50%, what you have left is still a sample of individual isotopes, any one of which could decay at any time, but statistically speaking, after 5,500 years, half of them will have. So it's these times when mathematics, when statistics, when probability represents reality so well that like the math makes better sense than the reality does. And as far as like how you keep that in perspective in terms of like how it affects your life as well, it's another thing about it, is that this builds philosophy. It's unbelievably freeing to realize that absolutely nothing matters, and nothing is any more special than anything else. And you get the choice of what kind of person you're going to be and what it means to be a person. You can reinvent all of those things. And indeed, when you study, like I encourage everybody to study like some introductory archaeological theory, especially post-processual archaeological theory, and see how other cultures have defined what it means to be alive at all. And start challenging your own heuristics and your own ideals of these things, because it becomes incredibly freeing to realize that you live in this universe where things happen to work in such a way that you exist. And that's fucking rad. And beyond that, you've got nothing. And you can go wherever you want. You can make whatever you want, dream whatever you want, be whatever you want. And you know that you've got the universe on your side because it worked out in such a way that you're here, and it worked out in such a way that it works. And that's really, really cool and really, really empowering to think about. Does that answer your question, or did I just ramble ridiculously for a long time?
No, that answered my question. Wow, thank you.
Awesome.
So it's almost like I know this is a bad I can't remember the word, but a bad not jumping off point, whatever. It's a bad inflection.
Segue.
No, that's not right either. Whatever, I'm close enough.
Segue,
it's
yeah.
almost like the phrase like losing the forest for the trees. Like if like every tree is completely random, it looks all wonky and whatever, different from every other tree, but like the forest is a set grid. Would it be like that?
Sort of, yeah. That's a good way to think about it. There's a book that's it's called Chaos by James Glick. I think it's Gliek. It's in the next room, otherwise I grab it.
Yeah,
But it's
I've heard of it.
It's the making of a new science. And people who read the book, they either love it or they hate it. But I encourage you to at least like pick up an audiobook and just kind of listen to the first little bit of it and kind of like get thinking about it, because that is exactly what it is that in a series of completely random reactions, you tend to find organization, and it makes things like us, and that's worth thinking about, because when you study chemistry, for example, you have kinetic molecular theory. These atoms, these molecules are wiggling around and jiggling around in all sorts of different ways, unpredictable to us. The way that they bond, however, is very much predictable because of the way they are. And you can draw out, I encourage you to look up reaction mechanisms. They're so fucking cool, dude. Is that you can literally draw how these atoms and molecules are going to bond together and the order in which they're going to do things and the different pathways that they can take, and look up resonance structures showing like, well, the electrons could be over here, but they're also equally stable over here. And so indeed, when we look at the structure of the molecule, it's both, and it just goes back and it does what it needs to do. You know what I mean? And so like you when you look at these things, you find that they work exactly the way that you think they would. But they don't have brains, they don't have plans. They're not making this happen on purpose. And those reactions, these random things becoming organized things, are what's happening inside your body at this very moment. They're what's keeping you alive. And it's the same thing with physics laws. And it's the same thing with how, biological systems work. The competitive exclusion principle of ecology, that no two species can occupy the same niche at the same time for very long, it makes logical sense. But if you ask me if two random ungulates can eat in the same field, of course they fucking can. They do it all the time. But we can see on the big population ecology scale that that doesn't work. And evolution leads them in this way where that stops being the case. So, like, yeah, you're absolutely right. All these little random, wonky, beautiful, ridiculous things come together to make this exquisite organization. And you're a part of that, and you get to decide what that means.
I think the word Liam was looking for was metaphor, but
kind of, yeah.
that actually would have also been wrong because then you said like, but I think you would have used metaphor. You would have actually literally meant simile, but no one uses that word outside of English class. No, it's you only use it in English.
Like wanting to use metaphor and like something related to like I don't even know.
I think it's funny that you keep saying
anymore.
like
a mnemonic device.
Oh, you recommended a book to me. I'll recommend a book to you. Have you read Beasts Before Us?
Beasts Before Us?
Yeah, it's more pop sciencey than like super detailed, but it's really great. My cousin got it for me. It's about mammalian evolution.
The Untold Story of Mammalian Origins. I've got it here on Amazon, and I will look into it.
Yeah, probably a bit.
The creatures here on this cover that they're showing. The creatures they're showing here on the cover are Permian animals, and the Permian is some of my favorite. One of my favorite geological time periods because of the stem mammals, particularly. So I think I would like this book. Well, thank you so much for the recommendation. I'll absolutely look this up.
Yeah, thanks, Forrest.
I'm glad that you liked the Permian. That was my favorite period too. But of course, she didn't want to talk to me. She wanted to talk to the cute one.
Liam's he.
I'm sorry.
Well,
thanks, Liam.
It doesn't matter. Okay, Forrest, thanks. I think you made me an atheist with your Ask an Atheist stream.
Nope,
and,
you did it. Liam Forrest just helped. Nope. You did the work.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would have said. I am honored that you enjoyed that and that it was helpful in your journey, but you freed yourself. I didn't have any part of doing that. You were intense and tough and cool enough to have thought your way through that very scary situation and set yourself free. So I'm very proud to be a part of it, but don't give me credit. You deserve the credit.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Forrest. Listening to you is always very uplifting. Have a good New Year's.
Fuck the rest of us. Bye, Liam.
Yet, but bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Liam. Take care. Keep studying.
You all want to see a magic trick? Ben appeared.
Oh, snap! It's a doctor.
Why? I'm sharing a space. And the thing that I said, I've had some alcohol. I've got some. This is blue champagne, people. Okay. Anyway,
that's moonshine, and you know it.
No, it's champagne. I bought it myself. Where I have moonshine behind me. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. If someone donates enough super chats, maybe I'll do the moonshine.
Okay, wait. I am comfortable abusing your tongue into chemical burns. I am uncomfortable being in any way responsible for alcohol poisoning. We're not doing any alcohol-based challenges that relate to super chats. But
I'll do it on my own.
I appreciate that while you were drunk, you thought that was a good idea. I do appreciate that. Believe it or not, Jimmy does have a heart and some sense.
But
I hope the last caller isn't bothered by me.
I walk in here. And
cool.
The first thing I come across is organic chemistry, with you talking about resonance structures. I'm like, oh God, why are we?
Yeah, boy.
How many years ago did I take Orgo? It's been a while.
You guys are fucking nerds. Also, let Arden know. I tried to message Arden, but if Arden wants to rejoin, we'll split screen one of the others and we'll just do super chats until the final countdown. I feel like it'd be irresponsible to bring in more calls.
I will go be a messenger boy because I know everybody would rather hear from Arden than me anyway. Because I would.
Yeah.
I love Arden. I really do.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of all of that.
Let me see if
I was so much better at organic chemistry than I was at like any general chemistry because I had to take like Gen Chem 1 and 2 for my associate's degrees. It was just like whatever. But then getting into a bachelor's, like especially because I did integrated biology, so we had to come.
Well, you're a bio guy. So what I've seen the trend is either you like Gen Chem and then you go on to liking A Chem and P Chem and all that, or you're more of a bio person and you like OChem, biochem, etc. And I have to say, my favorite class ever of medical school, and I'm almost done.
Ben, you have 7 more seconds. We gotta keep the show moving.
Fucking hell. No, but biochem is the biochem.
got here.
Biochem is the
rushing
best. That's all you need to know is biochem is the best form of chemistry. Only class you should ever take is biochem. Just saying.
I have questions for
Your
Ben.
Fisher structures can suck my fucking taint. Orchem is so much better.
Shut up.
No, biochem.
No, I'm kidding. I love you. I'm just going to get very aggressive.
We'll debate later.
Shut up, Forrest.
We'll debate later.
Shut up, Ben.
You
Yes,
don't have,
debate on
you
Sunday.
can't get into my proton NMR with your freaking dumb little stick projections.
I'm going to mute everyone that isn't me
I don't
in a
care about
second.
projection. I care about applicability.
Oh my
Medicine
God.
is foundational on biochem.
I'm going to have a stroke.
You don't have theory. You only have application.
Theory
Am
only
I a
goes so
joke to
far.
all of you?
Application is what does anything. That's fine.
You only think that way because you're a physician.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay.
I do.
Okay. Shut up. Okay. Thank you. I love you both. Oh, I love you so. Okay. So let me take a moment because we're going to do the rest of the show of us ranting on the topics people are paying us to rant for. But let's take a moment to stop and thank Dragon and thank T-Former, who were our call screeners tonight. Thank you both so very, very much. Thank you to our mods. And without getting too mushy, because I'm capable of this when I do this, every mod, every volunteer, every person who helped, 2022 was huge for the line. And the mods made that a big deal. So I wish I could remember everybody's name offhand, but I got cookies. You all see I got cookies in there all the time. Next time you see, tell I got cookies. Thank you. Tell Mika, thank you. Tell Dylan, thank you. There's so many people help with screening behind the scenes that don't necessarily want their names even like necessarily put out there. And then there are some that do. Just in general, everybody who has done so much in 2022. But we also need to say, if you watched, thank you. If you thought this sounds like a boring call, but I'm going to stick through it and I'm not going to tell the algorithm that I leave when the calls get boring, thank you. If you shared the show, thank you. Because everything we do is dependent on people watching, people sharing, and people helping. We couldn't have done what we did in 2022. And I can honestly say I've been doing YouTube for 5 years. And I think a lot of people probably assume that my heyday was when I was getting 200,000 views because I was talking about Girl Defines bullshit. It pales in comparison to how good I feel about what we're doing on the line. My personal channel's content, I like doing it. I like having a voiceover there. I like that it was good, but it's nothing for me. Nothing compares to what we do over here on the line. And so also, and I'm going to try and not cry as I say it because I do love these people so much. Thank all of these people who are with me, who are my friends and are my family and the first feeling of family I've had in my adult life. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Matt. Arden, I'm sorry I didn't wait till you got here. I hope you're almost here. Thank you, Aron. Thank you, Shannon. Did I already say thank you, Forrest? Because I was meaning to skip him. I'm kidding, of course.
You're picking on Forrest and not me? What the fuck? Okay.
Thank you, Katy.
I'll take it.
Thank you, Katy. And then some other new voices and people that you're going to see. Some of you already have seen some. I'm excited to have Josie back on. Thank you for what happened on the line on 2022. And I only get sappy once a year, and it's literally on New Year's every year. I start crying about it. But once a year, this is your annual sap. So thank you to all of you people. Thank you to everybody at home. I wish I had something as cool as Aron to toast with, but here's a sip of watermelon Waterloo, and I dedicate it all to you.
Happy to be here, man. Thanks so much for having me. It's amazingly fun.
I made that
It's an honor
rhyme.
to know you.
Thank you.
Even though Forrest likes Orgo compared to Biochem, and we'll have this debate off stream, but I'm thinking about it.
I'm going to need
Amber
electric chains
texted
to
me.
call in.
I had to step out for a second because Amber texted me and asked me if I wanted a blue kiss as well to match Aaron's beard, and I said yes. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, give me a little blue.
Have you arranged a call that you want me to open a line for?
Well, I don't know that they're actually going to call in, but someone named Electric Chains tagged me and said, "Do you feel better for humiliating Aron Ra?" And I said, "Excuse me." So call in. We're both here, and we can find out what you think I did and whether or not Aron's bothered by it or whatever. Otherwise,
I have no objection to being corrected. When it's correct to do so, and I understand everything that Matt said. I have a slightly different interpretation. The only disagreement I think that Matt and I had was in our interpretation of what Greta Thunberg said, and I don't think it was significant. And I'm happy to be.
I just wonder where humiliated comes from, but it's all right.
I don't think humiliation happened. Even if I was corrected, then I would thank you for correcting me, because now that means I'm not wrong anymore.
Yeah,
if anybody humiliated Aron, it was me when I put him on screen with me. That's the humiliating thing. You just did a show with Jimmy Snow, you poor fucker.
Nobody deserves
how
that.
How do I put this, Jimmy? Fuck you. And thank you.
That's a perfect way. That's how I put it every day.
That's right. That's right. I just got really sappy. I have to switch to self-deprecation.
I used to have a friend that I remember we took to Matt's house at one point, DPR Jones, who used to do an annual charity for Doctors Without Borders, and I wanted to suggest this idea to you as well. DPR Jones died a couple years back, but he used to do this annual show back in the days of Blog TV, and he would raise $100,000 for Doctors Without Borders, this charity telethon. He would do a 24-hour telethon where like the entire atheist community got together for 24 hours, everybody in every time zone, and there would be a whole lot of us that would be committed to staying awake and being online and being interactive for that entire period. And I remember being so engaged with hundreds of people in the chat room for hours and hours, a full 24 hours, until when the show was finally done and I was shut down and I realized that I've just gotten completely drunk and been involved in hundreds of conversations, and all this time I've been sitting in my dining room alone.
Yeah.
And didn't even realize it, because I was in a massive conference with all of these people virtually, kind of in my mind.
Yeah,
that was a part of that. There was a number of prominent scientists and philosophers and so forth that were a part of that as well. We should do something like that again.
Deal.
Fucking, I'm in. I'm in as hell. I'm trying to get this all set up so that when Arden comes in, it's very easy to. You can all guess whose window I'm going to split. All right, okay? Here's the thing. In 24 minutes. We're going to do the final countdown, and I think then go to bed. And I have a solid page and a half of super chats to read right now. So if somebody says I've got calls and I want to take them now, I'll do them.
But you know what I would do if I were in your situation? I wouldn't have all these arrogant personalities on here getting time.
True.
I'm just saying, Matt and I are on tomorrow at 3. So anybody wants to challenge Matt or I can call at 3. Forrest, if you want, I'm starting this new Cus I Wanna show, and the schedule is When I Wanna, and we can either Friday or Saturday do an episode of Cus I Wanna, and I'll jump on and we'll do it, and we'll take whoever's challenging you. If somebody's challenging Aron, I'll meet you at the fucking playground and beat the shit out of you. And then, no, I'm kidding. That's a weird thing to say.
Are their lines still open? Because I just invited Chris Massey to call in as well. He's in the. Oh, their lines are not open?
No, but if somebody's saying we have to do it now and open it now, it can't wait until one of these other shows, we'll do it. I just have a feeling that we're not getting out of here at 2:00, which is I'd like to get out slightly.
Just let them all call in 14 hours.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I hope they call in
anybody
next
that's
time.
still on hold. Because I hate the fact that Chris been on hold for such a ridiculously long time.
No one's on hold.
We got that. Chris just said arrogance will always try to challenge God. Yes, arrogance and reasonableness will always try to challenge the concept of God. It's a shame that God's too big of a coward to show up and stand his part in the fight.
Yeah, God's. I beat up God years ago.
That's the whole thing. Is this dude keeps saying that we're ignoring God? Well, if your God is small enough to be ignored, that sounds like his problem, not mine.
Maybe your God shouldn't keep sending people who keep saying stupid things instead of presenting evidence.
God can't pick up the phone? Nice. Doesn't know how to make a dial? The fuck?
For real.
Yeah. You know how effective it'd be if God just showed up and converted all 5 of us?
He'd probably show up and be like, what are you using vMix for? Wirecast is way. He'd say something like that to me, some arrogant shit thing.
I want to throw out here just for a moment. Can you guys imagine if Mr. Atheist, this is the name you chose, Matt Dillahunty of all people, myself, and so on, if we were to find Jesus behind the couch cushions, this evening, imagine how rich we would be within months from today. So where's the motivation not to find Jesus?
It would ruin my plans. My whole weekend is based on
George Soros.
I don't have a single thing that's compatible scheduled for this week with Jesus. It would ruin my week. But yeah, we would make a lot of money. I mean, that's the dream. We do some like super line event. We go sell out Red Rocks with like our little crew of people because the show's going so well. We do a Red Rocks thing. Where we're like, hello, Red. What is that in the sky? Fuck! That would be amazing.
See, my big problem is that I'm already married, and I keep getting calls and messages and emails and everything telling me that Jesus loves me and he wants to come into me, and I'm sorry, I'm already set. I don't know, I don't want it.
Jesus, I'm ready. Come inside.
I have a problem with Jesus coming into me, and that's that I've already said, get thee behind me, Satan.
See, I'm just told that apparently I would be better as a woman, and I'm sorry, I'm not.
You'd be better as a woman as much as I would be. It makes no sense.
It truly, you would be a stranger to me. I fuck that shit. Let's start talking. Let's start taking chats, and then as soon as Arden arrives,
Arden's not coming.
Oh, sorry. I thought. Okay, cool. That's good. Well, Arden, we miss you.
She's tired.
You rest in peace.
Tell her to watch the part where
she's definitely resting.
Where I tearfully profess my love for all of you, because I can only do it once a year.
He's watching.
Larry Fishman says, question for Ben, which you prefer, crystal healing or Reiki energy massage?
Ooh, okay. I got to pick between the two.
I think I actually can clearly pick one. Do you want me to give you what I would say?
Well, the reasoning behind both is problematic, so...
Right.
You can give your reasoning, but I don't know if I'm going to agree with it.
I'd say Reiki because you get the benefit of a nap.
Ooh.
You don't get you don't get a nap with crystal healing?
I couldn't. That texture on my skin, I couldn't do it.
Well, they're equal in my mind. So
yeah, they're both stupid.
I don't know.
I think you should do the crystal healing, but like you get to keep the crystal, and the crystal has to be a precious gem.
Yeah. Give me a diamond and I'm into it. Pamdemonium says, what is that a picture of in the little? That's some sort of cell structure, right? What is that?
I don't know.
That may be Bert bending over to look close to my screen. Dr. Ben is a former clinical lab tech. Be good to the lab.
Yeah, no, this is a comment I get frequently. I have no intention to disrespect anybody at all in the healthcare field. So everybody that messages me, be nice to nurses, be nice to lab techs, be nice to everybody. I have no intention on being disrespectful to any of you. We're all the same team. I think the drama is stupid between all of us. You all do a very fantastic job in this particular role that you do. So, shouldn't be a problem at all.
That was beautiful, Ben. Let's see. The Wizard of Frobot. By the way, nearly student Dr. Ben, any super chat of $50 or more will come with a diagnosis. You can get your medical consultation tonight. You can get something diagnosed. Wizard of Frobot.
I get at least 3 differentials.
Yeah.
I will tell you the process of differential on stream.
Can I be one of your like we're doing the show House? Clearly,
Yeah, we'll talk. Well, I have a whiteboard somewhere. I'll get out the whiteboard. We'll talk.
Forrest is clearly the Australian handsome guy. Matt's the one who's like the foreman, the super analytical guy, and that makes me the cute girl, and I'm happy with that.
I'm
Biology,
I'm not even on the cast.
You get to be House's best friend who I almost said a big spoiler, and for all I know someone's gonna
It's either always lupus or never lupus, depending on the episode. And
that's right.
You know,
Yeah,
I've watched a handful of episodes of House, and I've learned, it's almost at the 26-minute mark. That's when they figure out what the fuck it is. So I just jump to that.
Yeah, but you probably missed
responses.
I was gonna say you probably missed at the 48-minute mark when they actually figure out what it is, because it's never the.
I need to do reactions to House because there's some good things, but also some very problematic things with how they do their differentials. And
yeah, the main thing I had heard, because I actually read a thing from doctors talking about their favorite and least favorite medical shows, and they said the reason they liked House is because they would watch it just to learn about interesting diseases that don't really come up in class, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm learning about these sort of obscure things that I wouldn't have learned.
It's funny that I met Hugh Laurie at an American Atheist National Convention. He was one of our speakers, and he was there for the character that he played because he played an atheist character. That's why he was a speaker. So he played this character, which is bizarre. I didn't like the show, though, because the character that he played was such an intolerable dick that even if he was right every day of the week, he still wouldn't have had a job.
The main thing I didn't like about him is they seem to have been broadcasting a character who has a form of Asperger's, would have been called Asperger's back then, and then they addressed it on one show, and then someone went, "No, he doesn't have Asperger's. He's just an asshole." Which is basically the number one cliche people with on ASD who are on the spectrum have to deal with.
My issue is when you get to the nuance of the diagnosis, like you have to weigh out what is the benefit to confirming said disease versus the cost of whatever we're risking if we're wrong. And the fact that House was so willing to be wrong and risk somebody else's health is problematic. That's where the problem comes in. And I think, like, if I don't get to the absolute answer, but I get to an option that is reasonable for the suspected treatment, I can take my time to confirm the correct diagnosis without risking the health of that person to get a quick answer. And I think that's the disconnect.
I'm sorry,
with where
Ben,
House.
The show's too good. I prefer the show that goes, this form of chlamydia can only be cured by leeches. That's the show I love. Okay.
Well, I've done leech therapy. I've had a patient with leech therapy.
Not for chlamydia.
In the past month.
But House did.
Not for chlamydia, because we did it for a person with necrotizing fasciitis. With a skin graft
after a burn.
The point was to get the leeches to not have the blood swell so much to where the leeches take it out. We actually found a leech on the floor, but that's a totally off-topic thing.
Have you ever done the maggot stuff?
Extremely complex and extremely convoluted and exasperated circumcision, unlike any that they normally deal with.
Yeah.
I've not seen that.
There's also really uncomfortable episodes like where House is treating a 16-year-old model and talking about how hot she is all the time. So those are uncomfortable.
Well, it's something for me. Like,
how about the one with
the attractive
pregnant 12-year-old?
Well, there's just something in general with attractive, young, healthy people. It's like these shows will present some patient as being in like a decompensated heart failure. And being like this attractive, like 30-year-old, like, excuse me, but you're not in decompensated heart failure. Like, you do not look that healthy being in heart failure. I'm sorry. Like,
I'm gonna in the future, because this is my fault. I should be keeping this better on. I'm gonna prep a series of timers when things get down in the future. It's gonna be like, all right, Forrest, here's your 20-second timer to respond to this, and then it'll automatically mute. And then but it
I
is
need
my
20
fault.
seconds to get through the premises.
Right.
House is
$10.
one of my all-time favorite shows, by the way.
I've
It's
watched
a great
the whole thing
show.
multiple
It's
times.
a great show.
Yeah.
It's a great show. There's some good things and some things that are not quite realistic, but with any show. Yeah. No, I do enjoy it.
Wizard of Frobot says, if one is not in my bedroom, I don't care about their orientation. Pronouns, whatever they want. I don't care, but if I am present when someone's being persecuted, I'll stand right by their side 100%. That's the way to be, though. It sort of reminds me of the people that are like, I don't care what your race is. And it's like, well, then you might also be ignoring problems your friends are having as they are surrounded by people who do care what their race is. So try and find the balance. But I think what you were trying to express, I understand, and I'm only being pedantic because I can. Not pedantic, overly scrutinizing. Skeptic and Scoundrel says, it's a shame Aron's green screen isn't a blue screen, so his beard would chroma out. Hilarious when his parrot's on his shoulder, though. I've seen it happen. It's fucking bizarre. He looks like he has a ghost parrot. CTO1GG says, I've been watching Matt and Aron for years, and this is the first time I've ever caught a live show. Thanks you all for what you do. Happy New Year.
Thanks. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've done a lot of shit over the last.
Brought up the parrot. Matt, I want to thank you for the parrot. I know that it seemed to be inconvenient at the time that when you had this marriage with a woman that the parrot didn't like. I mean, the parrot's always been a problem in my family as well. I had him out today for hours and hours. I really bonded with that bird, and I wanted to thank you for bringing him into my life.
Well, thank you. I'm glad he's in a good home, well taken care of, and that he's with a friend of mine's wonderful. Although the one time I stopped by to potentially visit to see if he remembered me, he bit me on the thumb, which I think meant he remembered me.
I kind of think the same thing.
I regret not knowing that sooner. I would have trained Dexter to bite you on the thumb.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's see. $5 from Shara Bradford. My message was the bit I forgot. Happy New Year. Enjoy all your content. And that was my first ever super chat. So you were my first. Now my second too. Thank you, Shara.
Awesome.
It seriously, like, that actually means more to us than a lot of people realize, because we've tried to send super chats before. We recognize that if you're not already signed in and everything isn't working perfect in your phone, sometimes it's a burden to do, and y'all do it. You re-sign in, you resync your debit card or credit card, you get everything set up. I legitimately mean it when I say, those of you who are like, all right, for this show, I'll go through all that nonsense. I could not appreciate you more. Let's see. Weird of Frobot says, any criticism of my last super chat appreciated. I tend to blurt out stuff. That's funny, because I was mostly in tongue-in-cheek criticizing it. You're good, Wizard. Because Frobot did not send that after. They sent the any criticism one literally 2 hours ago. I'm so sorry. We're 2 hours behind on these. Andrea Vincent, thank you so much. Jessica Barboza, a screen with all the most amazing people around. This is amazing. That said, the most amazing one has the most amazing hair. Look at you, Arden. I get it. Jerry Patika, thank you for the $6.99 alleged dollars. That's the way we neg all of our Canadian fans, so they'll send us more money. $10 for another 10 from. What's that?
I said, prove your money is real by depositing more of it.
Yeah. I'll believe it when the metaphorical check clears. Wizard of Robots also said, I'm stuck in 2020 for 2 more hours. Tell me, what does the future look like? Well, we're apparently
here it is.
3 years ahead of you, because you did make a typo and say you were stuck in 2020, not 2022. The next 3 years, kind of dog shit. So
yeah, go back to sleep. Wait for it to be done.
Do you have access to medically induced coma? Highly suggest. Tabitha says, Jimmy, this is for you, with my own little red kiss mark. Somebody was thinking of me.
Oh,
Ben, did you? Oh, Ben's not here. I was going to ask if Ben kissed his hamster at midnight.
You shouldn't speak of his wife that way.
I would never. I meant his actual hamster. Larry Fishman says, why live in a rapidly dying empire where corruption is legal and expected in the governing class? Do you really think 2023 will get better? I have a feeling that this came in before mine and Aron's friendly debate. I feel like
maybe so.
I don't know how to answer it more than we answered it. I really don't.
Yeah.
Some of us have hope, and
that's the hamster.
I have hope for humanity. I have more hope for humanity in general, with a wild lamenting of all of the fucking casualties, metaphorical or maybe not, that will happen along the way. Wizard of Frobaz, 2022, not 2020. Okay, there was the correction, but I've been asleep. Happy New Year, Wizard of Frobaz. We are 6 minutes away from that last countdown. We're going to try and finish out these super chats around the same time. If there are more super chats, I'll stay beyond too, but I'm not going to ask anybody else to. 20 more alleged dollars from Aaron. My resolution is to keep up with the snow removal around my house. Bought a snow blower to make it easier. Hashtag snow blows. I've used snow blowers a number of times, and I find that I start getting distracted and wanting to do patterns and stuff, and then I run out of snow, and I'm actually disappointed that there's not enough snow to make whatever. What were you gonna what pun were you gonna make, Forrest, about the combination of snow, my imaginary last name, and the word blower? I'm sure there was something. Go on.
No, I said it was prostitution for you to buy snow blowers. That's wrong.
Or is it masturbation?
How flexible are you?
Not that flexible. Not until Ben performs my rib removal.
Or I was when I was younger.
Wow. Okay. I'm being dragged into this.
You're going to be a surgeon, right, Ben? You can remove.
No.
I don't need most of these.
I've matched into family medicine, so no surgery. Okay. No.
Torquus Cordoon maybe says, damn it, I messed that up, my bad. Well, the good news is I've already forgotten the old one, so it wasn't that bad. $20 from Wonder She Her. I realized there wasn't much, but what was everyone's favorite news in 2022? The nuclear fusion breakthrough, conversation therapy banned in Canada, or something else? Did Rush Limbaugh die in 2022? Sorry, I said I'm better than that. Y'all can go first. Favorite news of 2022? Who's got an answer?
It's a hard one because there are a few good trans things that have happened. The GRR reform in Scotland was pretty good. I'd have to think carefully about whether that's the top or if any of the other trans legislation are in top, but that's got the lead for right now.
Kansas objecting to the abortion ban. I was impressed with that. Fusion breakthrough, which I think it just came up in the comments. I was happy with that as well. And there's a couple of others, and I knew that there was that this would come up, and I already had a selected favorite. And I'm sorry, I'm having a senior moment and can't remember what it is.
The news that President Zelensky didn't die is pretty up there. Like
the
that
fact
guy.
that Russia didn't just roll over and stomp Ukraine like they fully intended to do.
Yeah.
The fact that didn't happen. Still, after months, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah, I can only mention lots of stupid things like Charles is king. Oh my God, that guy. I don't know. Matt, did you have a favorite?
Taking the Senate. I think taking the Senate is probably my favorite news.
Sorry, what was it, Matt?
I think taking the Senate was probably my favorite thing.
Yeah, getting it a full 51. And then what'd you say, Arden?
I said Charles is just as good at being king as you always knew he would be.
Yeah. I like when he makes the Gollum face at the person not clearing his desk fast enough. Fucking Christ, that guy. Nobody wanted him.
Best news of 2022. I'm not going to pick one thing. I just now put in the chat Amnesty International human rights wins of 2022. Individuals freed from unjust imprisonment, justice for families and abusers held accountable, continued progress towards the global abolition of the death penalty, landmark national legislation and international agreements, victories for women's rights, and notable wins for LGBTQIA plus rights, all listed out, several of each of these categories detailed out there. So there's a bunch of cool things that happened.
I'm Forrest. I have the right answer. Oh my God. Get out
Well, hold on. Alex Jones.
Overachiever.
Alex Jones being held accountable for just, making an entire career, making literally $1 billion by spouting absolute bullshit just to be emotive, right? Being held accountable for hundreds of millions of dollars over that. That I think was my favorite.
Mike, Forrest's answer is so good, and yet I was wanting to also bring up that Dr. Oz lost. That's independent of just the Senate win. So happy to see that smug sack of shit. Always been a sellout, tried to be a sellout in politics. Fetterman's fine. He's further left than most people in Congress, so I like that about him. But I was even more delighted for Oz to lose than I was for delighted that Fetterman won.
Well, and Oz highlights some problems.
Alex, or gay marriage codified?
Yeah, except for that law there's still a lot of room for states to be shitty. What are you saying, Ben?
Well, Oz highlights a lot of issues going on in the medical community with
countdown.
The fact that he's had a generation of doctors and he was a
Happy New Year! Sorry.
Hey. Happy New Year.
For whatever remaining states
you had one job.
Happy New Year.
You had one job.
One job.
Guys, we could blame it on the delay. Listen now, we can blame it on the delay.
Sure. No, but there's an issue
at the top of the hour
within medicine itself.
Go ahead.
There's an issue in medicine itself with people having, there's an immense amount of privilege that's needed to graduate from medical school and even to be admitted at all. And to become a surgeon, like a vascular surgeon, like Dr. Oz was, he comes from a generation of doctors. So his kind of privilege going into it is beyond that anybody else who had gone to it for the first time. Like, none of my family are doctors. So I got here by myself. Other people also got there by ourselves. And the amount of resources to get the board scores necessary to become a surgeon or even a vascular surgeon are astronomical. So Oz had a lot of factors beyond skill that got him to where he is. Yeah, and the fact that he got there not by skill, but by network, by the family he has, by the privilege that he has, and then to create this con is he has a lot of things predisposing him to poor thinking in this field, and he had the opportunity to misuse all of it to grift the entire community. So that's my
cool.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah.
Bebo Kiddo says, here's to a convivial near year celebration in PJs and hoping we are all fortified for the bullshit we know is on the way. Cheers. Oh man, this year the election, the presidential elections, there won't be debates yet, but it's gonna suck. Mitochondria says, I slept through everything. LOL, fireworks didn't even wake me up. Happy New Year, y'all. David Evans says, love all your shows. You guys are awesome. Are there any decent books to recommend about logical fallacies? Logical fallacy books?
introductory like science textbooks, especially like psych textbooks. They'll help you out.
Yeah.
I tend to recommend the various, if you're looking for fallacies to understand them, just start at Wikipedia and then follow the links out of there. If you want more, there's a couple of books that I recommended, like Informal Logic. And there's another one, which is a concise introduction to logic by Hurley, which is actually a college textbook.
Hell yeah.
The Informal Logic, I believe, is the one that Matt sent me when I asked him the same question.
I think so.
And it was great?
Yep.
Okay.
That one's a little bit more about how to have better conversational, less it's about informal logic. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know why I had to.
Somebody named Monsterhead offers $20 Canadian and says, "I'm lonely. I want Aron Ra to notice me."
That's right.
Monster in head. Okay, not monster head. Slightly different connotation.
Yeah. Notice him, senpai. I just made 1,000 weebs so fucking happy. You fucking weirdos. Anyway. $10 from All Things Considered. Thank you for these holiday shows. I was alone for all the holidays this year in a state where I don't know anyone. You guys all made me feel a lot less lonely. You're all wonderful. Happy New Year's. Good night. I am just thrilled that everybody wanted to join in, because everyone else I know has people and things they could be doing on New Year's and Christmas, and it meant a lot to me that so many of you wanted to hang out with me.
I plan on being here for 1 hour.
That's right.
If you don't mind me throwing out this, when I mentioned DPR Jones before in his annual charity, I had so much fun doing that.
Yeah.
That's really what brought me to this, is I wanted that same kind of environment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I appreciate that you have me on. That I have the invitation to participate in this.
Hell yeah. I hope no one in your family is mad we stole you.
It's incredibly cool that like such a prestigious NPR show would send us $10 like
I know.
this. You know what I mean?
Am I talking to Audie Cornish right now? Wait, shit.
My God, what a dream.
Is Audie on All Things Considered, or is she on? Fuck.
She's just, her voice is. She's on my dream. Like she narrates my life. You know what I mean?
She moved though. She's on a new podcast, and now I feel stupid. I feel like people are going to be like, Jimmy, keep up. Someone's going to have a comment to say about it. Anyway, thank you, All Things Considered. No, she AA is a longtime supporter of the channel, and always like, there's some people we reliably see in chat that it makes me happy to still see them after months and months. Mr. Monster, $10 says, have any of you seen the new Chucky series and its LGBTQ inclusion? I enjoyed actually because it's all directed by Don Mancini, and the original creator of Chucky. The main character is gay. I haven't seen it, but I'd love queer representation outside of murder shows.
Okay, so I'm not sure what they're talking about. Are they referring to Megan?
I don't know. A new Chucky series. Is there a new series called Megan that's in the Chucky universe? The CCU?
I don't think it's in the Chucky universe.
Thank you.
It's about an AI type thing.
$10 from Regios. I'm going to do my best. Paging Dr. Venus. It actually just says, hello, Dr. Venus.
Yeah, Reggie's a follower of my channel, so yeah.
Cool. Thank you for sharing,
Reggie
Reggie,
is
with
one
us.
of my patrons on Patreon as well.
Reggie's a cold G. $4.99 from Amanda W. BS in bio here. Orgo greater than bio, organic chemistry greater than biochem, greater than organic chem. Sorry, Ben,
Okay.
I'm with Forrest.
Okay, but hold on. So hold on. Let me address this real quick.
Okay, but you get 25 seconds.
Okay,
25
no.
seconds.
So have you taken biochem beyond the bachelor level? That's all I ask.
Well, that's mean.
Me?
No, well, this person, because BS and Bio is saying that the Orgo is greater than Biochem, but have you taken, like, because Biochem at the doctorate level was mind fucking blowing. I'm just gonna say that.
I'm not saying it's not cool. I agree with you that it's cool. I'm saying that organic chemistry is more satisfying and more fun.
No, I disagree. Fun and satisfying,
And
no.
I'm here for this
Foundational,
argument.
yes.
Y'all are a bunch of fucking nerds.
Well, do you need Orgo to be the foundation for biochem? Like, I'm not saying at all that Orgo is not necessary for biochem, because you need it. Absolutely, you need it. But Orgo is the foundation. It is not the fun things that you get into with biochem.
I, for one,
That's
Amanda, I respect your BS. I just wanted that as a sound clip. Now I'm moving
I
on.
respect it. I respectfully disagree that biochem gets cooler the farther you go. That's all I'm saying.
Travis,
organic chemistry is where you get to teach people to see the world in new ways, and it blows their minds to shit, and it makes them appreciate what they're made of.
But biochem really did
I
that
have something to say here.
More so than Orgo did.
Organic chemistry, when you take organic chemistry with a group of people in college, the first thing you learn is everyone who's not going to be a doctor. They're the people who drop out by the week 4 or 5.
That's true.
It is a great filter.
But I have to say, like, biochem taught me.
Ben, we're already 9 minutes over.
Of medicine. No, but it did. Biochem taught me the thought process of medicine.
I get it.
That's what I'm gonna say.
Travis Coy says, at Aron, but my question is for Dr. Ben, or soon to be Dr. Ben and Forrest. I don't know what this even means at this point.
Wait, it's at me, but the question is really for those other people?
I guess. Do you all think that your
I
super chats go to individuals? We just split them. Quick or Not takes on baby chiropractor. I've seen ads for the local clinic and I'm triggered. Their bones aren't ready yet. Yes, don't take your babies to the fucking chiropractors, you fucking idiots. I don't need an almost doctor to tell me that.
Their bones haven't fused together to become the whole ass bone. What are you going to?
They're mostly cartilage at that point.
Epicondyle of their exactly, and like they don't have the knobs. The epicondyle of their femur is a different thing.
Yes.
you can't do that.
Matt, have you been taking your snakes to the chiropractor? Do you even care about them, Matt?
Well,
No.
He doesn't have to take his snakes to the chiropractor because they don't have backbones.
They have backbones.
My
That's right.
Science teacher told me.
Right there, of course.
Actually, it seems like popping a snake's back, if it wouldn't kill them, would be very satisfying. The sound would be.
I've seen them do it.
Oh, you can do it?
It can happen. Yeah.
$20 from Jav says, here's the mighty Jav to ruin everything as usual. Somebody needs to address that spirit science nut. He took Orange Challenge seriously and started his own conspiracy religion. I've never heard of spirit science.
I've reacted to I've looked at this guy before. Yeah, it's weird.
What are they talking about? I'm not familiar with this.
I don't know either.
The channel is Spirit Science.
I don't know what Orange Challenge
all
is.
These claims. Well, there's claims about that. I have a challenge for people to watch the Human History movie by Spirit Science, and then if you can give me an accurate summary, I will buy you a drink because you watched the whole thing. It's miserable.
Okay.
Like, and all of you here, if you watch it and tell me that you watched it, I'll buy you a drink. Okay.
Good old.
Well, then do me a favor. Please contact me after the show so that we can collab about this.
I will happily collab with you about it. Happily.
Thank you.
Good old Rebus Wind, another name that I look for in the chats, and I would be sad if I no longer saw. Just for Jimmy, I'm not saying that to guilt you into staying beyond when you need the utility of this channel. Yes, I am. Anyway, just for Jimmy, because Jimmy is the reason this can happen. Jimmy is a wonderful human being. I appreciate the hell out of Jimmy. Listen, I appreciate the compliment. The line is right now what I think it should be, and it needs everybody. In fact, I could argue that I'm the easiest one to replace because, production can be done by other people. So while I appreciate that, I want to say that the reason this can happen is because this channel is larger than the sum of its parts, I think. Anyway. James Call said, my ex was diagnosed with Behçet syndrome. Eat it, house. I don't know what Behçet syndrome is.
Yeah. But Behçet's, it's an autoimmune disease. It will present with gastrointestinal illness as well as like oral ulcers. It's
it's not lupus. Is what you're saying.
Rare.
Cool, but it's not lupus.
It's not lupus. No, but it's pretty rare.
That was the joke about every episode of House. Is it lupus or not?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Noah Deer
I thought it was-
says
every episode of House is always was a liver disorder.
Well, I gave a morning presentation on lupus, so it's sometimes happens.
everybody watch it. A 10 Australian dollars from Noah Deer. Aron, when you do the evolution of birds, can you please feature Max? It will make it feel like Matt's there in some small way. By the way, you and Forrest is, I think maybe means are, two creationists. Nope. You and Forrest, oh, they mean verse two creationists would be my dream debate to watch.
That would be
You
a
and me
bucket of
against
chuckles.
John and
I would
Jane.
love to do that.
That's like you playing like a little league team. I'd like to see you two fight like some like let's get what's the one dude, the Catholic guy who's also like on the National Council of whatever shit. Let's get you guys some challenges. Let's not just have you go to Little League and show them up in baseball.
Well, let me put it this way. Before I had a degree, when I was still an undergrad,
Francis
years ago,
Collins is who I was thinking.
somebody has suggested that they have me debate one of the PhDs from the Discovery Network, or the Discovery, what is it? The Discovery Institute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like the Ancient Aliens
years
guy.
and years ago. And I'm nowhere near close to a degree. So they want to have me just podunk undergrad, some rando ex-tattoo artist versus the PhD from the Discovery Institute. And he fled from that challenge. Can you imagine if in that situation, if their best people are going to flee from me? Can you imagine me and Forrest?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Someone suggested you and Forrest versus Ham and Hovind. I don't need to watch a massacre, my friends. Though actually, that would be cathartic.
Fun. If you're a creationist and you think you've got a guy that is any good at all, see who that guy thinks is better than him.
Send him.
And put the two of them together against Forrest by himself.
Yeah.
And I bet he will never tap out and call on me.
Whacked.
I thought about doing some of those because like Kent Hovind did a whack an atheist on me, and then you've got like all these other. I got whacked.
One. He did one whack an atheist
just one,
on you?
Yeah.
just one, and it was exactly what you think
like
it would
every
be.
extra Thursday on me.
Right? He took the very first
he's ever
episode
done.
of
I don't know.
Reacteria. He probably, I don't know. He took
Well, that's
the
a
very
goal of
first
my
episode
channel
of
is to get him
Reacteria,
to do one on me.
and he took exactly one claim that I made, which is that the whale pelvises are vestigial structures, and he showed that actually they are used for reproduction, which was a more recent discovery. They actually, some of them are that's what we call an exaptation, by the way. But all he did was cite the Discovery Institute, the people who know enough about the thing that he thinks doesn't exist to do the thinking for him.
Hilarious.
So that was a halfway decent criticism. And then the rest of the thing, he didn't address any other argument that I've ever made, except he found a screen. I made that video Sex and Sensibility where I explained differences in sexual development and whatnot. And I put a clip of that on TikTok, and the title of that clip was 16 genders with a question mark, because I was responding to somebody's question. And he took the thumbnail of a TikTok that was a clip of a YouTube video, and he put that on screen and said, "This guy thinks there's 16 genders. He's not a biology. He doesn't know anything." I'm like, I've never said that. That's just what?
Sir, you think there were pterodactyls at the Civil War. Let's not you telling other people they don't know. Corey Springer.
Well, one of my goals,
guys, we
one of my
can't.
goals
We
is to be
can't. We
whacked
can't.
as
We
an
can't.
atheist.
We can't. We got to let one person comment per
gonna.
chat and then move on, because I still have like at least 15, I think, left, and we're 17 minutes past 2 a.m.
It sounds like
I
you
know-
made your bed by having us all here, and now you have to lie on it.
Right?
I know.
Right? You're right.
2023,
So, yeah.
I can mute everyone. 2023 from Corey Springer. I used to live in North Dakota, only 2 blocks from the nearest bar. It would only take me a few minutes to walk there, but I found that it took over 20 to 30 minutes to walk home. The difference was staggering. That's clearly for you, Forrest.
hilarious. As I was saying, the reason why I never responded to people like Ken Hovind or whatever is because he's desperately struggling for relevance, and it's just not fun enough to like. Everybody else has done it, and also he keeps saying like, "Oh, this person came out against me, and now his channel's blown up." I won't give him the satisfaction of saying that my channel blew up because of him, unless I'm going to pull like an iDubbbz thing and like do like a separate like content cop on somebody else, but actually make it Kent Hovind and then be like, "Oh, my channel isn't going to blow up." That'd be funny. I might do that later.
What
were you saying, Ben? You had a thing to say as well, and then Aron as well.
No, I want
like
to
how
be.
Forrest was declaring this victory over Kent Hovind when he had
Wednesday. I want to be.
I have another show in 12 hours to produce.
That's your problem. That's not my problem.
Kent has
So
done
you're
a
telling me we have 12 hours?
Because I'm the one that left his anus the most ruptured.
Aaron Ray says, appreciate you guys putting on a gathering for us who got sick as hell over Christmas and haven't been able to leave for a week. Thank you. And then Kim Wilson says, do you all have any favorite pieces of media from 2022? Shows, movies, video games, etc. Minor Elden Ring and Spy X Family.
Let me list a few thousand of
You
them
get
for
one.
you.
Everybody gets one. I loved Thor, Love and Thunder. Go on, Ben. What's your one piece of media from 2022 that you liked the most?
This is not the question I want to answer. You can
Don't
pass it
care.
on to
Answer that question. Answer the media one.
I've been in school. I don't know. I've been here.
Did you see Doctor Strange?
No.
Ben liked Doctor Strange. Matt, what was your favorite piece of
in
media
school.
for 2022?
I have no idea.
Matt liked Doctor Strange. Aron, what was your favorite piece of media from 2022? Doctor Strange, Forrest. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead, Aron. No, you can't laugh at my jokes. That takes time too. Forrest, you answer while he's okay. No, you're good. Aron, go ahead. What was your favorite media from 2022? Are you fucking with me right now, Aron? What are you doing?
Jesus Christ, is he frozen?
No, Aron, what was your favorite piece of media from 2022?
I can't remember 2022.
Okay. Forrest, what was your favorite single piece of media?
Oh, I have to think about it. Hold on. Let me try to come up with one.
Too late.
You know, I don't watch a lot of things, and I don't know what time is. I every time I think about like a thing, like the news thing, I come up with shit from like the past 5 years because I don't know what fits in where. I have a really bad grip of reality.
Forrest is in real trouble because he's 30 and I'm 60, and he's in the same mental state than I am.
You look good for 60. I didn't know you were 60.
In the time that Forrest and Aron answered, 5 new super chats came in. I want you to understand the problems that I'm having here. Okay. 1337 drummer Nate says, I want to see Aron Ra.
This isn't from 2022, but Poetry Girl by Eric Benet. Fucking perfect piece of music. I posted about it on Twitter a while ago. Yeah, I know, but it's a good one, and I listened to it in 2022.
Great answer.
I rediscovered
Great answer.
it. I listened
I want
to
to
it
see
a long
Aron
time
Ra
ago.
and Forrest talk about their favorite metal bands.
I'm talking about a great piece of musical artwork by a fabulous man. It's got this beautiful Spanish guitar.
Somebody asked us about our favorite metal
I'm going to
band.
beg everyone with some authenticity here. I understand the meme and the joy, but I have to get some sleep before work and stuff tomorrow, and I have things to do in the morning. So while the meme is hilarious and I get it, and usually I'd be right there with you, can we please start expediting some of these chats? Please.
Yes, and when we get done with this, please don't people just try to find his house in Tyler, Texas.
Thank you. Yes, don't find my house in Tyler, Texas. $5 from drummer Nate. So if both of you could just name them, Aron Ra and Forrest, what are your favorite metal bands?
Oh, In This Moment is my favorite band. In This Moment.
All right. What about yours, Forrest?
Death Clock.
Excellent. Great answers. By the way, for people who are wondering, you can send chats. I'll read them all, but we're going to make answers prompt. Nicholas, Aron Ra, could you please give your big white dog a head scratch for me? He's beautiful.
I would, but he's outside annoying the neighbors.
That's what I want to be doing.
Someone said, just hang up on the stream. Just hang up on us. Joe Walsh says, in retaliation for Jimmy Senpai, can we get an uwu from everyone else? Make Jimmy suffer. You don't understand my relationship with uwu then. I pay good money for what you're describing. If all of you could just say, uwu.
I will not.
I'm going to give you a manly uwu.
That's nice. Matt, you got an uwu in you?
Uwu.
Well done. It's me,
That
Willie
was so
G.
enthusiastic.
It met the moment. It's me, Willie G says, I appreciate all y'all and wish you, each of you, a happy 2023. Forrest, I'm in OKC, but any recommendations on Oklahoma groups or organizations to join that would support a newish atheist? I've not heard of such
I know
a group
that there are atheist communities. Yeah, there is an atheist community of Oklahoma. There is an atheist community of Tulsa for sure. I don't know too much about them. I'm not sure, honestly. Just Oklahoma's a terrible place to be an atheist because everything sucks here, and so like you have to just find people like us, man. Just find communities like this, and look into type in atheist community or whatever. I know there is an Oklahoma atheist chapter here. I know there is like an atheist organization of Oklahoma or something like that. But I don't know anything about them, unfortunately.
Yeah, if the person hadn't asked for something newish, I mean, I could give you new-ish.
Hey,
just like
new-ish is better than new-ish.
Nicola says forensic chemistry is the absolute best, hands down. I'm glad Ben stepped away, so we can't have
Just
that fight.
because you can get into fucking taphonomy and toxicology doesn't mean that you're better than the people who are real good at molecular geometry, like this guy right here. Real good at it. I can visualize a molecule in 3 dimensions and manipulate it in my geology.
Awesome. 2:24
So
a.m.
hold on.
Molecular geometry.
No. It is 2:24 a.m., guys. I'm like trying to not be an actual jerk.
Studying
just
taphonomic processes
because you
does not
only
make
you
you
stay
better.
at because you go to Orgo and you stay there. The rest of us have moved on and we've accepted that we can apply Orgo to everything else, and we do. But that
they're
does
talking
not
about
mean that we
forensic
don't
chemistry.
apply Orgo to. Yeah,
Rob Irwin said, "Happy New Year, Dingleberries." Happy New Year, Dingleberries. Enjoy my first contribution, hopefully of many of the new year. By the time you read this, I'll be asleep. I wish I was too, buddy. Garcia Buckner says, Happy New Year from California. Let's make it a good one. Can do, will do, maybe. Andrew Nichols says, charlatan, the last baby bender. That's hilarious. I wish I had read that when we were talking about chiropractors. That's an Avatar joke. Travis Croy, $10 says, okay, first time always sucks. Sorry. Also, yeah, baby chiropractor was an ad. And I was like, if I ever were going to go, I definitely am not now. Yeah, go to a doctor of osteo because they can perform adjustments. Amanda W, if you need an adjustment. Yeah, go to them.
Yeah.
You don't need to go to a fake doctor. Amanda W says, you get to make styrofoam in Orgo Lab. That's so fun, but protein folding is utterly fascinating to me because, of course, I love a challenge. Neither of you got to comment on that one. Andy Placeres says, after 40 years of living in a red state, I moved to a blue state. It is relaxing not to battle for basic rights. It's kind of strange. There are still issues, but it doesn't seem so helpless. That is good to hear. Raylan says, so the challenge is to send more. Yes, send more chats, but let's not take forever on each one. Selma Valens says, haha, no sleep for you, Jimmy. Y'all don't know how sick that makes me.
She misses me.
I miss you too. And we're almost done now. Are you trying to move me along, Forrest? Winter Mute 740 says, fuck. Robin Webster says, Forrest, vestigial just got as long as it serves a purpose other than the purpose for which it evolved. Comment, Forrest.
That's called an exaptation. So vestigial usually implies something that is actually utterly useless and is on its way out. An exaptation is something that is being used for a function other than its intended early evolutionary purpose. So, like for example, ball pythons still have spurs. In fact, a lot of pythons have spurs. which are femur bones, which are now used in things like, mating to stimulate females. So like that's an exaptation, not necessarily vestigial, although very often the two are used interchangeably. So like,
my understanding was that vestigial means that it's no longer, that it has a diminished capacity for its original function, diminished to the point that it may not be even possible for it to perform its original function, and at best can perform some subsequently adopted secondary function.
So as far maybe I'm conflating two things. Maybe I'll go back and check an old textbook. But as far as I know, if it's doing a new thing, it's now technically an exaptation, and so like it would be colloquialism to call it. Like the Palmaris longus in here, it's vestigial because like 14% of the population doesn't even have it. But we can still that's not a good example. Us repurposing it for other things, harvesting it isn't an exaptation. But if for some reason I was able to do some dorsiflexion here that was like novel and interesting and new that helped me in my life somehow, that would then be an exaptation of this muscle.
I can think of exactly when dorsiflexion would service you in your life. I could have used it this morning.
You're worse than a Republican and a Democrat in a presidential debate.
But the point is, we don't see that with the Palmaris longus because we don't see any new function with the Palmaris longus.
How many super chats are left?
Like 10. Reggio says Forrest is also here, so here's some more. Dylan Fuller says, I appreciate y'all so much and enjoyed watching the channel grow. It's been a tough stone for me as IRL has been tough. You brought it together, Jimmy. Don't sell yourself shirt. Science rules. No, don't get me wrong. I acknowledge that what I did was amazing, but I couldn't have done it without these great people here who right now I'm trying to not be the asshole to as I push them along. James Call
Jimmy,
says,
I haven't taken a shower all year. I want to get out of here. You better hurry, man. This is insane.
Thank you. Sure.
This is why I appreciate doing these things remotely.
James Call says, good morning, y'all. Thanks for the indulges. 10 Australian from Know Ya Dear. Forrest versus Aron Ra. Funniest Hovind experience. BTW, it's no idea. Bookworm of the fandom says, this is the funniest The Line stream ever. I love that Matt is an MCU and Doctor Who and Star Trek fan. Are all those correct, Matt?
Yeah, and that's just the tip of the geek iceberg.
Oh, I know. I've been to your house. He's surrounded by geekiness. And I'm jealous. I'm not criticizing. Mahalia Yaga
How many
says,
other people do you know they're going to have a Galton board sitting right next to them when it needs to be used in it?
That's a great point.
Literally in the other room.
But his was there.
The nerds unite.
His was at the desk. You just have all books.
The other day, when I was in Oklahoma City, that I couldn't go, flit over to Tulsa to pick up a bunch of snakes on your word, because it would have meant that I could. Yeah, I haven't met you, and I haven't met Jimmy. You guys are just a bunch of pixels to me.
That's right. That's right. I'm taller and fatter than you expect. It's true. Mahalia Yaga says, here is for some no-dos. Anyone willing to do a reaction vid on cells at work? I've never heard of cells at work.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'd be down.
Ben's got it. Yeah. Claire says, a few days ago, I saw a video on Facebook about a chiropractor for animals. Thoughts? BTW, one of the many animals shown was a snake. Well,
no.
Yeah, it sounds even more stupid. Forrest, did you deactivate?
So I just pulled out an undergrad evolution textbook, and it says an exaptation is a trait that was initially carried out one
fucking God.
and is later.
I have to do a show in 12 hours.
Matt, do you want to go?
You get all the people with bio degrees on here, and we're going to debate this all night.
Forrest,
this is for
science.
Feathers and dinosaurs.
This is for science.
Their example is feathers and dinosaurs because they're linking homologous traits in different taxa. And,
that was my fault.
And these are borrowed traits which are being used as exaptations. Feathers and birds as a result of they were thermoregulatory and dinosaurs.
You're looking for a trait that is utterly fucking useless.
Arden, how dare you? What are you doing? No. Cirque says, Happy New Year. I'm only sending this to keep Jimmy longer.
Oh, you know what,
Thanks for sticking it out. You're all appreciated.
Jimmy?
What?
Look at the bones of a theropod, and you can see the nodules that then later on became like the little pits.
Oh, Jimmy, I got it.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it and expanding who all's doing the Sunday show. Have those two do the Sunday show.
I still have to produce.
Well, that's not my fucking problem.
You guys, I have to be there anyway. There's
yeah, you and them, and I'm gone. I'll be off somewhere.
Look,
Yeah.
I just want to show you all the power that I could have done. The amount of rude I'm not being. At the moment, I can't hear any of you. It's only Matt and I. I could do the rest of the show just like this and solve my own problem, but I'm too nice to do it. Oh, this is the one with Arden still. Okay. Let me. I can't make my. Okay.
My wife
Swedish
kroners.
and I-
You really, Jimmy, you got to quit wasting so much time yelling at us. She wants me.
Yeah, and then Forrest and I will have a debate on organic chemistry versus biochemistry.
Shut up! I'm bullying you.
And we'll
again.
talk about exaptations
now.
100 Swedish kroner from Peter Flernberg says, I wish I had half of Forrest wit and charm and all of his amazing hair. Me too. And his ability to stay up to any hour and not feel it. Jeff says,
that do anything for you?
Happy New Year's. One more chat to delay Jimmy's appointment with his bed. The reality is my appointment is with a series of medication that I can feel I haven't taken on time. Not to make everyone feel sorry for me, but fuck all of you. Anyway, Nicholas says, Matt, what is your favorite Doctor Who episode? Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I have an answer
really
for this.
Consider the options here. There's a lot of things to choose from.
I'm not going to do an episode. I'll do Serial and its Trial of the Time Lord.
There you go. Oh,
I have
God.
an answer for that.
Go ahead.
I watched the remake of Doctor Who, or the reproduction of Doctor Who in 2005 with my son. He didn't know about the old Doctor Who that I grew up with, and so he watched the episode with the Dalek when they rediscovered the Dalek, and the one Dalek by itself took out the entire military organization by itself. And my son was giggling like a schoolgirl all the way through that as this one Dalek just killed everybody. And then Daleks became his favorite thing, to the point that the very
hilarious
first video
I
on my
killed
YouTube
Earl
channel,
says organic chemistry. Aaron, you can't do that, man. And I feel like such a dick, but come on.
My God, we got the Orgo puns. Orgo puns here.
video on my YouTube channel.
They asked for
with my
favorite
son.
episode, not favorite anecdote about a story about an episode.
But somebody's talking about all kinds of trouble. So
I've given you
I
10,
like this person.
10 seconds for whatever video you're trying to plug, Aaron. Go ahead.
The very, very, very first video on my channel is my son dressing up as a Dalek for Halloween, based on that episode from 2005.
Sounds hilarious. Everyone go check that after the show if you don't have to be in bed. I Killed Earl says, organic chemistry is difficult. Those who study it have all kinds of trouble. Hilarious.
Nice.
This stream is so hot, you're denaturing my proteins. I'll see myself out. And thanks for the B-Day shout out and follow back, Jimmy. Love you guys. It was my pleasure. I Killed Earl.
Organic chemistry is difficult, but you'll get there if you keep your eye on the prize.
Hilarious. I'm gonna put this one through that just came, and then we've got one more after that. Mahalia Yaga says Doctor Who is a far better superhero than any Marvel character. We don't have time to argue about that tonight. I'm kind of mad at you because I know what you were trying to do, but I still love you, Yaga. Come back. Jamie Gallier says great show. Sending extra love to Ben. I know the holiday was rough. Ben, this is an amazing holiday for Ben because we're a great family to Ben. Thank you.
We're here together. No, my biological family sucks.
Yeah, but
That's
this
all
was
I'm gonna
great. And then Forrest, you can read this very last one, and I'm kidding outro.
This is for science. Happy New Year.